Chapter 31, Ch31 One Surprise After Another, Art 18. Chapter 32, Ch32 Swallow Finding a Roost. CRPOV. Well shite. How did I get caught by devils and agreed to be taught by one? I thought as I looked around. The room I was assigned was a bit like the ANL world, but newer and better. And less nature-focused and more magic-focused. What I saw about this place wasn't exactly hellfire and evil spirits, more like one of those worlds where sorcerers are in power I had ran through when escaping the wild hunt. I couldn't even tell this was supposed to be the Underworld. Vesemir would never let me hear the end of it if he found out. I bemoaned aloud as I flopped into the bed of this room that the maid Lith had assigned to me guided me to. Whoa, this is the softest bed I've ever been on. I thought as I sunk into the mattress and already felt like sleep was already creeping up on me. No. I can't let my guard down. I thought as I got up and glared at the dangerous temptation. In the end I decided to set myself up on the couch instead and made sure to keep a knife under the pillow. Even if I can't beat these devils I still won't go down without a fight if they try anything. I thought before doing my best to fall asleep like Gerald taught me. Keep just enough focus and sleep at just the right depth to be ready for anything. Zzzzz. Knock knock. I bolted upright as I clutched my knife and immediately looked around for a threat. Lady Siri, breakfast will be in 20 minutes if you wish to attend with the rest of the household. If not, Master had told us to guide you to the kitchen where you can order anything you desire and eat wherever you wish if you wanted to eat alone. The only thing he requested was for you to prepare for training after lunch. A person I assumed was a maid told me as I felt like grumbling over being woken up. But noticing the sun had actually risen, I couldn't exactly say it was too early and I should have woken up on my own already. Damn. I fell asleep for real. I inwardly scolded myself. I'll come down. I told the maid outside the door. At least this way I'll be able to get a better read on these devils. I thought. Do you wish for some help getting ready, Lady Siri? Most of the other ladies prefer to bath after their meal, hence breakfast is rather informal unless another important guest is present. The maid asked as I took a look at myself. No blood or mud, and I can't see any kind or tears or cuts. I'll just check my hair a bit and maybe clean my face. At least I can try not to look like a total pig if they turn out to at least be a decent sort. I thought as looked around and found a mirror. Not like they abducted me or imprisoned me, or even hinted at wanting me for my blood or anything, so far anyway. Maybe something to wash my face. I said through the door. Then may I come in? Master warned us that you would be treating this as hostile territory and that us entering your room may trigger aggressive responses. The maid said, which caused me to feel a bit insulted and then annoyed that this guy knew exactly how I'd react when I know next to nothing about him. All I know is that he's some kind of lord amongst devils and that those girls who surrounded me yesterday are something like his family or close aides/fighter/advisors. Yeah, it's fine. I answered her as I hid my knife. She entered and I finally got a good look at the maid. She looked like she was in her early 20s, had delicate features but her black eyes showed confidence. She had straight black hair which reflected the light from the window and a fair body hidden under her maid outfit. What was weird was that I felt like I shouldn't be a brat to her or she would discipline me. Greetings, Lady Siri, my name is Fia and I am the head maid of House Azeroth. She introduced herself with a quick curtsy. I will need you to look up a bit while cleaning your face. If you're the head maid, why aren't you attending to that lord? I asked before I could really think. My master and the mistress tend to enjoy their mornings in intimate ways and rarely require any of the serving staff to be present, hence master usually assigns me to make sure guests or new residents are properly taken care of. She answered as she made some circle appear in front of her and which caused me to jump back and drew my knife. What's that? I asked as I tried to be as threatening as possible. This is a basic magic circle and how devils initiate their magic, Lady Siri. I was creating water to wash your face as requested. Fia patiently explained as I now felt a bit awkward pointing my knife at her. It was even worse when she just waited there with a floating ball of water to prove her point. Not that I didn't think that water couldn't be dangerous, but I felt kind of silly when I thought about them trying to kill me like this or something. So I lowered the knife and approached the maid, letting her clean my face, which was an interesting experience as she didn't even touch me and let the water move all over to get dirt in places I didn't even know I had. It was even matching my temperature, so it felt rather nice. Done. If you wish I can either guide you to the bath after breakfast or you can follow the other ladies of the house to the communal one. Fia said as the water disappeared and she stepped back a bit. But for now please follow me to the dining room. I followed her after quickly sheathing my knife. The walk to the dining room made me realize that this place was probably the fanciest or prettiest castle I had even been in. Decorated windows with scenes of people with different kinds of wings fighting using swords or magic. Paintings which even made me appreciate art, even if it felt like some were watching me. Some weapons on the walls which I could only look at with envy. And it was all lit up with some kind of magic which made the place feel bright, unlike all those castles back home where fire is used indoors. The dining room was rather similar to what I was used to, but with a lot of windows as it had floor-to-ceiling tainted windows which made colored light stream through. The colors even moved and changed which made the entire room look like rivers of light were dancing through the air. Whoa! I softly exclaimed as this once again clashed against the fire and death I was warned about, but made it's because this isn't the devils or demons of my world. I snapped out of it and sat in the seat Fia had pulled back for me, noticing that not everyone who I saw yesterday was here. There was that dark-skinned woman with the weird crossbow-like weapons calmly drinking what I assumed was tea, talking to a purple-haired woman who felt a lot older than she looked. Then there was that pale blonde woman with yellow eyes looking cranky as she drank something I couldn't recognize when I smelt it. Soon enough that devil lord who called himself Lith came in with a shorter black-haired woman who was basically radiating happiness as she hummed and skipped with an arm around his. Must be that mistress Fia mentioned. I thought as the concept of devils getting married felt a bit weird. Can someone get Musashi over from her morning practice and drag Da Vinci away from whatever she is doing in her workshop? Lith asked after taking a quick look at the table. I was surprised when two servants bowed and just disappeared from the room. So how was the couch, Siri? The dark-skinned devil asked with a teasing smile. Did you spy on me? I asked him as I felt myself ready my defenses. Please. I feel everything in the underworld and it's clearer the closer it is to me. I can't not feel everything which happens in the city, much less my own castle. He answered casually, I told you, you have no idea what your powers can really do. I felt stunned. I don't know how large this underworld is, but to know everything which happens in a city just like that is something I can understand. And I can't even picture being able to do that. I can barely do short-range teleportation and have to travel worlds randomly, while he can choose dozens in a moment and feel everything around him. I chose to just believe him since I couldn't do anything about it even if he really did peek while I slept. It just annoyed me that he could do it whenever he felt like it according to him. Do not take it personally, child, he mostly does it to keep everyone safe. The purple-haired woman said to me. Doesn't make it less creepy. I mumbled as I crossed my arms. Heh. She's right, you know, Lith. The pale blonde one as she apparently heard me. What can I do, Jean? It's a passive effect of my own power. If I didn't hold it back this much I would be feeling the other strata as well. Lith replied with a shrug. Yeah. Was this Jean's response? Then 4 people appeared in the dining as the 2 servants from earlier returned with the Musashi and Da Vinci Lith had mentioned. I recognized this Da Vinci from last night, but the sweaty woman in odd clothing and with ethnic features was new since she hadn't left much of an impact yesterday. There, now we can start eating. Lith declared as a literal feast appeared in front of everyone. Growl. Embarrassingly, my stomach started to practically roar in desire as soon as the smell of all this food hit my nose and my mouth started watering. But I still hesitated as I looked at the others carefully, judging which ones are safe to eat. This is all things even base humans can eat with no issues, so feel free to choose whatever you wish. Lith said as he already had a full plate of some things which I think are made of eggs and some meat. And if you want something to drink, just say it to the glass. Although I am not sure we would have all the same fruits for juices or alcohol if that's what you prefer in the morning. With a hesitant nod I started to pick things I think I recognized, like some eggs, fruits and bread. I also took some meat which smelt like ham and some cheese. But as soon as I took a bite, it felt like I was in an entire different world. In a different way than usual. The flavors of the eggs were so great that I unconsciously let out a moan and began almost devouring everything I could, like I hadn't eaten in days. Which, to be fair, wasn't that far from the truth, as the wild hunt was relentless. I almost choked until a maid handed me a glass of an orange-yellow juice, which turned out to be made from oranges and mangoes, also bloody delicious, as I immediately asked for more. Honestly, don't know how much I ate or how much my grandmother would scold me for eating like that, but that was, without a doubt, the best damn food I had ever eaten. Fufufu. Leora's food simply charms everyone, doesn't it? I suddenly heard the purple-haired woman say, as even I blushed once I noticed all the plates around me and the mess I had made. I'm sorry, I dash. No need to worry, Leora's gonna love you if you keep eating that much. Jean said with a smirk as she looked at my stomach, which I noticed was kinda bulging. Be careful with overeating. You weren't in the best of states judging from what I could get from you. The Da Vinci woman said before I could say anything as she looked at me seriously. I'd suggest a careful meal plan for a few weeks to get her body back on track, as well as a full checkup to make sure she has no hidden or lingering injuries if she is going to be training. Jean, any curse or negative energies around her? Lith asked the blonde as I noticed her giving me a look over. Nothing obvious. But her spirit is somewhat turbulent. She answered him as I felt a bit naked at the moment. Scat-Hack-Sama and I can start her off on some rehabilitation exercises once she digests her food properly. She has the feel of a fellow sword wielder, so I should be able to teach her a few things. The ethnic woman by the name Musashi said to Lith, and the purple-haired woman whose name was apparently Scat-Hack. That last one sounded a bit like it came from Skellige. Not until we make sure her body is alright. She is human after all, one who hasn't surpassed her racial limits either, hence we will be moving with care. Lith replied as his eyes, which were almost identical to mine, stared at me with what seemed like concern. He training for now will be with me as we focus on her bloodline abilities. Don't I get a say in this? I asked out of annoyance as people were deciding what I would be doing again. Up to you. We simply wished to not make things worse for you unknowingly, but if you desire to train physically or recklessly rush forward as you always do, then be my guest. Lith answered as he gestured for me to go. It kinda pissed me off that he was just poking at me again. Why would you even care? I stubbornly asked. I knew I was being kinda ridiculous, but I couldn't help myself. Care is a bit of a stretch. I found your future self endearing and thought that you being born with similar powers to mine shouldn't be a reason for you to be hunted down like an animal by entitled fools. But now that I've decided to train you and you have become a guest of my house, we shall give you the best we can for someone outside of the family. This includes making sure you are at your peak in all forms. He answered, which made me a bit more relaxed unconsciously. I was far too used to people showing care, and then selling me out somehow, or them dying cause they helped me. But they aren't trying to get close to me, or even get to know me, just doing what they said they would, which is training me. That at least mitigates the first signs of someone trying to use me. It might be because Lith supposedly saw some of my futures and already knows a lot about me, but he's not trying to get closer anyway and is just acting like a host and trainer. Fine. But your maid said we won't be training until the afternoon, so what do I do till then? I asked with less aggression, not like they even did anything to deserve it anyway. Whatever you desire really. Hopefully while at least staying in the city for now since you have no clue about the underworld or how it works, while here my people can make sure you don't accidentally break a law or get yourself in trouble somehow by insulting some visiting noble or merchant who thinks too highly of himself. He answered me as I started to feel a bit excited about exploring a devil city and seeing how it compares to back home. I can work with that. I told him as I noticed his wife whispering something in his ears and him nodding. Don't think I introduced her, but this is my wife Sarah, and she believes that the first order of business for you is to at least get you some proper clothes and training outfits since your current attire is rather outdated her. I am sure your stay would be a bit more pleasant if you had more than a single pair of clothes. Lith said to me as I felt a bit of creeping dread as I saw the look in said wife's eyes. I might agree that having at least something to change into would be nice. I didn't want to be stuffed into those awful dresses again. Fine, but only things I agree to wear. I said as I tried to compromise. Sarah, just get her more male-styled clothes and you'll be fine. She hates dresses and over-the-top/stuffy clothes. He advised as he somehow even knew that. Buah. I know just the place. Heltana introduced me to it and it has the most comfortable pants for both indoor and outdoor. We also need to get her plenty of underwear and some hygiene products. Then we can go check out the sleepwear over at Slumbers and finally have a nice lunch in one of the cafes. The bubbly woman quickly said which had words which made me confused, a bit dreadful and a bit curious. Go by Muramesa's shop to get her a decent sword too. Lith said to her which immediately made me pay attention. You're getting me a sword? Like a real one? I incredulously asked since good swords are expensive and I just met them. You are a sword user no? He asked in return, to which I nodded, then you need a sword and Muramesa is the best when it comes to swords, even ones which suit your style. And if you want a custom one, that'll have to wait until we know what actually suits you well. Okay, that got me excited. My very own custom sword. Maybe I could ask for one like Geralt's or the Wolf School if I describe it well enough. I always wanted a Witcher blade. I thought as I remembered my time at Kaer Morhen. Yes sir. Serafal said with a bright smile, now come on Siri, let's go. She dragged me away with surprising strength for her size as she lifted me up from my chair with little to no effort, then proceeded to drag me around the city. The place was honestly beautiful and I really couldn't tell that this was a devil city, with them looking and even acting pretty much like humans but more intense. There were even races I couldn't even tell them names of wandering the streets as well and magic pretty much everywhere as it was used in taverns, shows, shops and in all the wonderful sights around. Shop signs lit up and showcasing various moving images like a dwarf slaying a dragon with an axe, a man getting drunk at an oasis, and one where a robed person pours a liquid over a body and it comes back to life. Things I had never seen before were for sale as we walked the incredibly clean streets which even had good smells as scents of food and flowers drifted around instead of the piss and shit I was used to. During the shopping spree that followed, I was introduced to wonders. These panties and bras are so much more comfortable than that linen underwear and the chest wrap I had. And the clothes were unbelievably soft as they felt like gentle caresses on my skin compared to what I wore before, while the pants and boots actually fit me perfectly now. The boots would even adjust to my feet, keep them comfortable, were completely weather, water, mud, and even magic-proof to a certain degree, and prevented bad smells and foot diseases. A bloody miracle I say. As I walked around in more comfort than I ever had. The so-called feminine hygiene products were extremely embarrassing. I had never spoken about what they called menstruation to anyone but Triss and Yen, but this Serafal just took it in strides as she had apparently had to help Mana, the dark-skinned girl, go through the same. It was really weird to hear that most of these were invented by Lith and that Da Vinci, but if it worked like Serafal said then I might actually hug the man. A pill to help both regulate your time of the month, minimize blood loss, eliminate the abdominal pains and help you prevent pregnancy was simply amazing. And I wouldn't admit it, but I was kind of looking forward to trying out this shampoo and conditioner after Seraphol showed me her own hair. Hers beat even the state those sorceresses had their hair in, and they had actual magical products, which these were too, but much more advanced. We didn't even have to carry any of these things, as Lith had apparently used his abilities to create rings which could store a lot and keep it exactly in the state it was put in. The uses that had for not just regular people but armies too were simply far too many for me to just brush off, but then Seraphol said that only Lith could make them so far and that he didn't want to spread them exactly for those reasons. Getting some sleepwear was the next thing, which embarrassed me a lot. I wasn't used to either showing so much skin like that or wearing something so light. But being around Seraphol kind of made things better, as she was just so supportive and warm. It felt like I already had a friend, which surprised me and made me wonder if she had somehow influenced my mind or was some kind of succubus. She didn't have any kind of horns or hooves, unless here they were different. But I kept my guard up a bit after that thought. That kinda went out the window when we reached the weapon shop of this Muramesa. Lith told Seraphol to bring me to. The weapons on display were absolutely breathtaking. It felt like they could cut me if I was too close, while some exuded an intimidating aura, others felt warm or cold, some emitted lights or sparks, but then one behind the counter drew all my focus. It was like it was calling for me, as I heard some kind of singing voice in the wind. The blade was a bit more than 3 feet long, engraved with runes I couldn't recognize as they pulsed in a light green. The beautiful longsword was a bit narrower and less thick than others I had seen, with a graceful curve near the wing-like handguard, a black leather handle, and finishing off with a circular pommel. "Looks like you've already found the right sword for yourself, little lady," a man's voice suddenly said from in front of me, causing me to jump as it snapped me out of my trance. "What the? Who are you?" I asked quickly to the short black-haired man with ethnic features a bit similar to Musashi's. "I am the owner of this place and the maker of that sword. Muramesa is my name, and I shall be the greatest bladesmith this world has ever seen," he answered with supreme confidence in himself as he grinned at me. "It's nice to see you, Mura-chan. How have you been lately?" Seraphol energetically said as she came near us. "Oh, Seraphol-sama. An honor to have you here as always. To answer your question, I have been great, my lady. Close to another breakthrough even. I just felt one of my swords calling out to someone and decided to come check since it is rather rare." The man answered with a lot of respect towards Seraphol. "That's wonderful, Siri-chan. Let's get that one then," she then immediately said without any care. "Isn't that expensive?" I worriedly asked. "I just met her and she's just going to give me a weapon like that." It felt like I was taking advantage of her somehow. "Don't you worry, little lady, Lord Azeroth is my lord and patron. He receives a few of my works as tribute every year, with this sword actually being one of them if it hadn't been sold before the date. It was made with some of his blood as test to see the effects it would have in a blade after all," he explained as my eyes widened at the reveal. "What effect did his blood have in a sword?" I curiously asked as I was starting to really believe he was like me but with a stronger power. I could feel my own blood calling out to that sword. Beyond the standard stuff like edge retention, self-cleaning, some self-restorative abilities and enhanced durability, that sword became able to cut space itself, and the materials used in it allowed the wielder of said blade to receive a blessing of the wind as they became faster and more graceful while wielding it. And in your case, little lady, it might even give you some unexpected benefits." Muramesa answered with an excited grin on his face as he picked up the sword and handed it to me. I looked at both him and Seraphol uncertainly, but seeing looks of encouragements from both, I grasped the handle. Thump swoosh. As soon as I took the blade in hand, my entire body felt like it was celebrating, and wind gathered around carrying songs as the blade glowed brightly. Ha! Such a connection. I can't wait to see how far you'll go with that sword, little lady," Muramesa ecstatically exclaimed. "How wonderful. Does it have a name?" Seraphol asked the bladesmith. "Swallow, For the bird, the tail it was inspired from and its ability to swallow anything if wielded right. The man answered as the show died down. Does it have a sheath? I asked as a wide smile was on my face from how great I felt right now. My sword. This is my sword. I continually thought as I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. One moment. Muramasa answered as he went out back, coming back with a clearly enchanted leather sheath which matched the sword's handle. This sheath is bound to the blade and to you once you place it in here. It will always find its way to you and the blade to it should either or both be lost. Thank you. I almost whispered out as I placed Swallow into its sheath and the two let out another glow before I felt a connection. Like I said, no problem. I love when people find a sword they are destined for. Muramasa replied with a wave of his hand. But now that the show is done, I am going to head back to work. Nice meeting you little girl and good to see you're still the same Serafal-sama. Hope to see you at the annual celebration Mura-chan. Was Serafal's reply as she waved the man goodbye. Let's go get some food Siri-chan. I barely registered the rest of our time in the city as I carried my new sword. Even the food couldn't break me out of it. I only snapped out of it when someone took my sword away from me, which made me instantly angry. Hey, give that back. I yelled out until I saw Lith standing right in front of me with an amused smile. Seeing him so close was kind of intimidating since he was a lot taller and had a lot of muscles of his body. I also noticed I wasn't outside anymore and in some kind of office. I will give this back, but it's time for training so pay attention. He responded as he gave me back Swallow. But to think you would get this little side project, how interesting fate can be at times. You believe in fate? I questioned out of surprise since he can apparently see multiple futures, so shouldn't he be able to change things? In some sense yes. But I see it more as the things which technically have an incredibly small chance of happening, but happens anyway. The things which are most likely to happen and happen are more like cause and effect if one looks with a broad enough gaze. He answered which I half got. Not really important for now. Follow me. He then opened a portal and we ended up inside a kind of arena. What are we going to do here? I asked as I looked at the impressive setup. Test out your limits with both space and time. This is the most durable place I know as it can withstand even my training. He answered. Alright. What's first? I asked as we began my first training. We started with me showing him what I could actually do on purpose, which was basically only what he called blink teleportation. Lith explained that this was one of the most basic applications of our power as it allows us to shorten a distance we want to get to. He also immediately told me that I was doing things wrong because I was following the methods of people who have to try to learn about space and time, having to strictly control it or be destroyed by it, while also having very limited views and understanding on magic. The reason this was actually stopping me from mastering my powers was because I don't need to learn about my powers, I already know them but needed to know how to listen to them. People like us have this ability in our blood, we instinctively know how to use it, so we don't need to harshly control it but first let it go consciously and then understand how it works. We don't need hundreds of calculations nor to spend countless hours poring over tomes. We only needed to listen to what is already there and understand it. We would feel what we can and cannot do instinctively at our current power level and understanding. It might require some studying or reading to get some ideas on how to use our power. Lith shamelessly admitted that his strength did come from things he discovered about space/time, that most people never realized while studying it. And by the end of our first training session, which even made me forget about Swallow for the few hours it lasted, I felt like it all made some much more sense to me than anything Yen or Triss ever tried to teach me about my powers. I even felt like I had gotten a much better grasp on it after I did let everything loose for the first time and Lith helped me understand it. I went to bed that night hugging Swallow and probably having the best sleep I had in a long time. The next day I found out that they were serious about making sure I ate properly to recover from some mild malnutrition as they put it, which also involved some potions which surprisingly tasted great. Made me wonder why Witcher potions are so nasty as I remembered the taste of white gull. I also had to learn about the rules of this underworld and some stuff about the world I was in, which was pretty interesting since it wasn't like all of those boring history lessons Vesemir put me through. Gods, angels, devils, monsters of all kinds, epic tales of heroes and battles between factions and pantheons. It was pretty awesome to hear all of it, and Scathach was a great teacher, especially when she used magic to show me what she was talking about. Learning that she was over 1,000 years old was really surprising too, but it made some of her lessons really gripping when she talked about some of the things she had witnessed and done. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to train physically yet, which made me a bit upset since I really wanted to swing swallow. I then had a chat with Iwarakwax to find out how he was doing after those lessons. He told me about this great feed they had and this magical water which tasted fantastic. But what really struck him was when he met Litha's unicorn sigil. Apparently Sigil wasn't like Iwarakwax, not possessing the ability to travel between worlds, yet anyway, but he was extremely powerful and could use magic in a way that no unicorns had ever done. He had learnt that he had even participated in some battles 100 years ago as Litha's familiar and mount, trampling over hundreds in his charges. It was a weird way to learn. Lith himself was over 100 like Vesemir, but then I remembered Scathach being over 1,000 and that she said devils could live for 10,000 years, while more powerful ones could live much longer. That made me wonder if I should consider Lith young or old. Those thoughts went away as my lesson with Lith started up again. He began teaching me how to use space outside of my body and on other things and how to slow things down a bit. He found out that I'm not exactly great at learning by repetition or through words really quickly, as I grew frustrated when I kept failing, so Lith decided to switch things up. We then started playing a game he called Dodgeball, where we could use our powers to block or power up our throws. He gave me a handicap saying he wouldn't use anything but his perception for now and basically egged me into wanting to get him in his smug face as he teased me. It was only after I used my powers to teleport a ball at him did I realize what he was doing, but I then started to get a feel for my powers and the game got pretty fun. We couldn't play for too long or he would apparently get scolded by his wife for making me to do too much exercise, which kinda made me laugh. I guess wives and husbands are the same everywhere. Over time I kinda got used to this place and it started to feel nice to be here. Feeling safe since the wild hunt couldn't get me and anyone who knew about or wanted the elder blood was worlds away and everyone around me could probably turn them all to pulp by looking at them intensely. I got to know everyone in Litha's peerage, then I learned what that really was and started a few talks as that sounded like slavery to me. Took a while to understand that Lith actually modified the evil pieces so they could technically leave at any time as a sign of trust. That was a bit embarrassing. After 2 weeks of being here I felt better than I had in a long time, which made their point regarding the meal plan, potions and restricting my exercise. But now I could finally start training with Swallow. That was when I discovered just how skilled Musashi and Scathach were. These two completely blew any fighter I had ever seen out of the water. Even Gerald wouldn't be able to come close to these two women in combat. Scathach could teach me so well I actually felt like I was improving massively every lesson as she not only hammered her teachings into me, she also let me prove I learned it by facing these training golems Lith had made with Da Vinci. It was so much better than just beating those training dummies in Kaer Morhen or being played with by everyone there. I could actually fight these things and they put pressure on you. And while being with Musashi, I found out that Lith recruited her because he saw her as possibly the greatest sword user to ever live, and talking to her or learning something from her convinced me of that, as just her hints sometimes caused me to realize something important about using a sword. Although she wasn't nearly as good a teacher as Scathach or even Lith, she was extremely dedicated and knew how to fight with a sword better than anyone. Outside lessons, Jean sometimes brought me outside the city to explore, saying that it could be a bit stifling to always be in the castle or city and that she would take me with her for some fresh air. I realized that it was mostly for me, since we were apparently similar in some ways, wanting to be able to just go wherever sometimes because we had been caged before. Jean became a friend as we talked more and found ourselves liking a lot of the same things. She got me into coffee, showed me some breathtaking sights, we went out for rides on some wyverns they were able to domesticate here, and shared stories about the things she had seen and done over her century with Lith. In return I told her about my life as a princess, a runaway, meeting Geralt, trying to learn how to use my powers, meeting Triss and Yen, my time in Kaer Morhen, even my time among the Ain El and my travels through different worlds. She then teased me for my attraction to older men as she found my past infatuations for them rather funny for someone like me. Which I teased back about her not being much better since she confessed to liking Lith and feeling hopeful now that he had apparently accepted a second lover with Seraphal's permission shortly before my own arrival. She was one of the 2 guests he said had to leave to fulfill their own goals and promises. I also spent some time with Mana, who surprisingly came from the same country as Musashi. She kind of reminded me of Geralt a bit, mostly due to her quiet and taciturn nature, but then I found out how good she was in music and how many orphans she actually took care of, on top of doing missions all over the Underworld and the human world. She had great advice for things like survival, hunting, and marksmanship, so I spent some time with her in the wild learning firsthand. It sucked that I couldn't learn anything she really knew about plants that I couldn't confirm were available in my own world as she didn't want to give me tips and tricks which could kill me due to them not applying over there. Then came meeting Da Vinci, who was like Seraphal but a lot more curious. Her workshop was something sorcerers/sorceresses would kill to even glimpse at. If Yen knew about the things in this place she might actually beg, well if she couldn't manipulate her way into this place through Lith or Da Vinci, which I don't really see happening no matter how friendly they are due to them being way too smart to not know the value of this place and being capable of seeing through people. Da Vinci was rather curious about the link between Litha's bloodline and my own, especially after I got Swallow. Something I can admit to being curious about myself since I had never met anyone else like me before. Which is why I actually allowed her to see if anything was there. What she found out, from what I could understand anyway, was that there was a type of resonance between our blood, as mine instinctively wanted the 2 to join so it could become stronger. Da Vinci also said that our bloods had their differences as mine had a better balance between space and time, while Lith had a much heavier space compared to his time, even if it was getting more balanced as he developed the 2 more. She also found that his connection to the 2 were much purer than my own since he developed his from scratch and is much stronger. Beside this, the rest of my time with Da Vinci was usually spent answering questions about my world in things like history, geography, biology, magic and alchemy. I wasn't the most studious person so I had troubles answering, but Da Vinci was simply thankful to learn more things and some gain ideas from some of what I said. It was fun and rather exhilarating to test some of her inventions with her, especially the flying ones. The wind in my hair, the feeling of gliding, and that rush when you dive and pull up was great. Making things explode was fun too when we tested her magic cannons. So time passed for me here as it started to become akin to a second home, or maybe more of a magical oasis as I could freely enjoy being myself and actually learning how to use my abilities in peace and safety. All while surrounded by people who I came to see as friends. I felt my growth by the day as I found something to enjoy nearly every day here. Feeling like the devils and races I had met were more human than the humans of my world. Enkidu's POV. I have observed this man who wishes to have me by his side. I gaze upon his capital city, a place so different from Uruk of the past. Not hampered by the trials and tribulations of gods or men, not needing the oppression of their own ruler to reach their true potential, it was a city of hope as so many passionate souls resided there. It was so different from what I had learned from observing Gil all those years and standing by his side. But I also knew that to truly see the value of a kingdom, I had to look at the lowliest of villages. What surprised me wasn't just that these small villages weren't being ignored or oppressed, but that they were being guided to not only prosper, but also to thrive in and with their environment. I observed the lumberjacks carefully choose the trees they cut and plant new ones to replace it in the future. Practicing selective deforestation as they called it to make sure the forests would continue thriving. Keeping careful control and monitoring of any animal population was deemed important to make sure everyone would always have enough to eat and that the balance of nature was maintained for even the beasts. Fishing-focused villages were made sure to not overfish and to give back to nature, such as feeding the fish or protecting breeding in spawning areas. Even mining villages made sure to use special magic and alchemy formulas to ensure the earth could create or replenish itself, as they practiced a method to give back the untaken earth. It was fascinating to see beings taking from nature but also trying to give back what they could in exchange. These villages did not suffer from starvation, poverty, oppression and bandits like many in the past. Finding support and protection from the institutions put in place by their lord and his laws. In the few times I had used his gift to enter towns, I have found near reverence when they confirmed the legitimacy of it and welcomed me with celebrations in an effort to somehow show their thanks. I listened to their stories, of their experiences, finding respect and loyalty, while pride was found when they looked at themselves not as lowly villagers, but the proclaimed backbone of these lands. Having seen the very top and bottom, I then began my journey anew as I now searched to understand more about this lord though his soldiers. So a Siri chapter cause I felt like it and then ran with it. I wanted Siri to actually find a place she could feel safe in and not have to worry about everyone there getting killed by the wild hunt. I thought she would do great as a friend of Jean for being kindred spirits in enjoying freedom and having a bit of a tempter and fool mouths. Scathach and Musashi can be sort of mentor/idol figures as powerful female warriors. Da Vinci can be more of a thrill source as she tests the crazy hit she invents. And Mana could basically continue her survivalist section of Witcher training. Lith and Seraphol would end up in the elder brother/sister category due to Siri already seeing Yen and Geralt as her parent figures and because they act and look younger than the two. Seraphol being there for more of an emotional and feminine issues, while Lith guides her as a person and fellow spacetime user. I also felt like introducing Siri to proper clothing, magical/modern products and to give her a kick-ass sword which is pretty much her Ziriel, but better. I also used her to talk more about Litha's capital, but I feel like I've done that a bit too much since it hasn't been long since Scathach did it too. So to fix that, I brought in Enkidu, who is basically going to serve as a bit of a tour guide while he goes around Azeroth lands to judge if Lith is worthy of wielding him. This time was the village-level places that I had said focus on agriculture, lumber, mining or fishing to sustain themselves. Thought it would be an interesting way to kill two birds with one stone. Enjoy. Chapter 33, CH33 Influenced Happenings. So what's up everyone? I asked as it was rather rare for Ajuka and Surzex to come visit when it wasn't drink night, and since Surzex was here so was Graphia. We've received an interesting report and were requested to investigate a certain matter. Surzex carefully answered as he looked rather apologetic. Zekram's faction is complaining about something? I replied without much thought. Indeed. Ajuka answered this time as he looked at me with a serious gaze. Did you recruit a goddess to your peerage? A goddess? You mean Eresh? I asked them with some confusion. She isn't part of my peerage though. Then what is she doing here, Lith? We can't have a goddess wandering the underworld like this. Surzex seriously asked. How to say this, she became my subordinate through an interesting trip I took. I lightly explained as I skipped a lot of details. How in the underworld? Surzex asked, feeling baffled at the answer. So this means you haven't found a way to reincarnate gods? Ajuka asked me with narrowed eyes. I've left that subject of research untouched due to the massive problems it could cause if it even succeeded a little bit. I answered as we both knew very well exactly how massive a problem it would be. We made sure it could never be done after all. Good. So why is she here and is she a threat? He simply asked. I saved her from fading and now she's helping out with her connection to Earth, and she swore on her divinity so not a threat. I answered him, which made the two nod in understanding. Anything else? Well, there was another report many houses found troubling. One regarding a celebration of you finding your queen. Surzex delicately answered, as this really wasn't for anyone to interfere with unless it caused issues, and even then that would be Serafal's department due to Scathach technically being someone linked to Celtic mythology. So I gave the devil a glare for people sticking their noses where they don't belong. Do forgive us, Lord Lith, but this is an important matter for the Underworld if the reports are true. Graphia said as she intervened. Doesn't matter. If they try to mess with my people, I will erase them from existence. I coldly said as some of my aura leaked out, surprising my two friends quite a bit. While I appreciate it, Lith, I see no need to hide my existence or strain your relationship with your friends. My queen said as she entered the room. Nor for you to trouble yourself. Well then, everyone meet Scathach, my queen. I merely said as I went along with her wishes. Not like I really minded them knowing. They are friends after all. A pleasure to meet the distinguished new generation of Devil Kings. You are all much more agreeable than your predecessors. Scathach rather bluntly said as she curtsied a bit and stood by my side. So it's true, the God-slayer herself has joined you. Ajuka said as he started carefully examining her. Yes, I got lucky and this wonderful lady decided to do me the honor of joining my peerage. Hope you kept up your training, Graphia, or that title of strongest queen might not stay with you long. I said to them rather casually as the two powerful women eyed each other. I am but a humble maid of House Gremory, Lord Lith. The silver-haired maid replied as she basically put herself down. Found out that this was indeed her fetish, and saying this kind of stuff usually got her motor running. Various reports of powerful seals on Surzek's office door and a rosy Graphia exiting afterward also indicated she rather enjoyed having her master taking advantage of his powerless maid. How interesting you are. I would enjoy an exchange of magic against one such as yourself. Scathach said after she finished looking at Graphia. Unfortunately my duties keep me rather occupied, Lady Scathach. Graphia replied with a thesauri expression and a bow. A shame, was the simple response. Alright, now that that's done, I said while making a few things appear. Drinks? Those look new. Ajuka observed as the bottles weren't anything like the wines or drinks available. He tends to know his liquor since it helps deal with his two biggest headaches, demanding idiots and his own unrelenting brain. Something a particularly determined dwarf who runs his own tavern and brewery created after he failed to get me drunk. He used various high-level ingredients and tested thousands of recipes over about 20 years to make this stuff. He called it Satan's Fall since it can even make beings like us plastered very quickly if we aren't careful. I introduced with a grin as I poured a few glasses of the clear blue liquid. That got everyone rather curious as even Scathach joined us for a drink, saying it had been ages since she had actually been drunk. Her blood as a true Scottish woman practically drew her to the possibility of properly enjoying a drink again. The typical sight of Graphia basically wanting Surzex to ravage her and her complaining about his lack of more masculine features was as entertaining as ever, but her being drunker than usual made her rather aggressive. Ajuka was drunkenly writing some ridiculous math on the floor at the moment. Serafal somehow got wind of this meeting and showed up halfway through. She became a nuzzler as she kept an iron grip on me. The problem was Scathach. Come, my powerful conqueror. Take your queen and ravage her like she deserves. Make me yours. Show me my place at your feet and in your bed. She heatedly said as she sultrily walked towards me. Yeah, it seemed like she was either a horny drunk or was the type of person who loses control when drunk. And she might have some masochistic impulses like Serafal, but hers might come from some societal ideals from her time. She then knelt in front of me and pressed her breast together with her arms before looking up with suggestive eyes and seductive smile. Am I not worthy of your conquest? She whispered like a temptress. That almost made lose control due to how gorgeous Scathach is already, and her basically demanding to be taken was making things very hard. So I opened a portal underneath her to one of the HAH and locked the space for her to cool down. I was still getting used to bringing another woman into my relationship as I frequently visited Yasaka, sometimes bringing Seraphol along, even during this new Siri situation, but adding another one at the moment while we are still working out our relationships wasn't the best ideas. Plus I need to make sure Seraphol and Yasaka are okay with it, so doing things while one is away and the other is plastered will likely get me in trouble. The whole harem thing wasn't something I was going to just jump into, even if the laws of DxD somehow make me have one. I had enough trouble just having a relationship in my last life, but now I have these kinds of problems, which I'm not sure if it's better. I'll talk to Seraphol and Scathack about this tomorrow. Overall, a fun meeting. Might have to teach a few meddling fools a lesson. Scratch that, I am going to teach them a few lessons. The next day all the Satan class and above guests had hangovers from underestimating Satan's fall, with even Graphia having trouble keeping up her maid persona. Meanwhile Ajuka asked me to hook him up so he could either get drunk himself or maybe to use the alcohol to sneakily take down annoyances, cause if you aren't at least ultimate class then you might actually pass out with a sip. Good thing I sneakily gave Seraphol some hangover cures as we found those three funny when they struggled. Then it was time to have a small talk with Scathack, who even though had her usually stoic expression, sported a massive blush and avoided our eyes as Seraphol and I sat on a couch together. Scathack, you are a beautiful, intelligent and powerful woman, and I am lucky to have you by my side. I truthfully told her as she looked at me with more emotions than I could imagine in those wine-red eyes. But I do not believe it is either the right time for me nor yourself to try and change our growing relationship to one of lovers. Although I don't have any problems with you Scathack, I don't feel like I know you well enough or that we are able to add someone else right now. Plus it wouldn't be fair to Yasa-chan who waited so long just to have you come in so easily and to not even talk to her about it. Seraphol rather seriously said. Plus I think this might be coming from this all being relatively new to you after being freed from the land of shadows. I added, I am not rejecting your advances outright Scathack, but I would prefer for us to take things slowly as we get to know each other better and you deepen your bond with not just myself, but those I already have in my heart as well. Seeing Scathack showing signs of dejection and awkwardness mixed with understanding and some hope, she nodded. Alright, you go do your thing for today while I take care of her. This is officially a day off for her. Seraphol declared as she kicked me out of the room. Thinking that some time away from me and talking things out with another woman should help Scathack, I went along with it. I had a bit of work to catch up on since I started drinking with the gang earlier than I would have thought, but I was doing it as a bit of payback for letting those bitches push them around. More Surzex than Ajuka or Graphia, but they were accomplices, hence they get killer hangovers and embarrassing recordings of them made. Later I went to check on all my peerage members, only to find that Jean had been taken away by Seraphol as well. Had a nice little guitar duet with Mana in the music square, talked to Musashi about her search for a hobby, gave the math Ajuka wrote on the floor to Da Vinci to see if it was anything useful but it turned out to be a way to make people considered annoying unknowingly mute. And had Siri's daily training as we played an enhanced game of tag using blink teleportation and with her using swallow because it's fun to tease her and she improves better when she stops thinking too much. Good fun. The following day saw the return of my lovely assistant, who was a bit awkward at times but still very professional and wasn't showing any obvious signs of dejection. I didn't completely reject her and I am 100% sure Seraphol would help her through her feelings. I also began the process of dismantling the two houses who decided to snitch and bitch about things they shouldn't be involving themselves in. I knew perfectly well they were mere frontmen for the masterminds behind this little event, but that doesn't mean ruining them won't send a message to that self-important prick Zram. Stay out of my business. I was going to take everything from those two families and the heads of said family will even be helping me without knowing it, facilitating things. I had made them all sleeper agents for a reason. It wasn't just so I could have intimate knowledge of everything happening, but also for moments like these. That reminds me, I should prepare for an upsurge in population again and prepare the necessary transport to move over the established producers in those lands. Baal Castle, some time later. To think he would be so ruthless in his response. Zram Baal thought as he sipped on a fine vintage. I must find a way to collar him. Being a half-breed lord is one thing, but even beyond his personal power he has grown far too much. He then looked at everything he and the lords of his faction had been able to gather about the reclusive powerhouse. And yes, even Zram himself could not deny that Lith Azeroth was a powerhouse. The lowest estimates on his military forces alone might even be able to match the entire Underworld if the Satans were not counted for and no hidden forces possessed something like a Satan class. Even if we somehow managed to make the official army attack his lands, he is either friends with or married to the current Satans, while having strong ties to their original houses and a few other like the Phoenix and Balaam. His diplomatic skills are well displayed in this sense as these houses wouldn't stand for an unprovoked attack. The economic power he holds is now estimated to possibly rival the House of Phoenix, but due to his dislike for ostentatiousness he continuously moves his money instead of wasting or hoarding it. All the while being completely self-sufficient as his natural resources are plenty and his workforce abundant. I would praise him for his abilities as a lord if he didn't also stain devil pride and values by letting so many of those others into the underworld. Zram thought with distaste over what he had learnt. But some of the most troubling reports came from his peerage. Zram looked at the drawings they had managed to put together of all the known peerage members. Of course he couldn't know that any information he had was given to him by Lith. 2 members from the small island of Orientals. One without even a sacred gear and only being good with the sword. But the other is a half-Yukai with a sacred gear, meaning she could become quite powerful. An ex-member of the church who has a sacred gear and can use light magic. Apart from her high magic power, nothing of note. An artist from Italy, who for some reason was recorded to be a man but is now a woman. Her combat abilities are non-existent but she has been responsible for the aesthetics of his capital. A waste. Likely a temporary fancy of a young man. But this last one is troubling if true. A report on a celebration of a woman named Skathak joining as his queen. If this is indeed her, then I will have to re-examine the half-breed's power since there is no chance that monster would join one weaker than herself. Zram summarized as he read through each report carefully. We need some way to limit him or at least know more about his limits. He currently has less than half a peerage and some of the other fools have spoken about a way to increase their power. The old devil thought until a plan came to mind. This could work. A competition between devil peerages using the king pieces we managed to obtain from Ajuka Astaroth's workshop. We could make sure to monopolize these competitions but at the same time give hope to these reincarnated devils or lower ones, creating a way to maintain our dominance. And when the time is right, a challenge against the one devil few know anything about, calling him a sham or illegitimate to bait him out. In the end we either gain more information on him at worst and humiliate and manage to leash him at best. Even the Citri girl will not be able to do anything about this thanks to this being a completely internal matter. Zram plotted as the seeds of the raiding games had been planted. Unknown to him however, was that the man thinking himself puppet master, was dancing in the palms of another as each suggestion or unrelated idea the lords of his faction had thrown around were subconscious psychological plants to help Zram or other lords think of creating a competition to show their power and authority. The fact that the king pieces had been stolen was known to both Ajuka and Lith a long time ago, but only Ajuka had no definite answer as to who took them and where they were. Lith on the other hand, wanted to make sure the raiding games were born with as little pushback as possible, not stopping the theft so this important facet of devil society could properly be born. This should do for now, but those who will receive the king pieces must be chosen carefully as to not implicate myself or the faction as a whole, but they must still hold significant enough power to reach the Satan class after gaining them. On top of this their peerages must reach a certain standard or have the potential to reach a sufficient level of strength. Zram thought as he began to think about who he had on his side now and who could be manipulated later. Yasaka's POV. To think the Oni tribes would be such a problem. Nesama. I said as I finished hearing about my subordinates' reports on their answer to the offer of an alliance. Indeed. The Oni tribes have found a gathering point in confidence thanks to their twin leaders. Tamamo Ne-sama replied as she went into deep thoughts. Our progress up until now had been swift and secure. Many Yukai clans gathered around us as we revealed our survival with the aid of Amaterasu-sama. Omitting my dear Shujin-sama was rather irritating, but necessary. Thankfully I was blessed to receive his love and care as he sneaked in to see me. It has been rather exciting to have such secretive rendezvous. But taking things seriously, having Ne-sama with me has been an enormous boon. Even if some of the more close-minded Yukais have had some issues with her curse, they would not dare say anything thanks to Tsukimi-sama's blessing. We have gathered the Tengu clans, the Kitsune clans supported us immediately. That Yukiana village was an unexpected boon thanks to Ne-sama and her ice affinity trained by Serafal Ne-sama. Kappa clans have also decided to follow our banner. We managed to subdue the Jorigumon. Talks have been going well with the Tanuki clans. What has been unfortunate was that many of the weaker Yukai have not felt that we have proven that we can protect them reliably yet. Thus many Yukai spirits of objects have chosen to stay in hiding, while the plant spirits cannot move much regardless. The real problems were those malevolent Yukai who still target humans and even other Yukai. The majority had been the undead or true beast types who have either little intelligence or cannot restrain their instincts. But a minority actually chose to be true Yukai, purposefully attacking humans even though they do not have the need to do so. The Oni on the other had been a rather neutral, not being particularly aggressive, which was surprising for their kind, but had become incredibly territorial as they stopped any Yukai or human from entering their mountain. Their two leaders known as Shutenduji and Ibaraki Duji have shown to hold tremendous power which has likely reached ultimate class, and the two have been the reason for the change in the Oni. Meanwhile a large faction of Yukai in the east have gathered under a Narration, but they haven't shown any signs of hostility and rather focused on their own issues and independence. Yasaka-sama. A girl's voice called out as a person entered our tent. The girl in question was a shorter one with an athletic body, a pretty face which had a serious expression almost bordering on expressionless, long black tied up with a feathered hair tie I had given her on the left side of her head and framing her face, and a pair of sapphire eyes. She wore a rather revealing outfit as she preferred to only have clothing and protection on her limbs, only donning samurai armor to protect her arms, legs and small breasts, leaving her middle bare. Good thing I was able to ask Shujin-sama's armorsmiths to have enchantments to protect what wasn't covered properly. Ashi-chan, what's wrong? I gently asked with care towards the girl in front of me. Ashi-chan, or her full name Ashiwakamaru, was a Yukai half-breed of the Tengu head. But like most half-breeds, she was mistreated for not being pure and the current tensions with humans had not helped at all. When I first saw the poor girl fighting for her life after some ex-elders had basically given her a sword and thrown her into battle, I took her in out of pity and nostalgia, while my own ideals towards half-breeds, which were shaped by my own mate and a person I consider my own sister, made me see the potential in the girl. Ashiwakamaru was a genius in the sword, Tengu arts and wind magic, allowing her to take on even high-class Yukai with only her instincts and talent. Due to her upbringing, which involved those now deceased elders who not only mistreated her but plotted against Ne-sama and tried to drug me into taking a Tengu of their choosing as a mate, she was a girl who knew no love and only to listen to orders as if an attack dog. I haven't been able to make her open up more since I haven't had enough time with her, but I care for the girl and so far she has shown a preference to spending time with me, something I consider progress as it is her own desire. The Onis have sent a letter. She answered as she knelt and held out said letter. Ashi-chan, you don't need to kneel. I lightly scolded as I took the letter and eased her up. Why don't you join me and Ne-sama for some tea and snacks while I read this? But Yasaka-sama, that wouldn't be appropriate. The girl answered a bit awkwardly. Nonsense. Come. I firmly said so she wouldn't try to run away. This girl needs warmth and to know what she is truly worth. I thought as remembered her state before I took her away from the Tengu as my personal servant. She looked worse than when I first saw Mana. Now let's see what this letter says. QB sisters. We challenge you for the right to lead our people. Win and you have our allegiance. Lose and we take your lives. The great Dujis. How bold. I commented as I handed the letter to Ne-sama. More like reckless, but it makes things easier, Tamamone responded with a wicked smile. Indeed. It seems Shujin-sama was right when he said muscleheads can make things simple. Yasaka said as she thought back to her time under his tutelage. What are your orders, Yasaka-sama? Ashiwakamaru asked as she stood up. We organize a duel with the Oni leaders in a neutral location and subdue them. Such powerful yokai can be very useful after unifying everyone. They must have some degree of charisma alongside their strength to gather so many Oni clans under themselves, while being smart enough to not rampage around like their ancestors. I answered as I prepared some tea. Let's hope we don't have to kill them then. Powerful generals are difficult to get after all. Tamamone added as she sat down as well. True. I said as I sent out some quick orders. But now is tea time. Shujin-sama should be coming soon with Serafal Ne-sama. Then I shall take my leave, Yasaka-sama, and ensure none interrupt your time with your guests. Ashi-chan seriously said as she took her leave. Poor girl needs to learn to relax. Ne-sama commented. I know, but it'll take time we simply don't have at the moment. But hopefully being around people who care for her will help. I responded with some sadness until I heard a smooth masculine voice behind me and felt the familiar warmth of well-muscled arms. Now what made my little son sad? My mate asked as I instinctively nuzzled his neck backwards. I'll tell you about it later, for now come with me. I replied as I took his hand and went towards my sleeping area. Be careful not to get pregnant yet, Yasa. Tamamone teased as we left. Yeah. I get the first baby. Serafalne followed up as I felt myself blush at the thought of having little kits with Lith-sama. Chuckle doesn't mean we can't have fun though. Lith-sama whispered to me as I felt shivers run through my body from the excitement. The Oni can wait. This is more important. I inwardly declared as this began a wonderful night of passionate and powerful lovemaking, which Serafalne joined in at some point and Lith-sama extended using his powers. The next day I was feeling completely satisfied as I still felt his warmth inside, and was able to deal with all the bickering my decision to face the Oni leaders created. But as I learned under Lith-sama, a leader needs to show strength and authority to make sure their followers trusted them at times like this, while winning helps us establish our prestige. And Ne-sama and myself were likely the strongest yokais alive at the moment, aside from Mana, thus our confidence was high. We met the two Oni leaders near Mount Ooe at night, where both sides had their forces gathered to witness the fight and minimize the collateral damage as they all maintained the required barriers. The appearance of the Onis was surprising. My opponent would be the one I felt fire from as I could feel my own roaring to challenge them, Ibaraki Duji. She had the stature considered ideal for the humans of these lands, rather short and with a modest body. She had long straight blonde hair and blood-red eyes, two horns with black bases turning to red on her forehead and pointed ears. Ibaraki's outfit seems to be a loosely worn, short-skirted yukata with a white, low-cut undershirt. Her yukata, of the same color as her hair, possesses long extensions on her sleeves, decorated with a multicolored floral pattern. Outside the yukata, she wears a string of large black beads, resembling those of her earrings, while on the inside, she wears a wine-colored sash, tied into a bow on her back, with a yellow hexagonal pattern on each end. With her yukata worn loosely, her shoulders are exposed as a result. She also seems to maintain Oni-like hands and feet, with tribal tattoos of the same red color as said limbs. The young-looking Oni wielded a great blade made of bones which exuded cursed and demonic energies as it rested on her shoulders. Ne-sama's opponent would be Shuten Duji, as we felt a certain poisonous aura from her that she would be well equipped to handle. Shunduji was different as her skin is pale tinged with light purple, almost resembling silver. Her hair is purple and short, reaching only her neck and her bangs cut past her forehead. Her eyes are lustrous purple, with red makeup painted right above them. Unlike Ibarakiduji's horns, Shunduji's do not protrude out of her forehead, but rather appear to flow out of her body naturally, going from the same pale tone of her skin and gradually becoming wine red. Her fangs are sharp and long compared to those of humans. She also wore a revealing outfit, with an extremely long kimono without sash, leaving it open and exposing the body underneath. The kimono is bluish-purple, with red curved lines drawn throughout it. Underneath the open kimono, Shunduji is mostly naked. Her ankles have red ribbons tied around them. She wears a piece of seemingly metallic material that covers her womanly areas, linked together by thin lines, and going all the way up to her neck, connecting into a choker. Of the same material, her hands and feet wear small pieces, tied around her fingers and wrists, and toes and heels respectively. Let's get started then. I hope you Kyubi are worthy of your fame. An almost bored Ibarakiduji said to me. As you wish. I replied as I let loose a golden aura which lit up the surroundings as if the sun had risen. Meanwhile Ibarakiduji unleashed bright flames imbued with a form of malevolent energy which made Oni-like faces appear in the flames. She is rather strong, let us see her close-range combat first. I thought as I burst forward. Oh. I'm surprised you can move so fast with that fat in the way. The Oni rudely commented with a mocking smile as she wildly swung her cursed blade with one hand. Scoffing at the attack, I smoothly redirected her flow as her unrestrained momentum caused her to suddenly change direction mid-air, and I struck her with a powerful palm right into the earth, causing it to rumble in protest as a crater was formed. Humph, like a little girl like you would understand. I replied as I knew for a fact that my beloved mate enjoyed my figure. Damn. You pack a punch for a fox. Was the response as a slightly stumbling figure got up. This could actually be exciting for once. I didn't respond and simply took a ready stance as the Oni burst forward with pure strength, no technique or tactic, just a wild swing again but much more powerful as she took this seriously now. Too bad for her, I was taught by stronger and better. Not taking any chances in touching such a cursed weapon, I instead struck out with a kick towards her legs, which forced her to dodge, but she impressively spun mid-air and used my own leg as a platform to jump upwards instinctively before I could follow through with a spear hand. Teaak Thias. The blonde Oni shouted as she used both her hands to bring down her blade. I simply used the best defense possible, not being where she struck. The impact made a large area collapse as the blade didn't so much cut the ground as crush it. And in the dust I appeared behind the Oni and attacked with an supported elbow strike to her head. But it seemed that her instincts saved her again as she raised her arm to defend herself. But. Crack. My strike was empowered by some of my Tuki and such a sloppy defense would not withstand it as she was sent flying. Gah! That hurt you fox cow. The angry Oni girl shouted as flames burst out of her and shot towards me. So it is time for long-range combat then. Very well. I calmly replied as my golden flames appeared around me in a vortex as they shielded from her attack. It would seem she infused some of the darker aspects of Yujitsu into her flames and the famed red Oni aura into them to enhance their destructiveness further. I analyzed as her attack was nulled. Lith-sama had made it clear that knowing your opponent and yourself was one of the keys to winning any true battle. Thus researching every yukai had been a large part of my preparations before returning to my homeland. So I knew perfectly well the abilities of such important clans like the Oni, Tengu, Nikomata and Tanuki, reducing their danger levels as long as I kept in mind the possibilities of the stronger members holding either unique, evolved or mutated powers as well. You will need to do more than that. I told her girl as I lifted my hand and sent out an orb of sunfire. Ibarakiduji's eyes widened as she dodged the attack, watching the spot she had been in a moment prior explode and the ground melt as the orb unleashed the flames within. Grr! Great Oni's rage! The girl shouted as she wreathed her cursed blade in her flames, creating a massive blade reaching the sky and then brought it down towards me. Amaterasu's protection. I inwardly called as my sunfire spun around myself rapidly in a concentrated dome. I need to use this chance to stimulate my energy properly. Desire and affinity. Those are the hints my dear mate gave me for how to evolve my energy to the next stage. I thought as the giant blade impacted my defense, causing a massive fiery explosion as light burst out and the heat burnt everything around us. Grah! Break damn shell! Ibaraki Duji yelled as she put even more power into her blade. I decided to stay on the offensive as I stimulated more and more of my energy to quicken the rotation and increase the thickness of the shield. I then had a sudden idea and concentrated everything more, reducing the size of the shield, which caused Ibaraki Duji to lose her balance suddenly, and then making my shield expand massively in a centralized pulse attack, sent her flying and cancelling her blade completely. What a useful trick for muscle heads. I noted as saw the effectives as long as the timing was appropriate. That's it. I'm going to burn you. A rather angry Ibaraki Duji declared as her limbs were now covered in fire, while wings of flames appeared behind her and her horns had a flaming crown between them. Oh! An Oni queen. How surprising. I thought as the behavior of the Onis and the power of these two girls now made sense. Too bad she is both inexperienced in high-level combat and untrained. In response I utilized my own full-body combat technique, Amaterasu's Envoy, building on Mana's embodiment of lightning as I use my massive Tuki and Sunfire to dramatically boost my physical attributes and close combat impact range. This made my body emit a warm light as my ears, hair and tails turned into pure solar flames and my arms and legs took on more fox characteristics. The impact of her fist being grabbed by me as a show of strength, ruined the ground again, and then I pulled her in and struck her chin with my knee but didn't let go of her hand as I used the momentum to slam her into the earth, following up with a devastating axe kick when she bounced, causing her to be slammed down again as my heel struck her desperate block as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Snap! But she let out a howl of pain as her already cracked arm broke, then even more so as I followed up with a palm strike which sent her away and a few of her ribs to break as well. I calmly watched her skip against the ground as she flew away, only stopping after she went through a few trees which had been far away enough to not be burnt down yet. I waited patiently as the Oni queen stumbled her weight out of the trees, with a bent forearm, harsh breathing, bleeding from her head, arms and a few gashes, slightly limping and with a mix of anger, awe and fear in her eyes. What a tough one. That strong of an attack would have put most non-physical low-rank Satan-class opponents out of commission, but she still has her fighting spirit. I thought as I looked at the battered girl. I acknowledge you as stronger, but my pride won't let me surrender until you take this one last attack from me. Beat this with me surviving and I'm yours. Ibaraki Duji declared as her blade reappeared in her hands and a massive amount of energy and fire began gathering into it. The entire blade seemed to be near melting point as veins of heat pulsed powerfully and all the flames concentrated within it. As a response, I decided to use the signature skill of the nine-tailed foxes. I channeled my Tuki, fire and light magic through my tails and into the concentrated ball of foxfire above my mouth. The glowing ball grew and grew until I felt Ibaraki finishing her preparations. I then shrunk the ball enough to enter my mouth, feeling my entire energy pulsing in my body as I even integrated the space magic my mate had gifted me through our bond, everything working in unison. And then it was time. Enma's blade. The Oni queen roared out as a crimson slash the size of a mountain erupted from her swing, containing the heat and power of the Oni's damned fire. Foxes roar against the heathens. I inwardly declared as everything clicked into the place and I unleashed my most powerful strike ever by opening my mouth and letting everything I had built up over the last century free for the first time. And when the godly golden beam I released struck the demonic red slash, it wasn't even a contest anymore as I felt my energy evolve to the next step and completely overwhelm the girl's attack. It was only thanks to my thoroughly mastered energy manipulation and space magic that I managed to redirect my attack upward before it hit her that Ibaraki Duji was still alive. But in exchange the barriers held up by hundreds of Yukai was shattered and my attack pierced into the heavens before exploding into a mighty light which washed over all present with its warmth, making it seem as if the sun had risen in the middle of the night. So this is what Shujin-sama meant when he said it just clicked. What a mysterious feeling. I said to myself as I looked at my own body and then around the place. Ibaraki Duji seemed to have lost consciousness but is otherwise alive. It would also seem Nei-sama has defeated her opponent as well, and judging by the black flames still burning on her half of the battlefield she had her fun. And her opponent is also alive, and a poison user going by the damage over there. None of the observers should have been harmed and the Oni don't seem to be gathering for an offensive, so they should be honoring their word so far. I would call this a successful day, I thought as a satisfied smile was present on my face. Now I only need to have my mate ravage me to truly makes this a wonderful one. Turns out, it was a wonderful one. Enkidu's tour of the Underworld. The capital and villages were both thriving in their own ways. Both had a completely different direction of growth than during Gil's time or when we saw humans in general, but I am not sure if this is due to them all being devils or from supernatural races, or because of the governance. I will visit other places in the Underworld after I finish observing Lith Azarotha's rule. But for now I found myself in the center of his military, the military city, Citadel. This city was built with one thing in mind, defense. The walls were the biggest I had ever seen, with heights even the heavenly bull wouldn't be able to go over and thickness which even its great horns wouldn't manage to pierce through should it even succeed in breaking through the absurd level of magic the wall held. Then defensive magic dome which covered the sky above the wall and city was equally impressive. Completely shutting the space of the city to prevent any kind of infiltration, as one needed to either have a pre-approved permit like the token I was given or be approved at the gate after an inspection and background check. The barrier also served to make it seem like the Great Wall was not there from the inside to not depress inhabitants, but also covers under the city as well. All soldiers and residents of the city are registered and receive Citadel identification cards to ease comings and goings. For a military city it was rather lively, as it seemed that everything was present to not only ensure maximum effectiveness in soldiers physically like training grounds, martial schools and hospitals, this city also catered to their intellectual development with libraries and schools for officer training. There was the surprising presence of institutions dedicated towards gambling and prostitution as well. Something which I inquired about, and it seemed like Lith Azeroth believed soldiers needed time away from the mentality of war and combat to remain effective, hence decided to set in place proper channels for soldiers to relax instead of letting others do so in less ideal manners. This also explained the presence of things like taverns. Another surprise was the abundant presence of women and children, as well as the needed resources to allow them to live fulfilling lives, as child care institutions and schools were in place for the young ones, while most mothers tended to either run their own shops or socialized. Although most schools had military-intensive courses, there were also normal shops dedicated to clothing, furniture, everyday items, groceries and the likes. But one could also see an abundance of arms and armor-related stores. I learnt that this city wasn't only the center for the military in a physical sense, meaning due to housing the largest number of soldiers in these lands, but also because of its administrative role and its duty as the center for a massive barrier covering the entirety of his lands, linking to every fortress. Visiting the center of the Citadel was something I was interestingly allowed to do with this token. I spent time to understand just how much work comes from maintaining military forces compared to simply letting regional lords hold armies while filling the gaps with levies. It was akin to the harmony of nature as I watched the men and women work together smoothly. I even met the man in charge of all military matters, one Horath, and his second-in-command Phyllis. Both were powerful men, strong but flexible, as they had astounding presences. They were also surprisingly humble even with the power entrusted into them and had praise for their lord for his insights in both raising forces and maintaining them. I learnt that this entire type of military structure was developed by Lith Azeroth and with the help of experienced soldiers like Horath, explaining the drastic difference the elderly man told me about compared to both his time in the Great War and under another house. It was interesting to meet someone older than myself, even if I had not been free in a long time. Before my time in this city was done, I had the opportunity to witness a war game. This was essentially organized battles of various kinds between the current legions of Azeroth. Today we would be observing the 5th Legion facing off against the 3rd Legion in a fortress defense/capture. Each legion would get a turn at both defending and attacking a fortress, with the winner being decided by a compilation of multiple factors. The most prominent points being the number of casualties on both sides, the amount of time elapsed and the resources used. Of course deaths were ensured to not happen, but injuries will still occur. This is to not render these exercises meaningless and also to train the medical corps. Overall it was an interesting event to witness as each side attempted various tactics and deployed formations I had never seen before, while witnessing a supernatural battle on this scale was not one I had ever witnessed either. A fitting end to my stay in Citadel. My next stops would be the Great Lake city of Levat and the mountain city of Scarrow. Extra author notes. So, the rest of the Underworld isn't totally blind to Litha's actions and his territory being better than everyone else's. But, if anyone properly remembered, Lith brainwashed most lords by the end of the Civil War to both manipulate information and so they could act as sleeper agents should it ever be necessary. This compounded by his own counterintelligence and security measures, allows him to pretty much control what others know about him and his close ones. Hell, they don't even know for sure if it is actually Scathach and the only reason they know about her is because there was a celebration. The rest of the peerage members have been masked by Lith to make them be underestimated and so no one would complain too much. As for Scathach being into Lith, it's a mix of both her own values as a warrior queen of Scotland and being saved by him in a sense. As a result, she sees him as probably the second man to ever really fit her criteria as either simply a sexual partner or actual husband. The reason she was rejected is because Lith values lover/wife/mate level relationships a lot and will not carelessly jump into them. I think I established that well before. He also will not sacrifice the happiness of those he is already with for momentary temptation. So it will take time for him to accept Scathach or anyone if they haven't been with him long and haven't developed a strong relationship with not just himself but also his current partners. Next, I wanted to have Yasaka being badass as she curb-stomped someone and moved to the next level. It just also happened to involve introducing a few more Fate characters for fun. Ushiwakamaru was actually said to have been raised/taught by Tengu, so I made her half Tengu descended from the Minamoto clan. She will be Yasaka's most trusted guard and friend basically. Ibaraki and Shuten are basically descendants of the originals. I thought they would fit well as leaders of the Oni clans. The original Yasaka wouldn't have been able to beat them without killing them, or that she had to kill one in single combat resulting in the other going a bit berserk and resulting in the majority of Oni Yukai being wiped out and weakening her own faction for a while, thus why they wouldn't really be there in canon even though Oni are pretty major demons in Japan. They are also relatively young, reaching earlier stages of ultimate class thanks to inborn strength and heritage alone, much like Satan descendants as I'm making them Oni royalty basically. I've also thought that having Tamamo being a powerful ice magic user would be helpful in finding more Yukiana and gathering them to their side. So overall I think I am already showing a massive increase in both Yasaka's personal strength and the future strength of the Yukai faction she will control. And finally we had Enkidu's bit as he enjoys the military center of House Azeroth. I made it so he can actually appreciate this due to having seen Gilgamesh deal with these kinds of duties and issues himself, so seeing this advanced military structure would be impressive. He visited this place because no ruler can truly rule without an army to support both himself and his territory, no matter how idealistic, one needs strength to protect and enforce one's vision. So it was an important place to see. Chapter 34, ch34a bite of the nightlife. Reports on the overall situation everywhere were interesting. Zram was starting to prepare for what would eventually be the raiding games while Surzex and the crew were doing the same. My estimates give it about 5 years before they start. Enough devils have built their peerages and began showing them off to validate this. The gains from the hostile takeover of everything from the Fornius and Gamagen houses was worth it. I gained many experienced fishermen and sailors from Fornius and added many skilled scribes and orators which will help in the education sectors from Gamagen. Alongside a good amount of manpower and fresh blood for my military, and the opportunity to expand more. Those houses would either be helped recover by Zram's faction or cut loose. I heard Enkidu visited Citadel, which was an interesting report since I thought he would be focusing on the nature side of things. And the personal report of Yasaka told me about rather stunning progress and her newfound strength was the best. She and Tamamo will likely put a pause on uniting the Yukai until they get used to their new level of strength, but at this rate I predict that they will have the entirety of Japan's Yukai under their banner in less than 2 years. That means I will be able to start a few more plans with her help in about 4 years if I help her stabilize her position as the loving husband I am. No point in not using my Longinus to help my mate after all. Reports of our operations in the human world are optimistic as well. That Jubstachite von Einsborn has succeeded in transferring to a new body, but chose to keep the appearance of an older man. He has now begun to understand the advanced equipment Da Vinci and I built for the project while starting preliminary tests using his family's tried ideas to measure the changes. Cautious but intelligent decision to gauge the improved results. It would seem Mana has encountered an endangered colony of Lamia during one of her contracts in the Middle East. I have given her permission to help them immigrate to the Underworld. They some prophetic abilities, are well versed in herbal poisons and medicine while being rather seductive when they desire, thus can find many ways of contributing. The only downside is their need for males, but thanks to my wider racial pool it shouldn't be much of a problem. Hell, I'm sure that if they open a Lamia exclusive brothel to pick a mate a lot of those masochists will line up to experience a snake's mating coil. Jean on the other hand has begun traveling through Europe as she goes on the lookout for abused and manipulated gifted individuals. For now she had a place built for the people she would rescue, a village mostly isolated from humans where some people we had contracts with over the last century would inhabit and maintain. She even had a talk with Gabriel to make sure everything would be okay and received a very supportive answer as the pure seraph obviously did not approve of people suffering within the church. Gabriel went so far as saying she would see if she could help hide the place so no one would bother those Jean would help. But my most eye-catching report was that the vampire civil war seemed to be taking shape. Why are you caring so much about the vampires? They have never been much of a threat to devils and are contained by the forces present in the human world. Scathach asked as she noticed me taking interest in the report. 2 reasons, I want to see if I can poach some people and if there are any unique individuals to recruit for more important places. I answered as I put down the report. So you plan to go personally? She asked for clarification. Yes. I can cover my tracks better than anyone so it won't cause any kind of backlash between devils and vampires. I don't plan on interfering in their matters unless necessary, even towards beings such as them. I answered with confidence. Then I recommend you steel yourself. Although you can be pragmatic and ruthless when necessary, you have the heart of a hero, thus you might see things there which could enrage you. Vampires treat humans as prey and livestock. It is cruel and disgusting, but that is how they have survived for millennia. If you wish to not interfere or at least not commit genocide, prepare yourself well. She warned me gently as she placed her hand on my cheek and looked into my eyes. Her usually calm eyes were instead filled with worry and care. I know. But I feel like this is important. I responded, thankful for her care and a bit surprised at the expression of emotions. Why haven't you looked into your own future? She curiously asked, not mentioning her own foresight due to it being incredibly difficult for her to see in the future of beings stronger than herself. Even in our fights she has trouble going beyond a few minutes, while she could see the entire life of a demigod without any issues. So she herself knows trying to look hours and days into my future is a waste of effort. Too many possibilities at the moment. So many results. I could end up seeing only what I predicted in return, or become the ruler of both factions as I subjugate the vampires completely. Even anything in between. But this is why I believe that this might be an important moment for myself, too many choices and possibilities in this one event. I answered honestly. It's not like I don't regularly try to look at my own future for possible threats to myself or my close ones, attempt to see important moments, or even just try to avoid embarrassments, but everything is always in motion until I walk into the moment and then it becomes my past as the possibilities ahead become the future possible from now on. The decisions made indicate which timeline we are on. So in moments like this one, when an incredible number of possible results exist from my choice, I determine that choice and my subsequent future as important. It is impossible to know if the result is positive or negative until I've chosen my path, but it will be important nonetheless. With a case like Siri's arrival, however, it is basically what happens when an incredibly small statistical probability is ignored because the possibility of it happening is deemed impossible. Hence why I called it fate. It's essentially like how I ignore the minute possibility of the entire universe I currently exist in ending suddenly. The possibility is always there, but I just don't acknowledge it on the day-to-day. Speaking of Siri, I think I'll bring our student along to see some of the dark side of our world. I told my queen, she has been in a bit of fantasy world since coming here and a dose of reality should help her. Are you sure? She might not be ready for something like this. Even you might truly be ready for it. Seeing things with your own eyes and through your foresight are two very different things. She seriously asked as she did care for her students. Her world is a cruel one, with death at any corner thanks to monsters and magic encroaching on humanity. She picked the path of her chosen father, one which slays the beasts preying on humanity in hiding in the dark, while helping maintain a balance. This will be an important step. Just like the first kill is to any warrior. I answered her with determination. As much as I would want to protect my girls and my new little protege, each must go through the cruelties of the world to not fall prey to it and to learn true empathy. Mana grew up in the harshness of the world before I took her in. Jean knows the cruel hearts hidden even the supposedly holiest figures. Da Vinci lived her whole life with her fate in the hands of others as she scrambled upwards. Musashi lived the life of a warrior and saw the struggles of the people while having to hide herself from a world which would reject her. And Scat endured some of the worst beings in history as she stood as the warden of the damned and lived her life as a ruler and warrior. And now that they are with me, they go out into the world to seek out the hopeless and either help them rise up for future benefits or to bring them down here. They have seen much of the darkness this world can give. Although Siri had experienced struggles, this would be different as she experiences the cruelty of those she will choose to hunt in the future and the possibility of not all the supposed monsters being the beings she was taught they were. She might even see that the monsters are sometimes the victims, an important lesson for any true witcher. I mean, beings like Gasper aren't exactly threats. He was just unlucky to be born with a power he couldn't control. But nevertheless, he, the monster, suffered at the hands of both his kin and humanity, being the one who needed saving. Similar things happen in Siri's world as humanity encroaches on the domains of monsters. She is strong and so am I. We will be fine. I reassured with a confident smile. In the meantime, I want you to keep everything on track while I'm out. That is part of my duties as your queen. Scat replied with a nod. Then I will leave things to you. I said with a smile as I went to Siri. She was currently out in the city, sitting at a cafe near the music square. I decided to show up with a barely noticeable pulse of space, just to test Siri a bit. Huh? Was the response as she seemed to feel something but not being quite sure. Hello Siri. How are you today? I asked with a bit of a smile as she jumped a bit. Do you have to do that? She questioned with a glare. No, but it's fun and a bit of a test on your passive sensing. I answered with amusement. I'll give you 62 out of 100. Yeah. So why are you here? You don't usually see me unless it's for lessons or outings. She asked with mild curiosity. For the latter. We're going to a very different kind of place today. In the human world. I answered the girl as she paid more attention now. We're going up. Really? She seriously asked. Yes. A vampire civil war is breaking out and I want to know why and if anything useful can come out of it. You're coming along for experience since you've stayed exclusively in the underworld. I told her as I ordered myself a blueberry muffin. Vampires. I learned about the ones from my world while at Kaer Morhen, but what are they like here? The surprised teen asked as she had learnt that many creatures were quite different here or that some didn't exist here and some of ours didn't exist there. We've also discovered that many are much more attractive here than in her world, but what can I expect from a harem anime world? Only a few joke ones like the older Yukiana have been more monster-like, and even then they are very attractive in their youths. Vampires are actually quite similar to devils in culture and attitude, preferring to divide themselves based on social standing and nobility. The main differences come from their more numerous weaknesses to things such as sunlight and garlic. They cannot cross running water nor enter a house uninvited. Their injuries can only be healed while sleeping in their coffins and they must consume blood to survive. They also share the weaknesses of devils and most evil or dark creatures in this world, like magic and holy objects. But they do possess their own advantages. Superhuman strength and endurance, with a temporary increase in power just after drinking blood, although it needs to either be from a virgin or a holder of significant power. They can also manipulate bats and insects, with the ability to transform into a swarm of either depending on the vampire's preference. They are ageless and can shift their appearances to their likings, but most tend to find a preferred form and keep it out of pride and vanity. On the more magical side, they have the ability to manipulate shadows and darkness, but the extent varies between vampires and the time of day. They can also create and manipulate sensory or defensive mist. But the biggest problem when dealing with vampires is their ability to create more if necessary. By biting the neck of a victim and injecting their blood into them, they can create more vampires. The bad news is that this isn't always successful and a fair number turn into feral undead should they fail to take in the blood. The good news is that high-class vampires find the practice beneath them and that it sullies the name vampire to make humans into their superior race. I explained as I went through standard vampires. How can you tell a vampire from a human or devil then? She asked as her Witcher training showed, even as limited as it was. There are a significant number of traits vampires either can't or won't conceal due to their race or excessive prides. For one, pretty much all vampires chose to have doll-like faces. They have the palest skin tones akin to a bloodless core, red eyes and a sharp set of fangs. Other ways to spot a vampire are the lack of shadow and reflection in mirrors or windows. And the most obvious are the bat-like wings they possess. I informed her as I enjoyed my muffin. You keep saying they are prideful, but are they that bad? She asked as she was paying full attention to this little lesson. Yes. I answered without any doubt. Vampires are likely to be one of the most prideful races in existence. Dragons and gods being high up there and devils below them. They completely believe in their superiority to not only humans, but nearly anything else. High-class vampires even disdain the Satans and only begrudgingly fear gods. They look down on even their own kin and disdain damphers most of all. What's a dampher? The curious girl asked as they didn't have those in her world. A child born between another species and a vampire. They do not hold the weaknesses of vampires and still retain all standard abilities. They are hated due to the immense pride vampires have, seeing damphers as the ultimate filth as their blood is sullied, but they simply indulge in their lust regardless and keep creating them. I answered her with distaste and scorn for their immense stupidity and cowardice. I knew full well that this behavior wasn't truly based of sullied blood, but actually on fear. They fear that dampers will grow more powerful than them as they hold all vampire powers but none of the weaknesses. They also have the chance to awaken sacred gears if the partner was human. So they oppress them as best they can to maintain their grip on power like all fools, crushing any chances of raising more powerhouses for their race and maybe even eventually evolving beyond their many weaknesses by breeding with dampers enough. Wow! That's so stupid! Exclaimed Siri, but good for everyone else I guess. Indeed. I agreed as I finished my muffin. So, ready to get going now or do you need anything? Are we going for long? She asked back. Shouldn't be a long trip unless something spectacular happens. And even then I have lots of supplies on hand. I told her. Then I should be fine as is. The girl replied with a nod. She was actually wearing an outfit rather similar to the one from The Witcher 3. A beige blouse tucked into form-fitting brown leather pants and a pair of knee-high leather boots. She had Swallow on her back, a few enchanted knives on her belt, and her storage tattoo holding everything else. I suggest a cloak at least to hide most of your features and to protect you from the wind. It is fairly chilly in Romania and the place will likely remind you of your home. I told her as I opened up a portal to the human world. Without a word she took out a hooded black cloak and put it on. What about you? She then questioned. Got mine right here. I answered as I used Loki's little trick and made my cloak appear on my body. Show off. She murmured before looking at me with a look of realization. Right, I forgot to ask, but what's this civil war about? Oh that. The main issue at the moment is because there's been a rather major change not too long ago in the royal family of the vampires and now the two strongest families are arguing on who should be in power. The two sides being the male-dominated Teeps and the female-dominated Carmilla. I answered simply as we walked through the portal. Here. I swiftly explained as my wife held her scrutinizing gaze. She then turned her eyes to the short blonde and then the baby before they softened. Okay. But did you hide your tracks properly? She finally responded since she knew I wasn't someone who did pointless things usually and I had an eye for talent at least. Yes. It will actually be funny to watch them all freak out once they discover that both are gone without a trace. Even looking through time won't help them find out what happened. I confidently answered because one of the most important things I use my space/time for is to conceal myself from clairvoyance and quasi-omniscience users like those cheat Hindu gods. Good. We should talk about your habit of taking in people like this, but I can't really say much today because I have an announcement. Seraphal said as she took a dramatic pause before her magic blue magic circle appeared beside her. Out of it came a beautiful young woman, with a tall and slender build, blue eyes, rosy cheeks, thin pink lips, a small nose, long, platinum blonde hair braided over her shoulder and pale skin with a light dusting of freckles. She was wearing a form-fitting crystal blue off-the-shoulder dress seemingly made out of ice if my senses weren't off, with a right knee-high slit, a crystallized bodice, and translucent powder blue sleeves. She also wears ice-made kitten heels and a long transparent floor-sweeping cape of sheer ice decorated with large snowflakes attached to the back of her bodice. She feels like a new devil, which means dash. Ta-da! Everybody say hi to Elsa Arundel, a spirit queen of ice and snow, as well as my bishop. The excited Seraphal introduced. Wait a minute. Ice and snow spirit. Elsa Arundel. Her looks. Well, let's hope she doesn't start singing. I thought with a cold sweat as this had to be that golden death's doing. A pleasure to meet you all. Like Lady Seraphal said, I am Elsa, her bishop. The new devil said as she elegantly curtsied. It is good to know Sarah has found someone to be by her side when I cannot. I responded as I approached the former spirit, I then used my powers to keep little Mocha floating while she still greedily sucked on my finger and offered her my hand. I am Lith Azeroth, lord of these lands and Seraphul's husband. So you're the one. She softly replied as she grasped an hand. Thank you for allowing my people to live here. You and Lady Seraphul have my undying thanks for this. Elsa, just call me Sarah. And you can just call him Lith. You're part of the family now after all. Seraphul lightly scolded the emotional spirit. Indeed. Any peerage member of ours is part of the family. I wholeheartedly agreed. Thank you. I will do my best to not let you down. Elsa replied with a nice smile. But I must ask, is this your child Lady Sarah, ahem Sarah? Ah. No, this little Mocha is Evangeline's. The blonde vampire over there. She was hungry and I was the closest person with human blood. I explained as I gestured to the vampire. Can I hold her? Seraphul asked from the side with big eyes. That's not up to me. I answered as I pulled away my finger since it looked like the little girl was done her feast. So I walked back to Evangeline and passed her child back. You're Evangeline, right? Sarah immediately asked as she approached. Yes. A slightly surprised and confused blonde responded. Can I hold her? Please. She looks so cute. The puppy-eyed Satan asked. I don't think it's a good idea now, Lady Seraphul. She just ate and she should still be sleepy going by her expression. Fia said as she intervened. Although I am unaware if baby vampires or damphers are different. It's about the same except you have to be careful with sunlight and garlic. And they can sometimes transform into swarms, release fog, or even shadow shift by accident. Evangeline explained quite knowledgeably. Understood. I shall speak to Leora about the garlic and my staff regarding the sunlight. We shall also put in place a few barriers to ensure the young lady does not escape the room unnoticed. Fia seriously replied as she left the room using some shadow magic. An impressive maid. Her shadow magic surpasses even clan heads. Noted the blonde appreciatively. Does she hold some vampire ancestry? No. Talent and hard work allowed her to get this far. I answered since it wasn't technically a lie. Then can I hold her tomorrow? Seraphul asked with even bigger pleading eyes. Evangeline gave me a look that said, this is who you want me to be under. ****okay. But nowhere with sun. She might not be in danger under it, but it can still cause irritation and some rashes until she is older. The blonde said as she laid down her terms. I promise. The happy Satan replied with a bright smile after getting what she wanted. With that everyone could call it a night as myself and the girls got to know Elsa, while Seraphul calmed down a bit and talked to Evangeline mainly to make sure I didn't trick her or something. Which was kinda fair. Anyway, Elsa was a rather upstanding woman. Unlike that overdramatic Disney musical from my last life, this Elsa was born an ice and snow spirit fully aware of this. She had her place as the leader of the elemental spirits of a hidden realm in future Norway. Eventually she evolved into a spirit queen and helped protect the dwindling elemental spirits in Europe, but human development forged on and she knew they would threaten everyone relatively soon. When Seraphul found them and showed care and friendship, later offering a place to call home away from humans, Elsa decided to take her up on her offer, but her pride wouldn't allow this to be one-sided and thus the two women compromised in her becoming Sarah's bishop. From our quick conversation, I could tell she was a lot like Scathack, but likely before she suffered through the land of shadows. A calm, regal, caring and determined queen with power and grace. Anything else would be determined in the future. We had plenty of time after all. Soon enough Fia returned and everyone broke off to call it a night. The next day was one of introductions and fawning. The girls were surprised to come back to 3 new residents as they met Sarah's official member and potential member. But most women focused on Mocha as the little bundle of cuteness stole their hearts and stimulated their motherly instincts. Except for maybe Da Vinci, as I think she found Mocha more fascinating as a source of data on Damphor. It was voted to keep Mocha away from her. So over the next few days it was a getting to know each other phase, until things fell back into a rhythm. After our trip, Siri put herself through harsher training under Scathach and Musashi, while I began teaching her more than the basics in space/time, thanks to her getting a proper handle on them. Mana and Jean were still focusing their efforts in the human world. Mana had handed the rest of the things needed to relocate the Lamia to the proper channels already. Musashi was happy to have 2 new members to practice against, even if they were much more magic-focused. Da Vinci decided to not take the baby ban badly and started developing a way to protect little Mocha and Evangeline from the sun, or at least the artificial one we had in the Underworld. Meanwhile, Scathach and Evangeline were spending some more time together as the vampire got over her initial fear for the woman after finding her to not be a monstrous vampire hunter like her mother had told her as a scary story when she was a child. The two either traded thoughts on magic and combat, or Scathach spoke about her own experience as a queen peaceholder and reincarnated devil. On another side of things, it was rather surprising for everyone when Evangeline showed her true form. Beautiful, curvy and buxom, with beautiful long legs and blonde hair which was mostly kept back as a few bangs remained on the left side of her face, preferring to wear a black dress which showed off her charms and high heels. She teased Siri a lot after showing up like that. But not all things were good. As a consequence of having consumed my blood, Mocha had now become a picky drinker. In other words, she won't drink any blood other than mine. And after having a taste herself, Evangeline understood why, as she nearly lost control and even moaned loudly as she sucked in a daze until she snapped out of it and hurriedly backed away with a massive blush. So I have been assigned as baby food for the foreseeable future and even possibly for life, as I ruined the girl's expectations for blood. Going to have to fix that. Began talking to Da Vinci about it since it's not a problem for now, but once Mocha grows up it will be. I can't really have a fully grown woman needing to come to me all the time to feed. Even Evangeline seemed to have difficulty not pouncing on me when she smelt my blood. But time flows regardless. In the blink of an eye 2 years had passed before something really interesting happened. In those 2 years the girls had good progress on themselves or their current desires. Mana was basically wandering various battle-torn areas where she could to find people or supernatural races to bring down to the Underworld. Our success in creating evil pieces which aren't dependent on a king to be regulated allowed for more options to increase the population and to bring more talents in without the collar. She's also managed to get a werewolf tribe to move in, which slightly alarmed Evangeline, but she was fine with it later. Jean has rescued or recruited about 24 skilled or naturally gifted individuals from the Middle East and Europe, so, guiding them all to the village she is managing. From a long-term perspective, I was looking forward to what would happen when many talented and gifted individuals gather into a single place. The genetic boosts it would give to the future humans would be significant. Da Vinci was being herself, as she continues to do as she fancies. She recently created a serum from the apple one had brought from heaven which improves pretty much everything in a human. Meaning she created a super soldier formula. I can say that it does work, as I sealed my devil half for this, and it offered a significant boost to my reflexes, brain activity, coordination and balance. Nothing else was really notable since my memory was already ridiculous and my physical abilities were completely monstrous. It was decided that I could be used as a boon for important human agents from now on, but they would be kept under strict contract after receiving it. Musashi showed significant progress in her style after she picked up a surprising hobby, calligraphy. I honestly didn't see it coming from the book hater, but she genuinely loves to be able to write fluidly and with grace as she imbues everything with her spirit. The pieces are still rather amateurish, but they are impactful. This has helped her gain more insights into her swordsmanship as well. And Scathach officially opened a dojo for students she deemed gifted, which was a high bar considering that out of my growing population she only selected 3 young boys and 2 girls. I decided to help her out and freed the talents of the kids in order to hopefully gain some more elites in the future. She liked being around the kids too, so win-win. On the side, I can tell that she was improving quite well in terms of her retraining from our almost daily spars. On my lovely wife's side, about 5 months after her arrival, she decided to indeed let Evangeline become her queen once she demonstrated not only keen diplomatic and managerial insights, but was also a devastating mage with physical skills which were nothing to scoff at thanks to both her family's unique ability and her experience with it. Seraphol realized that having someone who wasn't afraid to scold her would probably be good, and the two did grow to care for each other, especially with how Sarah basically became Mocha's Satan mother. Mocha though was an interesting experience, especially because I was her source of nourishment. It was giving me a good deal of ideas on how to handle my own children in the future, but the fact that I spent so much time with her led to me somehow being identified as Dada as her first words, which almost made Evangeline cry. Poor vampire basically sulked until Mocha called her mama with a bright smile. Then Seraphol became very territorial because she wanted to be my first baby mama when she felt ready. It was a bit of a mess. We did eventually convince the little Damfer that I was Uncle Lith and not her father, but that led to other problems. Elsa split her time between enjoying herself in Azura or Levat and guiding her own people in the new town of Solace. It was becoming quite a tourist destination thanks to being able to enjoy the boons of nature itself in some of its purest forms. Beautiful sights, wonderful food, pure air, relaxing hot springs, fun in the snow and at the beach, all while being able to sleep on beds made of flowers. It's a unique experience. Other than that, the Spirit Queen was seeing a good deal of development on her strength, which was good since I wouldn't let my wife have a weak peerage. Seraphol herself was busy dealing with a lot of crap from devils fucking around and then being monumentally stupid about it. I even had to check if it was some sort of plot by that old coot Zram or something, but no, that's just how bad devils are. So I've been doing my best to help her out from home. Yasaka and Tamamo were doing fantastic progress, having gathered all the yukais west of the current capital under their banner. I still frequently visit my lovely mate, sometimes bringing some of the girls who missed her. Scathach was a more frequent tag-along than expected, but my guess was that she was indeed doing her best to connect to my current lovers. But the real interesting bit came from Siri. She's been having dreams, which are more visions of both current and possible events pertaining the two people she truly sees as parents. And the thing is that she is sure about the need for her intervention to prevent horrible fates they would have should she do nothing. I, of course, knew she needed to do this, so I was in full support, which funnily enough it threw her off. She had these thoughts that, like most adults or older people, we would try to stop her or talk her out things. But then we started giving her a bunch of supplies and asked if we were somehow trying to get rid of her, which made us laugh. It wasn't until we cleared up that I could also see the future and that we didn't train her to keep her locked up but to see her spread her wings and fly freely. Remember your lessons and you should be more than fine. Try not to forget that you always have options to choose from and that only your own mind will limit yourself. I told her as she mounted the unicorn she had arrived with and who's been basically bumming around. Stay safe, okay? Don't forget to eat properly and brush your teeth before going to bed. You have the first aid kit, right? What about your potions? And maybe I should get you more diamonds and gold for you to trade. An over-worried Seraphol rambled on at the thought of Siri going so far away on her own. Although she was turning 18 soon, she was still pretty much the youngest of the house when not counting the Damfer toddler, so Sarah was worried about her going away where she couldn't help for who knows how long. It didn't help that she was still fairly weak by the standards of those around us. I mean, our weakest peerage member is mid-ultimate class and quickly rising. But Sarah went through these phases when Mana and Jean set out on their own for the first time too. Yes, I know, Sarah. I have everything and then some in the storage tattoo Lith made for me. A slightly exasperated but touched Siri responded as she did like that people actually cared. Remember that you will always have a place here, Siri. Even those close ones of yours if you wish, my lands and home are large enough for it. I told my first student as she prepared for the first part of her journey. Thanks. For everything. She said with tears building up in her eyes. These last 2 years have been some of the best in my life and I will never forget any of the people I met during my stay. It was interesting teaching such a hands-on person, but I had fun doing it. Good luck, Siri. I responded with a smile. Just visit from time to time, okay? Or I'll make Lith take me to you and then you'll get an earful. The pouty Seraphal said as she hugged me for emotional support. Chuckle I promise, Sarah. A softly smiling Siri answered as she tapped the unicorn. The two then turned and galloped quickly as a light green light encompassed them and they disappeared in a flash. Will she really be okay? Seraphal asked with worry. She will. She's my student after all. I confidently replied as the two of us returned into the castle. Enkidu's tour of the Underworld. Levat was a city of astounding beauty and hidden depths. Crystal-laced tours and buildings carefully placed and angled to make a different spectacle of light depending on the time of day and which city square one was located. Art made from magic, earth, plants, paint and things like water and ice. Not simply using the material, but shaping nature itself to bring beauty in the world. It was one of the few times in my life I felt breathless. Not only was there visual beauty, but the air carried the harmonious sounds of the sea and the music which could be found in this city seemingly dedicated to the beauties of the world. There were many attractions for visitors such as something they called carnival games, many storytellings from places that had changed greatly brought to life with magics of sight and sound, underwater tours of sea life and the colors hidden under the waves, with even a rather interesting mid-air swimming sphere one could enjoy as they took in the sights from above. I learnt many things here, much of it about the beauty one could find in the world of a person looked at it in different ways. Of the different melodies the world played which went unheard by so many until one crafted it for others. And the wonders all of it could create once different passions are brought together to reach new heights. But in this beauty was also strength and skills. The standing army was mainly comprised of the great elemental schools of water and its various forms. And although rivals, they also trained in cooperative feats of magic which could decimate cities with great speed. This was also where much of the naval power was concentrated as great airship yards were found and many great innovations of flight took place. It was rather off-putting to see the destruction these ships were capable of, but I could not deny that such things were both awe and fear-inspiring depending on which side of the battlefield one would be. I was able to even witness what was supposedly a brand new class of ship which would be able to travel in the air, on water and under it. It was also a cooperative project undertaken by the 4 greatest cities in Azeroth lands, Azura, Citadel, Levat and Highschool. All of it was also spearheaded by the undisputed number 1 genius under Lith Azeroth, one Da Vinci. I sometimes wonder how Gil would react to such things. I can only imagine him being upset that someone was challenging his Vimana. Meanwhile, visiting Highschool was a rather formative experience as I witnessed the earth I was made from being used in so many ways. It was shocking if I spoke honestly. These dwarves not only shaped their homes with the earth, but made the best use they could of it as they harnessed the heat of the planet to power not only their city but also their forges. They discovered a way to grow precious stones and create wondrous metals with magic that sounds as if they are singing to the stones and ores as they intricately shape the earth. It felt like they were born with the earth and I feel quite comfortable in such a place. I even stayed for a much longer period of time as I observed the people here and learnt their views on the earth. Understood the care and reverence they had as they cherished each good which was forged of the earth and pursued excellence in their paths to bring honor to it. I also visited the Earth School which housed the greatest manipulators of all things related to the earth, from plants to lava, all were studied here as they each held their place amongst the gifts of the earth. This place was educative as even I learnt to go beyond my clay manipulation to look further into the gifts I was born with. Leaving the school, I witnessed astounding sights of the subterranean forests and crystal rivers, which were ones I had never associated with the world below the earth, as it was Ereshkigal's domain, where the dead lay. And speaking of the goddess, I had the opportunity to see her at work after Lith Azeroth somehow freed and bound her. She seemed to enjoy her time here, and the residents near worshipped her as she assisted them in their searches, helped them grow their special crops, aided them in the burial of the dead to guide their souls. She seemed much more vibrant than I would have imagined after so long in Kur, especially after everything that happened. I took the chance to approach her, and although she was surprised, she was not hostile towards me even though I aided in the death of her husband. She even apologized for keeping me sealed for so long even after the other gods had faded, but I too held no grudge on her for this. In the end we had a wonderful talk as she told me of her new life as she aimed to truly become a goddess of the earth, and I told her of my travels. Spending time with someone of my era was more therapeutic than I would have imagined. It also helped me come to terms better with my own disassociation in regards to this feeling of displacement. Having a constant is rather helpful for that. After my time in the inner city, I toured the outer one as well. The outer city was also built rather interestingly like most of the major cities. This one was built into the side of the mountain itself as one continuous piece of stone chipped away to reveal its potential. It had great outer walls to protect itself, but one of most defining features of the city was its massive skyport and the continuous flow of airships come and going from it as they bring the works and raw materials mined for and created here to all corners of these lands, while bringing in the same in different fields. The great school of air was also present as one could see a great number of men and women dance in the sky without wings and manipulating the clouds and breeze. The school was also the one which was in charge of all weather phenomenon in these lands, as Lith Azeroth took this as an important duty to help everything thrive as they helped maintain an optimal balance. They were also the rivals of the Earth School within the inner city, with the two frequently having competitions of various types to see who would win a trophy and some rewards. Apparently the outer city also held the largest trade markets and auction houses of these lands, as an incredible amount of expensive products passed through these places. One could find any kind of goods crafted from the earth in droves, while many rarer products found their way here thanks to the deep pockets of the merchants and crafters. Scarrow was also home to the most heavily armed and armored regional force in Azeroth lands. Of course the guards and military could still beat them handedly, but pound for pound, Scarrow was much heavily armored as the defenders preferred brute strength in both offense and defense, plating themselves in steel and either carrying great axes, hammer and maces or hand cannons and portable ballista. The most interesting things were that apparently a direct descendant of the Satan Asmodeus was the chief defender of the inner city thanks to his lava and magma abilities, while a Beelzebub descendant saw to the outer city with King of the Flies. Overall I found my times in both cities enlightening and educational as I witnessed unimaginable miracles hidden away from the world. But next was the time to compare Lith Azeroth to his kin. Extra author notes. So, little bit of a time skip since I didn't want to wait next chapter to have Siri go off and start Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings. From the timeline I was able to establish she basically had a 2-year gap when the Wild Hunt couldn't find her, so they targeted Geralt and Yen to bait her in. Geralt saved Yen, then Siri saved Geralt, but he lost his memories. Siri has to escape again. Then she's supposed to turn up later with that bitch Avalakh and start the events for Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. So I am going with 2-year break, trouble, 2-year break, trouble, Witcher life, then retirement. Next up, some people were asking for Elsa to actually join up, and some chapters ago I thought, why not? So I teased it a bit, and now we have her as Seraphal's bishop since she is basically a pure mage who can use her abilities to maneuver around. I just basically adapted her to fit into DxD and took away Anna and all that melodrama since Elsa would have always been a spirit living amongst spirits, hence no need to let it go. Following her is a skip for Evangeline to become queen. Seraphal knows that she kind of needs a firm hand from time to time, and Evangeline wasn't over the top serious and had a good heart under her pride. I thought it would be kind of funny if Scathach would basically be a vampire boogeyman, as she killed plenty of beings thought immortal, and I could easily see beings like vampire progenitors being far too prideful to disappear quietly after death and try to escape from Land of Shadows. Also, I am not really planning for her to be in the harem right now. I just wanted to have a bit of fun with Liv having delicious blood and Mocha calling him Dada for a while. She did genuinely love her deceased husband, and it is far too soon to move on. And yes, baby Mocha saw him as her dad, since she never actually had any other adult male figures in her life and Lith always fed and cared for her, so she linked him with daddy. His blood will have benefits. And lastly, we have Enkidu's tour of Azeroth lands finishing and him preparing for the Underworld as a whole. It won't be a total nightmare in general, since at least the Gremory and Citri have good lands and management, while Phoenix has a thriving economy, I would assume, if there weren't total idiots. The rest would be rather medieval, but won't be as horrible as when the old Satans were in charge. Chapter 36, ch 36 Hellas Heroes PT1. You wouldn't believe how annoying it can be to deal with them sometimes, Gabby. They even blamed me for not taking care of things well enough until my honey went over and set them straight. Seraphal complained to one seraph as the two drank a rather special apple juice. How horrible. To think other devils were so mean to you, Sarah. Gabriel responded as she hugged the overdramatic devil she had become friends with. The two were quite similar in their core personalities, only that Seraphal was much more experienced in politics, diplomacy, and the darker side of things, while Gabriel had remained far too pure and naive about many subjects until I became friends with her and let her meet more people. I was quite sure Sarah would have been much more like the Seraph if she had been kept from being a noble heir or had overprotective brothers. I know. I always have to clean up their messes and prevent wars from happening. And then they say I use too much of our finances to appease all the people they offend. Seraphal continued as Gabriel soothed the venting devil. I am sure many more appreciate your efforts than those who lambast them, Sarah. Do not give up hope for better days to come. The Seraph gently replied with a gentle smile. You're right, Gabby. I shouldn't lose to those crusty old meanies and keep going. The suddenly fired up Seraphal declared as she stood up. Giggle yeah. Go Sarah go. Gabriel cutely cheered on. Sucks that you have to visit those horny Greeks soon though. But at least this time it's because they messed up and not the idiots on our side. Commented Jean as she had been looking on at the two bubbly girls with an amused smirk for a while now. Mao. Jean, who do you have to remind me of that? I don't like going there. Especially if I have to be near Zeus, he's too much. Complained Seraphal as she squatted down with a spoilt pout. I am sure Lord Zeus can't be that bad. He is an upstanding chief god after all. Gabriel tried to say as she rubbed her friend's back. Never meet him, Gabby. When I was engaged with Lith, he knowingly wanted to bring me to his bed and proposed it in front of his own wife. Seraphal seriously warned as she still felt annoyed at Taser Dick. How scandalous. To ask to share a bed with someone who isn't his wife. Gabriel replied with quite a blush. This had been one of the side effects of having friends who aren't angels, learning. Gabriel had been slowly learning more about the world and people as she grew to understand things which had been kept from her by her overprotective brothers. Especially when Seraphal was very open and talkative in general. So Gabriel at least knew the birds and the bees now, as well as more about the state of the world and the church from Jean, and I helped her learn more about God's system and about some of the things I had managed to figure out about our pantheon. As a result, Gabriel, while still a truly gentle and caring soul, began to desire to actively help others more than just stay as a sort of figurehead and ideal in heaven. Hence why she has been helping Jean find those in need of help within the church and outside of it as she looks through the prayers of believers. This has been especially helpful to those suffering through the conflicts brought by the Protestant Reformation Martin Luther triggered and in the face of things she disapproved of, like the Inquisition. She understood the main reasons why her brother would permit the church to do such drastic things, but didn't wish to sacrifice innocent people simply because they had different beliefs or somehow threatened God, if there was another way. That's why I will be going this time. Hopefully they can keep it in their pants for an hour, but if not, I have no problems teaching those gods that karma is a tricky thing. I said as a truly devilish grin appeared on my face. What is this karma? The curious Gabriel asked as she completely ignored the rather evil aura which leaked out for a moment. Karma is a belief from the Hindu and Buddhist pantheons which states that one's actions all have positive and negative repercussions and that one day the total will be tallied and the person will either receive a reward or punishment. It mainly ties to their belief in reincarnation and samsara. I quickly explained to the angel as she nods in understanding. So when you say that you will teach them about karma, you are going to give them a punishment for being bad? Gabriel asked innocently. Yup. Nothing hurtful, but a little punishment fit for married perverts. I responded as I gave her a head pat for getting it right. No fair. Me too. Seraphal yelled as she brought her head towards me. With a wry smile I started to pat her too as the two girls melted under the soothing touch and mild body, mind and soul magic. I had taken one of the ultimate anime techniques and brought it to new heights as my head pats released a soothing, relaxing and mildly pleasurable, not the sexual kind, flow through their very beings. So with two girls with loose and sloppy smiles on their faces now resting on my lap as their bodies completely relaxed, I looked at our fourth member with a teasing smile. Want to try it, Jean? It will feel heavenly. I said to her as I saw the temptation flash in her eyes until she ultimately rejected the offer out of pride. It was her major sin after all and the reason why she was the current Sundra of my peerage. She just couldn't be honest with herself due to their pride. That little fun was the end of our visit to heaven as the other seraphs and Michael were returning. It was still unfortunate we could only really visit when they were all gone due to the fact that I can't just hide us all or they would notice Gabriel disappearing or come to check on her if they felt her basically talking to herself. It didn't help that we couldn't really ask the girl to lie since she was both horrendous at it and couldn't really do it due to honesty being rather important for an angel. The best we can continue to hope for was to keep our visit secret enough that no one ever asks, hence making the need to lie unneeded. But I've taken the precaution of giving some truthful answers to potential questions just in case. Being a devil can be fun when teaching an angel how to lie. Anyway, about that trip to Greece, it was an interesting set of circumstances leading up to it. After Seraphal became the head of foreign affairs, she managed to open up a nice level of trade between the Underworld and Olympus, which included some families in Greece even though it has become one of the major territories for the Ottoman Empire and Orthodox Christianity. We get some things like adamantine and orichalcum in exchange for phoenix tears, unique products we made and various services devils offer. Of course my lands have made no such deals as I alone can almost offer more in terms of enticing products than the rest of the Underworld, while I used my persuasiveness to obtain the godly metals for my people to study. Anyway, even though Seraphal basically gets sexually harassed every time she goes to Olympus either to renew agreements, try to further cooperations or because something stupid someone from either factions did, she has dutifully managed to maintain a positive enough relationship with Olympus. The reason she, and by extension I, is going to Olympus this time is because the heads of houses Zipar, Saulos and Person have all reported the disappearances of some elders and direct descendants in the last weeks while many other devils have been vanishing alongside their contractors. There have been reports of Zeus almost forcing himself on 4 maidens of nobles' houses, Ares has 2 accusations, Aphrodite left 28 noble devils as nearly mindless thralls and Artemis killed 169 male devils for either trying to seduce her or her servants/huntresses, peeping on them, harassing them, doing anything against maidens or young female devils, or even just being around them. Artemis cases are actually the most severe since Agar's investigations declared that in 82 of those cases she was the aggressor and had no grounds to stand on for killing those devils beyond her own prejudices. So this has become rather serious as their actions might lead to some gods becoming banned from the Underworld. I was honestly surprised that Zeus kept it under double digits himself. But the actual reason I was here, aside from wanting to make those horny pansexuals understand to back off from my wife, was because I wanted to help Sarah fall in her investigation over the disappearances while spending time together, and to see if I could gain anything on this trip. There were many old magical races and beasts within Greek mythology, and I do not see them exactly flourishing under the leadership of their gods, and because the Orthodox Church and the Islamic Ottomans would probably be hunting them down. So the two of us, accompanied by Mana, headed out. Mana would come with us due to her extensive experience in the field, her actual knowledge of Greece, and the fact that she had contacts there from her various jobs and contracts. Plus, it is always nice to spend some time with each other. On our way there, which happened to be on a special carriage meant for official business since my offer to portal us to Olympus entrance was rejected since we were required to show off, I read reports and listened to Sarah and Mana's information on the current state of Greece for the mundane and supernatural side. The biggest change in the last century was the Ottoman Empire defeating the former Byzantine Empire and later taking Greece and using it as a major source of naval power and maritime trade. During this time they did actually recognize the Orthodox Church and permitted it to continue, as it was even if Christians suffered under heavy taxes the Muslims did not have, and with a reduced number of churches to make way for mosques. So in essence Greece was firmly in heaven's territory, as Islam technically believed in God, even if in this world it would be an altered form of the big man and had different teachings and the like. Their faith was at its core a belief in one true God as the great creator, and this faith helped heaven. They even had their own forces which used holy objects and powers to defeat the pagan monsters and the likes, a mix between exorcists and the Inquisition. Now, the Greeks weren't exactly happy about being occupied by foreigners with a different religion, as they changed everything for them. The simple fact that no non-Muslim was allowed to ride a horse made things even more difficult as trade and labor took hits. But the increasing level of corruption and nepotism served to aggravate things further for the locals. One of the reliefs for the peasants was that they were able to keep their lands for some time, while only 1 in 5 sons would have to serve in the military, but that second one was mostly due to the laws against non-Muslims carrying arms, and the tribute children would be converted to Islam to join the Janissaries. Many girls were also taken to become harem chambermaids and the likes as well, creating even more tension. Gradually, throughout occupied Greece, there was a sharp decline in prosperity, forcing military rule as the people grew more resistant to the increasingly harsh living conditions and taxes levied on the people. Many groups of rebels and bandits could be found throughout Greece as they resisted the Ottoman military from the rocky and mountainous terrains they could not properly control. While peasants moved to these hard-to-reach areas to escape the poverty and oppression they suffered under the Ottoman rule. On the more supernatural side of things, not much had exactly changed beyond who the main threat to those who inhabited Greece since ancient time was. The Ottoman supernatural enforcers were much more dedicated to the erasure of these old races and families, but were much less experienced than the Orthodox Church and knew very little of the secrets the land held. As a result, old families descended from heroes and demigods retained a great amount of their power, as they simply continued to either hide in plain sight, infiltrated the Ottomans, or stayed within their hidden homes/realms. Non-human races have always been skilled in avoiding humans, as they learnt early on that they would fear and kill them. While the monsters of Greece had either long been dead or essentially become protected species by order of Olympus in order to strengthen the Greek pantheon's link to the world and not fade away like many others. Said pantheon also frequently helped keep the godly blood strong in their descendants, or blessed some of them to ensure their continued survival. As of now, there were a good number of hero families still sustaining a decent enough force to qualify themselves as important. In their own eyes anyway. These families formed a kind of alliance as the major families guided, ruled over, the smaller ones. The Heracles, Jason, Odysseus, Perseus and Theseus families were the ones in charge, while much lesser families such as the Daedalus, Asclepius and Orpheus families, and many other minor households with much less fame or history supported them. But there are also isolated communities such as the Amazons, Atlanteans, Hyperboreans and Lotus Eaters. Those last ones are probably one of the biggest drug dealers of all times. Outside of the humanoids and demigods, a few of the supernatural races still inhabit Greece. Amongst them are the Arachne spider women born of the goddess of spiders, haters of anyone related to Athena. Harpies are still present near the coasts and mountains, centaur tribes are still quite strong, some cyclops and giants are still hidden within Greece's many islands, dryads and naiads still inhabit the wilds alongside satyrs, minotaurs are present in some places, and a few aquatic races like sirens and mere people have remained relatively untouched. There have even been reports and sightings of monster-like Greek sphinxes, manticores, chimeras, pegasi, stymphalian birds, a hydra, some orthrus, griffins, Caledonian and Erymanthian boars, some cattle of Helios, a few of Artemis' sacred deers, descendants of godly horses, a Nemean lion pride, and even some dragons. So overall Greece is still fairly active. And during all this activity, the devils who disappeared had all been discovered to have been in now destroyed sites with many signs of strong magic having been used, some scales, claw marks, bite marks and leftover poisons. This indicated to a supernatural monster hunting devils. Finishing my overview of the information we had, we finally neared our destination. Arriving at the gates of Olympus was an interesting experience for me as I had only seen two divine realms so far, Takamagara and Heaven. But Olympus had more similarities to the former, only with Greek-style temples and palaces replacing the Japanese ones and no farmlands. Olympus was built in multiple levels and seemed to emphasize luxury, relaxation and pleasure. The lowest level was basically an ancient Greek-styled city where immortalized humans, current or ex-lovers of gods and the weakest gods resided. Next up was the level for the minor gods and deified heroes as mansions decorated it. Then we had the Olympian palaces as 12 grand residences representing the most powerful gods of the pantheon were on a single level. And finally there was the largest and most opulent part of Olympus, the Grand Temple of the Gods, where all major and minor gods can gather for things like celebrations and important meetings. We would be heading for the Grand Temple since today was the autumn solstice gathering and Seraphal had to wait until now to bring up the concerns of the Underworld because any other time the gods basically couldn't give less of a shit. The Grand Temple's outward appearance was almost exactly like the Parthenon, but made of gold, bronze, marble and precious stone. The tympanum, big triangular artistic carving above the front pillars, depicted the Olympians gathered around Zeus as its center, while the frieze, series of depictions a bit lower than the tympanum and which goes all around the outside of the building, showed either minor gods or famous heroes. Entering the place kept the feeling of excess going as the polished marble floor was inlaid with gold as it formed paths and images, while the walls were decorated with either pieces of art or mostly decorative weapons made from bronze, and the ceiling showed moving constellations linked to the Greek. We reached massive doors made of bronze which opened to reveal the meeting place of gods. This room had 12 thrones placed in an almost circular manner, each representing an Olympian, with a space in front of them for speakers. Around the room were seats for minor gods in an auditorium style. Zeus was at the top of the semicircle with Hera as the pair sat on golden thrones for the king and queen of Olympus. The sky god had the appearance of a fit middle-aged man with sky-blue eyes and short dark hair and beard, wearing a white toga and golden crown. While he had a good amount of strength, he gave off a bored look and kept looking around at various women instead of listening to whatever was going on. Hera on the other hand was a soft brown-haired beauty with regal features, stern brown eyes, with an hourglass figure covered by a thin golden woman's toga and crown. Unlike her husband/brother, she paid very close attention to everything which was happening around her and exuded an aura of authority. Next to her was Poseidon, who looked like a buff elderly man with a tan, sporting white hair and beard, sea-green eyes and wearing a loose toga. He was looking rather approachable and relaxed. Next were Apollon and Artemis, the gold and silver twins, and much like Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, they were polar opposites as Apollon had a much more laid-back posture and Artemis was glaring at most males. But Apollon's apparent behavior was rather surprising considering he came off as more serious during canon. In looks Apollon resembled a younger version of his father, a handsome youth with curly black hair and blazing orange eyes, wearing a white chiton. While I can only assume Artemis took after her mother, as the man-hating tomboy beauty had long scarlet hair and silver eyes, keeping her body young as she preferred to be closer to maidens and wearing some silver armor over her white dress. On the opposite side was Athena. The goddess was an extremely serious one as she calmly looked over all present with her steely grey eyes. She had wavy blonde hair, but her beauty was slightly overtaken by the cold and logical feel she gave. She wore a bronze armor over her own battle dress as her helmet laid on her knee. While Hermes, apparently the god of ADHD, kept squirming in his seat as his green eyes darted around the room. He had short curly brown hair, a youthful face filled with roguish charms, a lithe body covered by a yoga and his iconic pair of winged sandals. Facing each other were also the two only actually legitimate children Zeus ever had, Ares and Hephaestus. Ares was a burly man with a scruffy black beard, very short hair, red eyes and an angry expression as if he wanted to jump someone. Kinda reminded me of Wolverine, but wearing Spartan armor. Meanwhile his brother had curly dark brown shoulder-length hair with a well-groomed beard, bronzed skin, a rather average face but powerful body, only let down by his damaged leg covered in a mechanical brace. Next were the two most bodacious goddesses present, Demeter and Aphrodite. Demeter had flowing auburn, gentle features with a motherly expression, pale brown eyes and a light tan. Her thick body was hugged by the beige toga she wore. Aphrodite on the other hand was essential sex on legs. Extremely large breasts, wide hips, narrow waist with her lightly toned stomach on display, long smooth legs decorated with some jewelry as she positioned herself in a way to accentuate their appeal. She obviously had a beautiful face as it seemed to subtly shift to appeal more for whoever observed her, with ever-changing eye colors, flowing golden hair, and sporting an expression of boredom. And last was the throne of Dionysus, as Hestia, who is an Olympian, does not desire a throne. He was a bit portly, with a stomach to him, wild looks slightly marred by his obviously drunk state and sloppy appearance. He had similar wine-red eyes to Scathach, disheveled dark brown hair, a scraggly beard and wore a stained toga. We must hunt down the creature before it gains more power. Artemis yelled out as she slammed her fist down. It is not so easy. We cannot recklessly fight it in the human world as our interference would agitate the other pantheons. Athena calmly rebuked. But I suggest a quest. A quest? You want to let the mortals handle this? Artemis hissed out. Yes. It is the most logical choice. The creature has not come remotely close to reaching divinity and it avoids many problems. Athena replied with a nod. Are there even any descent weaklings down there right now? Ares gruffly asked. A few suitable descendants have reached a significant level of power and skill in this generation. Athena replied smoothly. Indeed. Should I go get them? Hermes quickly asked to Zeus. We decide on which are worthy of the quest and the rewards first. Zeus answered casually. There has been a new Jason crowned in that family not too long ago. He should be fitting. Hera announced as she desired to sponsor a new star from her favorite hero's descendants. I've got a few strong Atlanteans which could participate. Poseidon suggested with a smile. The monster is too far inland. Apollon told his uncle with a hint of distaste. How unfortunate, the sea god replied with little to no actual care. That's it. You and Athena are the biggest reasons for this monster existing and that's all you offer. An angry Artemis yelled. What can I do, niece? The monster is too far from my domain and any action on my part would result in only destruction. Poseidon shrugged. I have already chosen a suitable team for Lord Zeus to approve. Athena replied as most turned to her. Then let's hear it, daughter. Zeus replied with a wave of his hand. Without another word, Athena made a magical image of a rather lanky young man with blonde hair, a gaudy appearance and emerald green eyes. Fate Jason. As Lady Hera suggested, the newly crowned Jason would be a fitting commander. He is experienced in leading men in combat, hunts and adventures. She then made a large man with bulging muscles, a wild face akin to a lion's with his mane of long black hair, wearing only a pair of metal bracers and a lion's skin battle skirt. Modified Fate Hercules. There has also been a reappearance of the spirit of Heracles in this generation, one capable of performing some of the labors of the original as the lion's skin comes from a Nemean lion. He has incredible physical prowess and his instinctive fighting style allows him to adapt quickly and overwhelm his opponents. Although a bit wild, Jason will be able to control him. The next figure was wearing a grey mask with black marking, with pulled back dark red hair, and with only well-trained limbs visible from the dark cloak her wore. Fate Perseus. The most fitting to go is also the current Perseus. He is rather kind-hearted, but he is a skilled combat and will have a natural advantage against the monster thanks to his compatibility with Harp, the monster-slaying scythe, as well as being skilled in aerial combat. The next figure was also a covered one, but surprisingly female. She wore a decorated black hood which hid the top of her head but revealed supple lips and a glimpse of purple hair. The rest of her body was covered in a bluish-purple robe. Fate Medea. For support there is also the new witch, which has been brought to my attention not too long ago. She is skilled in magic, curses and potions. She might even be the strongest witch on the continent right now. Her abilities will be important to counter the monsters. The next figure was also a woman, but this one was not hidden. This woman had the beauty of a warrior queen, with sky-blue eyes filled with confidence and will, soft wavy black hair reaching the middle of her back. She wore battle armor made of a mix of steel and leather, with a similar battle skirt, a pair of metallic greaves and bracers, as well an open-faced mask. Wonder Woman. And lastly, I believe Diana, Princess of the Amazons and my half-sister, would be fitting. Strong, fast and experienced. She holds incredible physical abilities and skill with many weapons. She has showed the possibility of having inherited Lord Zeus' abilities, although on a much smaller scale. These are the current heroes available to us due to the current Odysseus being too old and the new Theseus is too young, while none of the other households have birthed successors in recent years. Athena concluded as a tense silence fell over the room. Mostly because Hera was fuming over another of her husband's infidelities being brought up in front of her. May we also participate? I have a feeling this monster of yours is involved in the disappearance of many devils due to the timing and apparent severity of the problem. I decided to say as the Olympians just realized we had arrived. This is no matter of yours, devil. Athena coldly responded as she tried to pressure us into compliance. Pathetic. I simply replied as her entire pressure simply disappeared. She can pressure an empty dimension if she wants to. Lith. Please don't. Seraphol urgently said from my side as I glared at the arrogant woman. Fine. I simply replied. So this is your husband Seraphol. I don't see why you would choose him over me. Come, let's get to know each other and you can leave this devil. Zeus lustfully said as I did my best to not kill him. I don't know, he looks tasty, Aphrodite countered as Sarah was now the one feeling territorial. If that's how it is, I have gift Lady Hera would quite like in exchange for permission to participate in this quest as observers mainly. I declared as my devil smile began to appear. If they would disrespect us this much then I would reciprocate like I wanted to in the first place. What could you possibly offer me, devil? Hera asked with suspicion and caution. Something I am sure you will wish you would have had for millennia. I confidently answered. We shall see. But should this gift not please me, compensation will be due. She responded with narrowed eyes. That's fine, but I only ask you read the instructions before revealing the gift or rejecting it. I replied as I made a small chest appear in front of Hera with a little pamphlet. She began to read it but then glares at me until she decides to continue. In the end the Queen of Olympus looks at me with judging eyes as she observes my confident smirk. Ultimately she reaches over to her husband under the eyes of the curious gods, and then plucks a hair from his head as he yelps in surprise. Hera opens the chest, places the hair within, a small blue flash happens, she then reaches into the chest and suddenly. Gah! Who da, ak? Who is doing this? Gra! Who, arg? Zeus roared out as he constantly hunched over in pain from his throne. Now this is an interesting gift. Hera declared as she pulled out, a dildo. And the harshly crushed the balls as Zeus falls to the ground. Obviously it's not just any kind of dildo, it's a voodoo dildo linked to Zeus' space, which inflicts the pains one dishes upon it to whoever it was linked to. In this case, Zeus. I had Tamamo help me so we could both prank these fucking gods and get payback for Seraphil's troubles. And now I gave, likely the most cheated upon wife and queen in history, which is a humiliating fact amplified by her title as a goddess of marriage, direct access to torment Zeus' prided tool whenever she wanted. I permit you to join the quest in order to assist your investigation. Hera declared with authority as a sadistic gleam flashed through her eyes once she looked at her husband writhing on the floor. I am glad you liked my gift, Lady Hera. And as a warning to any other who believes it is a bright idea to try and take my wife, I will make more of those and give them to your enemies. I threatened with a maniacal smile as all these gods who had been thinking with their dicks their entire lives shuddered in fear and crossed their legs. Meanwhile I think Artemis was doing her best to hide her admiration for what I just did, Athena was glaring at me, Apollon was laughing, Poseidon had an uncomfortable look as he shifted in his seat, Ares looked madder, Hephaestus was interested in a cursed dildo, Demeter looked a bit worried about Zeus, Hermes gave me a look of respect for some reason, Dionysus took the opportunity to drink and Aphrodite was giving me the vibes of a predator finding prey. That reminded me. Lord Hephaestus, I have a gift for you as well. From a goddess who suffered from your wife's antics, shall we say. I said to the godly smith as I took out a black cage with a small shining light in it. Once she saw that, I noticed Aphrodite instinctively shivered and locked onto the cage. Something Hephaestus noticed as well. And this is? He asked curiously as he appraised the cage. In short, I would describe it as a leash. I answered as I gave him a letter. The smith read it with a serious look before grasping the cage and activating its ability. The light within then significantly dimmed as Aphrodite gasped, clutching her chest as her entire presence became much less impactful and her charms were fading rapidly. Hephaestus then stopped his test, turned to me and nodded in understanding. That cage was Ereshkigal's revenge against the protected little bitch who simply gets away with everything. Using Aphrodite's link to Ishtar's leftover divine spirit bits, which Eresh had thanks to the parts she sealed during her death, one can influence her current form. It mainly strangled some of her divinities which are shared with Ishtar to form a collar. You! Ares roared as he made his spear materialize and he struck out at me. I couldn't even take the man seriously as he charged. He might be an Olympian, but he lacked pure power and like most gods he was easily led by his emotions. Ares isn't even that powerful for an Olympian, around maybe the lower middle as Athena and Apollon are far stronger and the older generation surpassed them as well. While Olympians as a whole aren't even that great compared to other gods, not being combat-oriented for the most part. The only reason I was even doing all this was to teach these idiots a lesson and to make a statement. So enhancing myself with Tuki to the extreme and using my space, I let the spear erupting with crimson lighting pass through me and unleashed a dimension-shacking punch directly into Ares' face as I follow though and punch him into the floor. The entirety of Olympus trembled as cracks spread with my punch as the epicenter. The gods witnessing Ares get floored were gobsmacked as I pulled my bloody fist out of his dented face. Right, I forgot to say that I will not tolerate your harassment of my wife any longer. This is a show of strength, so you self-important children actually listen for once, and those two gifts were payback from myself and someone who suffered a lot from hers and his unrestrained behavior, selfish actions, and the complete lack of any kind of punishments they have suffered for them. I said to the gods with a relaxed smile on my face since that felt great. It really got rid of a lot of my irritation towards all these twits. Hope we can all get along properly from now on. I said with a pure smile as Zeus was on the floor clutching his balls, Ares' head was in a hole and Aphrodite was looking at the cage in her actual husband's hands with fear. Extra author notes. So, I don't feel like this is my greatest work, but it's been a really hard day. Airports are fucking horrible. Screw Air Canada. Anyway, a bit of a history lesson and the general state of a rather well-known supernatural world as I try to mix history with DxD. I know it's a lot of information dumping, but this way I don't really have to do it later. This is going to be an arc with 3 characters being recruited in various ways. Many can probably guess some of what is going on by the clues. Yes, a lot of Fate versions are popping out for this one as earlier versions of those recruited by the hero faction and whatnot. All the hero families are completely OC and I just felt like most pantheons should have forces in the human world like Shinto gods had the principal clans and yokai. Next up, this is basically Lith face-slapping gods and coming out as an actual powerhouse of that level, while also warning all the perverts out there. I felt like Ares was suitable as a punching bag since he has a short temper, would likely be weakened by Greece being under military occupation from another force, and the only person in that pantheon who is actually a threat to Lith himself is Hades, who can be beaten by a true form Cersex. But yeah, Voodoo Dildo Naresh Revenge as I help the most screwed over husband and wife in the Greek pantheon as both have to deal with whores they aren't able to punish, Chapter 37, ch 37 Hellas Heroes PT2. While the Greek gods gathered their heroes, myself, Sarah and Mana were to be guests of Hera. Athena, Zeus and Ares, after he was woken up, weren't exactly pleased about this, while Aphrodite now feared me enough to not even think about wanting to be in the same room as myself, but too bad for them the rest were either fine with our presence or supportive of it. Hera, Hephaestus and Hermes were the most vocal about our stay, with Apollon and Artemis being fine with it, Poseidon and Dionysus not caring much, and Demeter only really wanting to stop any more hostilities. But they all knew they couldn't really do anything to me anyway. One punch. That's all it took for me to shake the stability of this entire realm and knock out a god. Now, Ares wasn't remotely prepared for the attack nor was he fully dressed like he usually would be in his true godly armor, only wearing a more decorative one, but the fact remains that my fist knocked him out. Plus I wasn't alone. Seraphol could likely take on Zeus and Mana could equal second generations like Ares if she pushed herself. It just wasn't worth it to antagonize the entirety of the underworld for 2 borderline pranks and self-defense. I wasn't even technically the one that was a threat to Zeus or Aphrodite due to Hephaestus and Hera holding the actual tools of their torment. But they did realize that I had access to things capable of bringing both of them to their knees and cared so little that I gifted them, hence I was very dangerous. During our stay in Olympus, we've had many interesting chats with some of the Olympians. Hera started to regularly come over to talk over wine. More with myself than my girls, as she appreciated the gift even if it won't actually be seeing much use unless she becomes aware of Zeus targeting someone again or maybe when one of his many bastards appear. She also respected my show of strength and confessed to having felt the strong bond between Seraphol, Yasaka and myself and finding it endearing. She might be a goddess of marriage, but that doesn't exactly mean she was against polygamy as long as all partners knew of cared for each other in the truest sense. Hera hated infidelity and her divinity let her know that my situation wasn't like that. In fact she liked me for never technically having been unfaithful. So the two of us talked about our experiences as rulers and some interesting events in our lives. Herself being quite surprised about the existence of other worlds, realities and timelines, while I got to hear about her struggles on being one of the only gods actively trying to unify their pantheon properly. I also got to hear that Athena was more of a manipulative bitch than she come off as, wanting to gain the throne of Olympus once Zeus retires and willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. Our little drinking sessions might have also involved me breaking out a bottle of Satan's Fall and having her properly pour her grievances out like only a drunk person can. I somehow ended up convincing her to come to my lands for some RNR away from all the idiots. I think Hera would become good friends with Scathach and Elsa. Seraphol on the other hand somehow found Hestia and became BFFs with her. Let's say that the goddess can cook, even after a century of Leora's sinfully delicious cooking. Hestia's was somehow a nostalgic breath of fresh air as she made me remember my mother's cooking from my past life. Seraphol became a bit clingy due to the emotions of longing and sadness which came with those memories, also making the goddess panic because she didn't want to make someone sad, but I thanked her sincerely for her food. I invited her to visit Azura and experience its food culture shortly after, thinking Leora would appreciate the challenge and maybe learn from Hestia in the field of home cooking. Our next most frequent visitor was Artemis surprisingly, but she came for mana. The goddess of the hunt really wanted to recruit mana due to her strength and the fact that she was still a maiden while technically falling in some definitions of huntress. Too bad she was politely rejected every time. It didn't help that she kept saying anti-men, anti-devil and anti-me things like all men are beasts, all devils will betray you and I would rape her or something. Even mana nearly hit the goddess when she said those and the lightning she emitted would have impressed Zeus until I calmed her down and asked Artemis to leave and not return. She wasn't happy, but the cold look in Mana's eyes barely hiding her anger told her exactly she now felt towards her or any of her offers. Artemis was not the most eloquent of gods. The other Olympian who visited me was Hephaestus after he had spent some time looking over the cage he had received. He was a man of few words, but thanked me for the gift nonetheless. The two of us got to talking and eventually we discussed his expertise in blacksmithing and automatons. I was mostly curious about the later as living metallic constructs were fascinating to me. So vastly different than golems which had pre-programmed parameters or the robots of my past life, but something closer to actual AIs built through craftsmanship and magic. Hephaestus admitted to feeling curious about High Scarrow once I began speaking about it and of the thriving smithing society I had going in my lands. He even said he would like to visit and in response I offered a type of competition for all smiths to come and have their blades judged by himself. The god was actually excited by the idea due to it having never actually occurred before. A massive competition of the art he loved, filled with smiths of dozens of cultures and styles, it made his heart pump and his spirit as a blacksmith blaze. This began a nice friendship as the god and I discussed the format and requirements of said competition. We enjoyed some drinks and shared some hearty stories. Good times. Most of the other gods who weren't opposed to us also visited, mainly out of curiosity or boredom. Apollon came due to finding my showing interesting and to feel me out, while I gauged the god who is to be Zeus' successor in canon. I might not like Zeus for hitting/perving on my wife, but I at least know he would support peace and had enough courage and morals to seal himself with Trihexa. That's why I stoked at the voodoo dildo and didn't castrate him. Poseidon came by to say hello mostly and to ask to never send his wife a voodoo dildo. Hermes came to say a quick hello and thank you for the great laugh. But he was busy gathering the heroes and information. And Dionysus came by once he heard I had booze strong enough to get Hera plastered and begged for a bottle. He was later found in the fountain outside his house, being cussed out by his wife Ariadne. So not a terrible stay as long as I put aside getting on the bad sides of Ares and Athena, possible fear or dislike list for Zeus and earning the fear of Aphrodite. I got a nice friendship developing with Hera and Hephaestus, then got them and Hestia to agree to come down for a visit. I think Dionysus likes me now, and the rest are rather neutral with only Artemis probably being salty over mana. Sarah had a decent time as well, enjoying not being sexually harassed even if she did scold me for being heavy-handed. She made a friend and one of the issues we were to look into was on track, while the other would wait until later, and we basically got to spend some time abroad as we explored Olympus and enjoyed ourselves. Mana was on the job as she stayed professional in her role as bodyguard/guide. She did however hold a grudge against Artemis for insulting me so much however and found Athena a threat. We did all welcome the announcement that the chosen heroes had arrived. Returning to the Grand Temple, I noticed that the hole I had made using Ares's head was gone and so were the cracks in the floor and walls, but my focus was taken by the chosen heroes as I analyzed them all. The two most powerful ones were without a doubt the Hercules and Amazon, while the hooded which gave off a threat level slightly behind them, the masked Perseus was next on the totem pole, but it was the Jason which perplexed me most of all. He can't be that weak, right? He's barely mid-class in strength. The others are either strong high-class or ultimates, but this guy looks like he can barely take on a normal devil guardsman. I thought incredulously as I looked at Hera for any signs of some kind of mix-up. The slight frown on her face as she looked at the blonde man told me it was indeed the right person, but the strength level was not what she expected. A few more things I noticed were that both ladies in the group seemed to have hostile feelings towards a man in this room. The hooded one oozed hostility towards the blonde weakling titled Jason, and the Amazon princess openly glared at a fidgeting Zeus as he avoided her eyes for some reason. Please tell me he didn't hit on his own daughter and pissed her off. I thought at the sight, since even Zeus shouldn't have stooped that low. Hopefully it's just because of how she was born and her mother's words. The reason I think so is because Hera doesn't actually hate the girl like pretty much all of Zeus' bastards, but hates that the god raped the queen of the Amazons, one of Hera's most favored champions, as she, Athena and Artemis are the patron goddesses of the female race. Therefore the Amazon queen, and by extension the Amazons, grew rather hateful of Zeus for doing such a things. She divulged that little bit during a drunken rant when I asked her what she felt about the heroes and this quest. While everyone was looking at the heroes, Zeus stood up and gave an energetic smile. Welcome, chosen heroes of Hellas. I am Zeus, and each of you has been chosen by us to accomplish the first quest in over 2 centuries. A momentous honor. The god said as he spoke grandly. The reaction was rather subdued as he looked at the immortals and slightly paused awkwardly. The Amazon was still glaring, but her body told me she was at least a bit excited. Hercules was almost oozing battle intent, but he was the only one. The witch seemed to ignore most things and was actually looking over to us. Perseus felt like he didn't want to be here. And Jason was sweating as he tried to look calm. Just tell me what needs killing. Hercules said as he punched his palm with a bloodthirsty grin. Athena. Zeus simply said as he delegated. You 5 will be given the task to hunt down a dangerous monster reborn in this era. It is powerful, fast and cunning. Athena began as she stood in front of the heroes. During the last few months it has targeted humans, demi-humans, even devils and monsters in order to gain strength. Devils? Is that why there are 3 here? The hooded witch questioned as she casually interrupted with a rather alluring voice. Yes. Athena answered with a small scowl and distaste at the interruption and our presence. They will be accompanying you as part of their investigation of the murder of some influential noble family members and as backup. Each are powerful, as that is Lady Leviathan and her husband Lord Azeroth, while the other is their guard. Humph. Just devils. Hercules stupidly responded. What an idiot. The witch said in response as she scoffed. What did you say? An angered Hercules said as he tried to intimidate the girl. Shing. You shall not touch this sister. Diana righteously stated as now had her blade at Hercules' throat. Whoa, whoa. No need for the violence. Let's all take a moment and calm down. The masked Perseus said as he stood between the Amazon and the large man. I do not trust the words of a man who hides behind a mask. Diana replied as she glared at the two. I am sure we can come to an understanding without hurting each other. We are supposed to be a team after all. Perseus calmly replied as he stayed between the two. Why insult such a lovely lady, Sir Heracles? Surely one can at least appreciate her beauty on this perilous journey we are to embark upon. Jason suddenly said as he approached us with a dazzling aura and a suave smile. He then lowered himself and reached for Sarah's hand, saying, Hello my beautiful lady, what is your name? But the response was a Seraphol pulling back as the gods felt like something bad was going to happen. "You," was all Sarah said as she hid behind me, causing him to falter. "Hera, can I kill this pathetic insect?" I coldly asked as I released a small amount of power, which immediately caused the bickering heroes to focus on me and Jason to crash into the floor. She flinched a bit at the emotionless eyes I was giving her. Unfortunately, I would prefer you don't. As disappointing as he is, he still has his uses. She answered with reluctance over the shame the descendant of her favorite hero behaved and how weak he was. "I will expect recompense for this," I simply replied as I lifted the pressure of the bug and he scurried away under the cold gazes of most present. Diana and the witch looked at him with disgust. "I will send you some chrysomallows. Think of it as a thank you for your own gift to me as well." Hera replied with a serious tone as she gave Jason a quick glare and the heroes gasped at her compensation. For those too lazy to look this up, chrysomallows is a mythical kind of fabulous, flying, golden-fleeced ram. Its fleece is the golden fleece. "That is very generous, Lady Hera. I shall endeavor to repay your sincerity," I told her honestly as this was a precious thing to give. Their golden fleece is the basis for all the clothes of the Greek gods after all and offer great benefits. It can negate a certain level of attack naturally and even absorb magic up to a degree, while also offering the wearer its healing and detoxifying properties. Mix of some abilities given in fiction. That reminds me, I should start gathering some mundane and supernatural beasts to both conserve and rear them. Some materials might also have unexpected uses in the hands of all the craftsmen and researchers I have. I thought as I laid down some preliminary plans. Probably all kinds of fauna as well. Maybe recruit some zoologists and botanists as well. These devils are all on par with gods, do not insult them again. Hera then warned the heroes. "Then what is the purpose of us going?" the witch asked. "Because this is a matter for the Greeks to handle and they are simply here to investigate the deaths and disappearances of devils, while maybe keeping some of you alive," Hera answered a bit sternly. "The direct involvement of the devils would be both humiliating and troublesome. You 5 have been chosen as heroes to kill the monster in place of us gods due to having our hands tied. Succeed and not only yourselves, but your families shall receive boons fitting for the deed," Athena coldly told the group. "Mighty gods, what is it we are to face that would require such a force?" Perseus respectfully asked. "The Gorgon has returned. Each of you has been deemed necessary one way or another for the task of killing it," Athena answered without a hint of emotion. Now that would explain a lot of things regarding the evidence and why Artemis said it was a problem caused by Poseidon and Athena. Only a few situations only involved those two, I thought at the revelation. But it is odd that Medusa didn't petrify her victims or at least the devil ones. Medusa, as a being, has many different mythological stories, but the most known in this world would be the version with Poseidon and Athena over the one mainly about Athena. In this world Medusa was one of 3 sisters who were actually slowly becoming natural-born goddesses. The 3 were deemed a threat as they had the potential to become either conceptual beings or at least reach the power level of God from the Bible thanks to developing from the beliefs of people and the earth itself. Unfortunately things went very wrong as Poseidon fell for the strongest and most beautiful, by more modern standards, sister, Medusa. Medusa was a great follower of the gods even as a burgeoning goddess herself, and during her time in a temple of Athena, Poseidon could no longer take it and violated her then and there. Feeling angered and insulted over seeing Medusa seduce Poseidon fucking him in her temple, Athena cursed her and altered her budding divinity forcefully, becoming a bane of man as she became the monster called Gorgon, later devouring her sisters while lost in her madness and only stopped by the original Perseus with the help of Athena. It really highlighted the despicable character gods can have when I thought about Athena's behavior and the Greeks in general. If they had carefully nurtured the 3 sisters, then they may have received 3 top-tier goddesses and possibly a trio which could reach beings like Ophis and Great Red. But no, they decided to prove that Greek gods fit the phrase more human than humans as they ruined everything through their egos and actions. But this can actually align with what Hera told me about Athena's ambitious character. She might have actually thought of the three as threats to more than the position of Olympians in Greece, but to her desire to lead said Olympians. I thought as I looked at the goddess of wisdom, because who said one always used wisdom for good. And now that the Gorgon has returned, it is likely that her budding divinity might have as well, but this time as a monster, thus an obvious threat which can be easily targeted and eliminated without any kind of fallout. I am sorry, but I cannot take part of this quest. Perseus said to the gods, shocking many present. This is not a request, Perseus. Athena replied as she narrowed her eyes. Then kill me. Just like you do to those who do not obey you. But my ancestor died with great regrets over his killing of Medusa, and I shall not repeat the act and spit on his last words. The masked hero stubbornly stated as he stood unyieldingly in front of the now affronted goddess. You dare dash. I like you, kid. You've got a spine and morals. I said with a wide grin over this scene. Now come over here before she decides to kill you. Everyone was rather surprised over my sudden interruption and the fact that Perseus did appear beside my little group the next moment. What do you think you are doing? The angered Athena asked as her eyes glowed with golden light. Saving the life of a talented young man with a good heart, someone with the qualities of a true hero, from another egotistical bitch who has no respect for those rare qualities. I calmly answered as my own eyes flashed a deep purple and completely suppressed her. Ugh. She quietly grunted as her balance shifted and knees almost bent from that little clash. Thank you for the assistance, Sir Devil, but I cannot allow you to trouble yourself over my own decisions. Perseus humbly said with a small bow of gratitude. Don't worry about it, kid, but how about you and your family come work for me? I quite treasure good seedlings like you, and I'm sure we can find a way for you to be happy. I've already got a bunch of different races in my land, so some demigod/hero descendants won't be out of place. I happily responded as everyone just gaped at me trying to recruit someone and his entire family, while Mana and Seraphal had amused smiles. I am sorry, what? The masked hero asked out of pure confusion. Wait. You can't just take my son. Poseidon hurriedly yelled as he stood from his seat. You are my father. A stunned Perseus replied as he now intensely focused on the sea god, just like almost everyone else at the revelation. Ooh. That's fantastic. What kind of abilities are you aware of? Water manipulation. Earthquakes. Affinity for horses or creatures of the sea. I immediately asked as I went into a much deeper analysis of the young man. What? I don't have any of those. Maybe I'm a bit skilled on a horse, but it's nothing special. Perseus replied as he seemed rather overwhelmed. That's because your divine blood hasn't been stimulated properly, same problem for the Amazon over there. I spoke as I shifted my eyes to the powerful young woman. My offer extends to yourself as well, princess. Or maybe some form of trade agreement would be more suitable. I have plenty of very capable women who can act as a liaison should that be preferable. You are speaking to me? Diana asked with a slightly dumbfounded expression. Yeah. I am rather curious about what the Amazons have achieved and their prowess. Heck, we can even organize some kind of war game between our armies as training. I'm sure my men would enjoy challenging other people for once. I answered with an excited smile. The possibility of recruiting these talented individuals was too tempting. And bringing people into the fold does not have to be done quickly either. One can build a solid foundation based on mutual interests, slowly accumulate trust while showing the benefits of full assimilation, then you start influencing the people and push the ruling powers into either a full alliance or submission. The Amazons basically being a race of partially divine warrior women makes them very attractive to me as well. Hell, the Perseus kid being Poseidon's son on top of the original's reincarnation already means he has a ton of potential, especially if he's about high class already. My greed is acting up a bit. I thought as I calmed myself a bit. We welcome any challengers. Diana proudly declared as her fighting spirit ignited. I shall speak to my mother regarding your proposals. Let's hope for a positive response then. I told her with a grin as she nodded. Hey! A female voice called out. Turns out it was the hooded witch which called for my attention. She had also approached my little group while I was talking to the two demigods present. Yes? I asked with a curious look. You said you like to recruit talents, right? She asked in return. Indeed I do. I admitted with any hesitation. What would it take to be recruited into yours or the Satan's peerage? She then asked seriously as she looked between myself and Seraphol. Why would we want you in our peerages, and what makes you think we would simply recruit a title which we have only met and know nothing about? I replied as I became deadly serious, dropped my happy attitude and pressured the girl. And most importantly, why would you want to become a devil? My true gaze made the witch almost kneel as she felt the presence of devil far surpassing the original Satan's. Lith. Seraphol suddenly said as she drew my attention to witness her glare. Don't pressure girls like that. It's not nice. Then why haven't you said anything when I said stuff about Athena? I asked out of curiosity as I released the girl who asked a rather rude question. She then kneeled as she gasped for air, clutching her chest as her heart was no doubt beating rather quickly. Because she's mean and cold-hearted. She also constantly looked down on me. Sarah honestly answered as Athena now glared at Seraphol. Did she now? I said with a bit of a dangerous tone as I looked at the goddess, immediately making her look away. Not the time. I let you do as you pleased, but take it down a notch, okay? My wife said with a clear gaze. All right. Sorry, love. I replied with a quick kiss before turning to the witch. Sorry about that, but peerages for us are rather sensitive. Joining ours means becoming family, hence not to be lightly offered nor accepted. Gulp it was my fault and it was a rather spontaneous decision. The witch replied as she stood up. If you wish to gain a chance at our peerages, we can consider you a candidate while you become our contracted magician. That way we all get to know each other properly. I offered the girl. I wasn't going to say no to a talented person with a good level of strength, but I wasn't going to bring her too close until I learnt more about her. She wished to join the peerage of a Satan and devil she had just met, not something most humans should be willing to do, hence I doubt her intentions. At the same time, however, I do not wish to use my persuasion on any of my peerage members, and as a potential member I would avoid it as well. So a contracted magician was a good step. Receiving a nod of approval to my offer was a good step. Now, we shall form a contract later, but we should probably return to the matter at hand. I told her, to which she nodded understandingly. Are you done trying to recruit our heroes yet? Hera questioned with an almost amused look on her face. Pretty much. The meathead doesn't interest me since I have a better one at home and the blonde one is an insect. I answered with a shrug. Hey Hercules tried to protest but was cut off. Wait a minute. I can't just let you take my son. Poseidon announced as he looked rather intense. You mean the son that, like all demigods, had to live without one of his parents being present for a single day in his life? Or the one who you never claimed or unleashed his true powers? Or the one you didn't even acknowledge until I offered him a way out of being killed right in front of you while you did nothing? I critically asked as I shut him down real quick. I would have saved him. Poseidon weakly countered as he gave Perseus an imploring gaze. And I haven't agreed to anything yet. Perseus said as he caught up to the conversation. What if I offered you a way to help your family, grow stronger, give you the opportunity to find the life you want to live, or have you become a liaison between my lands and your so-called father's precious Atlantis? I asked as my devil's temptation was coming out. That stymied the young man as I could see his jaw open and close from the side of his mask. You don't have to make your decision right now. Just think about it, okay? Seraphal gently said to him as she handed him a card with both of our symbols. If you accept or want to talk, just channel some energy into one of the cards. Yes. Thank you, Lady Leviathan. Perseus politely said as I could feel him blushing under his mask. The majority of the gods couldn't exactly believe what was happening, but also didn't really dare stop it either. While unorthodox, I wasn't doing anything bad or damaging to their pantheon. At most I was hampering their quest a bit, but some concessions here and there while we handle the Gorgon/Medusa would likely appease their egos. I might even be technically doing something good for them even as I was opening a new trade avenue with never-before-seen or experienced products or services, likely boosting their overall wealth and living experience. If you are all quite finished, Apollon shall send you all towards the area the Gorgon has last been sighted. Hera declared as she seemed mildly smug about taking charge from Athena. To think I get to experience one of the sun chariots. How interesting. I thought as everyone followed the handsome god as he signaled them. Even Perseus was absent-mindedly following mine and Seraphal's gentle guidance as he was completely lost in his own head right now. He had been asked/basically ordered to do apparently the one thing his ancestor deeply regretted and told his descendants not to do, was almost sentenced to death for refusing, got saved by devils, received a job offer for himself and his family, found out who his father is and now has to deal with a sort of identity crisis. So a bit of confusion was understandable. Jason was keeping as far away from me as possible, Heracles was glaring hatefully, Diana looked rather curious and the witch we still haven't gotten the name of looked like she wanted to approach us but was hesitating after earlier. This was going to be a weird trip. Enkidu's tour of the Underworld. To start my observation of other territories in the Underworld, I decided to see those which rose to prominence after the Civil War a century ago alongside Lith Azeroth. Thus I focused my attention on 5 houses, Gremory, Citri, Astaroth, Glasiolablas and Baal. I can easily say that I was rather shocked at the utter disparity between every level in comparison to Lith Azeroth's lands, but I could understand them better. Unlike the culture shock I received from visiting the extremely developed Azeroth territory, these lands were much more in vein with what I knew, but with at least some level of development. The most well-developed lands amongst these 5 houses were the Gremory ones. House Gremory had large cities in close proximity to each other, acting as industrial and administrative heartlands. These places either took in the large amount of raw materials procured from across their lands and processed them all there or served as trading hubs. Each city seemed geared towards one specific type of material. One was for stone either for buildings, art, infrastructure, or magic. Another was for wood, much in the same vein. Next were things like metals, cloths, food and glass. The Gremory were known as benevolent rulers as well, caring for their people and doing their best to properly manage everything happening to ensure the best. However, I could tell that all of this enriched the Gremory family over improving the lives of the people working for them, as they mostly acted in a benevolent manner to secure the loyalty of the devils under them. I was pleasantly surprised to see that the ex-heir/current Satan Surzex had built numerous orphanages under his own name within Gremory territory. They did not come close to the Azeroth ones however, but the children seemed happy. Next came the nearby Astaroth lands. They were not impressive. The governance was oppressive, but not like Gil's where he desired to challenge and stimulate the people into growing stronger. This way chalked the people as they were kept low on purpose. All which redeemed this place was a singular area under the current Satan Beelzebub, Ajuka. This area was purely focused on research, Ajuka Beelzebub's playground if you will. And although it was much more advanced than anywhere I had seen outside Azeroth lands, it was still far behind the near miracles of magic and ingenuity I had witnessed there. My guess was that it is the difference between geniuses clashing endlessly versus a singular genius doing as he pleased. House Citri was one of my favorite territories due to its vast expanses of nature and the effort put in place by the family to maintain and help it prosper. The gathering of healers and researchers was also surprisingly refreshing, as recent memories of a very similar place came to mind, only the others were more advanced. It would even seem many of these devils were studying things from Azeroth lands as they desperately devoured the knowledge in front of them while experimenting with it. The rest of these lands were governed a bit strictly, but very fair as well. And the presence of the Grand Healing Center built by the current Satan Leviathan and Lith Azeroth's wife, Seraphal Leviathan, was very impressive, as it took the style of old and new to create a calming and reassuring place of healing. The fourth Satan family, the Glaciolablas, were rather average in how they handled their people. Nothing particularly impressive, but they also showed no obviously negative qualities either. I would call it remarkably stable even. No major crimes, banditry near non-existent, citizenry capable of making decent livings while safely working, and those in charge managed things carefully. The only ridiculous things I had witnessed was supposedly named the Palace of Sloth. An entire building dedicated to offering the best sleep in the Underworld, something they are so driven by that they had commissioned everything here to be made from materials related to sleep and dreams, crafted in Azeroth lands, and carefully arranged by Satan Asmodeus, Falbium himself. It was surprisingly popular. But my last stop made me rather upset. The Baal lands were incredibly efficient, producing and harvesting great amounts of goods, but it was all under an extreme amount of control. The entire territory was tightly held by the Baal family, or more accurately Zram Baal. Harsh punishments given to dissenters, criminals, and even sometimes just to set an example. But what differed from most tyranny was that should an enforcer be found abusing her authority, they would suffer an even worse punishment. The entire system was built on fear and control, as the devils were used for the most efficient method, as if they weren't truly seen as living beings but golems. It was drab and depressing to walk the dark grey streets, where curfews were in place and freedoms were severely limited. The lands outside the city walls were also controlled, as little to no true nature could be found as I explored, making the very land itself feel collared. My entire time there felt suffocating. Chapter, I'll see how it turns out. Hope this was at least enjoyable. Chapter 38, CH38 Hellas Heroes PT3. Flying using the Greek sun chariot was a novel experience if nothing else. It would also seem to be a versatile construct, as it changed from a Greek war chariot to a large carriage in order to fit everyone. And although very bright and shiny, it was surprisingly comfortable. The now carriage was obviously decorated with symbols of the sun or the Greek pantheon, but at least it wasn't completely over the top. Beside being basically made out of gold anyway. During our rather brief ride, I had the time to ask Apollon a few things I was curious about regarding his current role as a sun deity, and if he was actually born one or Helios truly passed on the title to him somehow. Turns out that a shift in belief caused the Greek divinity of the sun to split between Apollon and Helios, resulting in Helios no longer being able to properly control the sun chariot. Unfortunately for Helios, more of his original divinity began going to Apollon due to his other ones having a good affinity with it and the beliefs of the people, eventually leading to the sun god to willingly relinquish the remainder of his sun divinity and retire. Helios now lives as a minor god of midday under Apollon's banner. At the same time, Selene, the original moon goddess, and Artemis were also going through a similar process due to Apollon and Helios, but it was much more difficult to convince Selene to relinquish her divinity due to not liking Artemis. She only retired after Helios had fully handed the sun divinity over due to the massive shift it caused, weakening her own connection to the moon and resulting in a few weeks of not being able to guide the moon chariot properly. Selene is now living alongside Eos and her consort Astrius as the minor goddess of stars. Quite interesting overall. And informative. It did highlight a worrisome factor which I would have to research regarding things like divinities, however, and confirm the possibilities I had in mind for Eresh too. This factor was that divinities aren't just affected by a god's abilities and talents, but also by how the people who believe in them view things. As such it might explain why Zeus is such a shit father and husband if people always think of kings as lustful or at least promiscuous, while leaving many bastards behind. Doesn't excuse the behavior since he could have helped curtail the problem and resisted this kind of behavior by setting his own ideals of kingship and enforcing them, but it might explain a few things. After that interesting conversation, I thanked the god for the ride and even invited him to come see our musical and medical facilities if he was free. I feel like I was on my way to creating a divine vacation spot with the number of gods I keep inviting, but he did say he'd think about it before leaving myself, my wife and Mana, alongside the heroes at the site of a destroyed town. Oh no! Sarah quietly whispered as she sadly gazed onto the former town. Not even one corpse left. No petrification marks either. But poison, claw and teeth marks are present. Dropped weapons, used arrows, blood stains, and a trail is visible. I neutrally said aloud as my sight took in every inch of the town. Any clues on where this Gorgon is heading, Nisama? Mana asked seriously as she used her own techniques to get a feel for the situation. I personally feel a lot of anger, hatred, despair and hunger from the northeast. That might be it. I would say northeast is right. About 37 kilometers away. I replied casually as I felt the Gorgon itself now and found it to be of no threat to either of my girls, but it would be a significant threat to the heroes. Seeing it however made me doubt the effectiveness of the means devils use to gather information. Gorgon is 10 meters, 32 feet 9 inches, tall and near 100 meters long. How in the world did they miss any evidence of this? I can see a ton of evidence of her size. The deep waving trail indicating a large serpentine presence, deadly poison to narrow possible suspects, the depth and width of the trail would allow for a certain amount of estimation of the size and weight of the suspect, and then you add the claw and bite marks to finish off the most obvious bits to at least have a list of suspects. And if anyone had any sort of balls or brains, they could just follow the extremely obvious trail. This is pathetic. My guess is all those nobles just found out that their members disappeared and were too scared to even investigate. Instead they nagged, whined, complained and even harassed Seraphal to do everything for them. I am going to need to build Sarah an information network and talk to some important people about how things actually work in the underworld. I thought in irritation. Could you blame me? A 10-meter tall woman with a 100-meter long purple and green snake lower half, clawed reptilian with the same color scheme, extremely bodacious body with a toned midriff out in the open as some purple and gold armor covers the connecting area of her upper and lower body with some going up her side and cover her massive breasts. She also had extremely long purple hair with demonic snake heads at the ends dripping corrosive poison from their mouths, very pale skin with a light purple taint, a beautiful face which held gentle features twisted in rage, hunger madness, and a shining pair of amethysts-colored eyes with rectangular pupils. Go Gorgon without the weird wings. On top of that, she gave off a rather impressive amount of negative energy anyone with any kind of senjutsu training could pinpoint from the country next door, while her power level stood at high ultimate class. I'm going. Hercules suddenly declared as he used his strength to Hulk jump, in the wrong direction. The idiot can't even tell which trail is fresher and jumped towards where Gorgon came from. I thought in disbelief. Where is he going? The monster is the other way. The insect suddenly yelled out surprisingly. Who would have thought the weak fool would notice that? I briefly thought. ****Hera give me strength. Murmured Diana said as she too knew the monster was the other way and now had to deal with the only person on her level bouncing away. What a complete moron. The witch simply commented. Why is no one going after him? Jason yelled at those present in distress. I will go. Whistle, Perseus declared as he put his hand under his mask and whistled loudly. The two female heroes looked on with curiosity while the golden fool was confused and still mildly freaking out. That was until a distant figure in sky started to rapidly approach, which made Diana get combat ready as a bronze shield and sword appeared in her hands, and the witch took out a staff with a crescent moon in a circle at the top glowing with magic in readiness. Jason was standing there like an idiot. "Fear not. He is my friend," Perseus calmly reassured with a light tone, causing both women to lower their guard moderately. It turned out that the approaching being was a completely black Pegasus galloping in the sky as its mighty wings beat. Quite a fine specimen as well. "This is Ischyos, Shade, my friend and companion. He's been with me from birth," Perseus fondly exclaimed as he petted the happy-looking Pegasus which was nuzzling up to him. "What a fine creature," Diana praised with honest eyes as she sheathed her blade. "Can I touch him?" the witch bluntly asked as I felt quite an increase in desire from her. "Later, Lady Witch. I would not mind showing you all the Perseus family stables if you desired either," was the answer as the masked young man mounted the Pegasus in a smooth and well-practiced manner, but the answer caused the witch to deflate. "Thanks, but can't," she answered with some disappointment in her voice. "I would much enjoy a grand sight of such noble beasts, but I doubt Mother would permit such a visit," Diana replied almost boisterously. "Unfortunate. I will return soon," Perseus responded as he took off in pursuit of the hopping muscle head. "Why didn't you just bring him back, Liv?" Sarah Fall asked me curiously as she watched that scene happen. I was a bit stunned at the idiot going the wrong way so confidently, and this is their quest. I answered with a shrug. "Fufu, it was a surprise," Mana admitted mirthfully. "Oh. Okay then," Sarah simply said with a nod of understanding. The three remaining heroes apparently heard that, and it made the insect gape at us, while the women were a bit curious since teleporting someone else from a distance is rather difficult or impossible for most people. Heck, I think Dimension Lost is one of the only sure ways of doing that. It took a bit of time, but soon enough Perseus returned with his Pegasus and dismounted in front of us. "He is on his way," he informed us as we could gradually hear the approaching landings and jumps until the muscled figure of Hercules landed in front of us with a completely serious face as if he hadn't just went the wrong way. "Oh look, the idiot is back," the witch said rather mockingly. ****** was somehow the only response as the large man glared at the smaller hooded woman. "Now that we have all gathered again, time to hunt the beast," Diana announced as she stepped in the middle of the other heroes with confidence. "Ah. And who made you the boss of me, Amazon?" Hercules challenged as he got into her face. "And will you lead us, brute? Your ancestor was the same as you from what I've witnessed, and he was no leader either," Diana retorted as she did not even flinch from the overbearing man. "I prefer the one with a brain," the witch interrupted with a small mocking grin on her lips. "Why you?" an angry Hercules replied as his attention turned towards the hooded woman. "And what of you, Perseus?" Diana asked as this suddenly turned democratic. "I have no intention of participating in this quest, but I doubt many want a leader who jumps away from his team," Perseus carefully answered. "This great gentleman does have a point, my well-muscled friend. The gods brought us together for a reason, and a leader needs to understand how to communicate and direct his team," Jason added as he jumped in with a glittery aura as he swept his hand through his hair. "Now I understand why such a weakling as the title Jason. He is a son of Aphrodite," I thought as I felt his aura subconsciously calm the group and made them tolerate the weak idiot voicing his opinion. "Humph. Whatever," Hercules grumbled. The witch on the other hand seemed to realize what just happened as well, and her hostility towards the blonde ponce increased a lot. "Then we shall set off together to slay the beast and stop more destruction and death from spreading to the innocent," Diana announced as she charismatically drew her blade in the direction of the trail. "I've said this more than once, but I won't help kill her," Perseus stubbornly responded. "Then don't," Jason hurriedly said as he approached the masked hero, but just like the others, I am certain you would at least not desire the deaths of innocent people. As such you could protect or evacuate nearby towns and villages as the beast is targeting them. Those words made Perseus hesitate a lot and think things through. Fine. I won't help you kill her, but I won't let her kill others. Perseus finally replied as he mounted his Pegasus. Like I thought, a good guy. One with actual hero qualities. Probably the only here, with Diana being second, but she seems to have a bit too much battle lust. I thought as I observed them all. Perseus went ahead to scout, while the remaining 4 began to make their way towards their target. Jason had to be carried by Hercules as Diana and the witch were able to either run or fly at great speeds, while we simply used our wings. Our masked Pegasus rider returned with rather dire news as he spotted the Gorgon approaching a new village, killing and eating any living being in her path. As a result, the heroes picked up the pace significantly and Perseus went ahead to warn the people to evacuate. Arriving quickly, they spotted the rather large form of the Gorgon as she slithered her way towards the village Perseus had mentioned with desire in her gaze. But then one of her hair serpents noticed the group and she immediately turned her head towards them as she now intensely focused on the heroes. Now that's an interesting decision. She focused on the smaller, but stronger humans over the larger population. Is it because hunger isn't her true motivation? I thought as I began analyzing the Gorgon using all my observational and sensory skills and magics to understand exactly what this former goddess in the making is. She won't notice us until I allow her, hence why she hasn't looked up towards us. The heroes realized that the Gorgon was going for them now and quickly decided to attack as Hercules dumped Jason and jumped towards the monstrous babe with a roar, while Diana burst forward with incredible speed as she held her shield at the ready and her blade positioned to parry or strike. The witch began rapidly creating intricate magic circles and reinforcing at least Diana as small purple flashes appeared over the Amazon from time to time, and Jason was just kind of on the ground gaping at the giant Lamia. The roaring Hercules was surprisingly not swatted out of the hair by the attacking snake heads as he somehow managed to punch or kick them in ways which allowed him to change his trajectory enough to dodge or simply blew them away. It wasn't until a few banded together that they were able to force Hercules into a straightforward clash and send him away. It seemed that the hair snakes might have a degree of sentience as the Gorgon's eyes were on the approaching Diana, using her reptilian claws to strike, but the Amazon was using her swiftness to smoothly dodge each strike while focusing completely on her target's head. Diana managed to time the Gorgon's attack perfectly and jumped onto her receding arm to use it as a shortcut to her goal. The Gorgon used her other hand to try and swat her away, but it was dodged. Take this! Diana yelled out as she began swinging her blade towards her target's neck, but unfortunately she focused too much on it and missed the great tail which smacked her off the Gorgon's shoulder and into the ground as she left a trail in the earth due to the rough landing. You okay, princess? The witch asked as dozens of magic circles glowed with power next to her. What a blunder! Diana responded as she stood from her small crater with a gash on her cheek where she was hit. But worry not, sister. We shall vanquish this beast. That's good. You attack again, I'll distract it. The witch replied as the two nodded to each other. The two burst into action as Diana moved forward with even greater speed than before and the witch began a single-person bombardment at the Gorgon using her dozens of magic circles to fire superheated beams of purple light towards the giant snake woman. In response, the Gorgon snakes opened their maws and fired beams of black and red magic towards the witch and Amazon, sometimes colliding with the magic of her targets and causing mid-air explosion, being dodged by Diana as she weaved through the beams or jumped over the exploding ground, and other time being deflected by the witch's own defenses as some of the magic circles seemed to have been for defensive purposes. Then out of nowhere Hercules came out like the juggernaut and tackled the side of the Gorgon using his might, causing it to flinch from the impact as she was shoved sideways. The snakes instinctively shifted their attention to him out of anger and prepared to fire beams at him, but the witch had not decided to stay idle as she continued to fire her own magic at the Gorgon. The result was a pained and enraged roar as the Gorgon's eyes focused on the new source of her pain, opening her mouth and shooting a much larger beam towards the witch. TCH. Was the only response as the witch slammed her staff into the ground and made a series of 4 grand magic circles appear between herself and the attack, causing a clash of magic power which tore through the first, slowed down after the second and stalled on the third. Luckily for the witch, Diana had managed to climb back up the Gorgon and decided to slice off some of her semi-sentient hair snakes with a righteous cry. As a result, the Gorgon froze for a moment before energy erupted from her in great fury as she blew away Diana and Hercules, who was still struggling as he attempted to force her to the ground. The witch reacted swiftly, catching both of them before they got too far, realizing her chances without both of them weren't looking great. She's not happy with her haircut. Any ideas? The witch asked as she began weaving various spells. The trio could feel the great amount of power radiating off the Gorgon, as well as the malevolent presence it gave off. What only the witch noticed was the change in the snake woman's eyes as they began to give off a far more power than what she had used before. In response, I shifted us out of this layer of existence to make us out of reach of the fabled petrification, even if we were all too strong for it to affect us. I'll give her more than a haircut. Hercules responded as he held out his hand, and a massive weapon made of some kind of stone and shaped like something between a sword and an axe appeared. The weapon radiated auras of carnage and slaughter, as I could also feel a blessing of Ares on it. I should get one of those for Lamr. I commented at the sight of the unique weapon. I'm sure he would love it. Seraphol responded as we both imagined the very emotional ice giant receiving something similar and bursting out in tears of happiness. I call forth the great armor of Hera. Diana shouted out as golden battle armor, shield and spear appeared, resulting in her own aura jumping up a few notches. General pick. Divine craft and materials. Exquisite enchantments. A few blessings. Not bad at all. I thought as I looked at the armor. That spear though, that thing's packs quite the punch for something a demigod can use. Drink these before starting. They should protect you both from getting poisoned and at least help you resist her gaze. The witch said as she threw them 2 potions each. Trusting that she didn't want to die and had no reason to betray them, the 2 drank the potions and had disgusted faces afterwards as they mildly glared at her. Can't expect medicine to taste sweet. The hooded woman simply responded. With a grunt and a nod, the 2 then turned back the Gorgon for round 2 and charged. This time Diana had a rather obvious increase in performance as she went for low-mid ultimate in stats to low-high ultimate, while Hercules simply felt much deadlier with his own weapon as the 2 challenged the large snake woman once more. It would seem that the Gorgon wasn't simply watching the trio ready themselves either, as her snakes were now shooting out jets of corrosive acid mixed into the magic beams, while anywhere she gazed began to turn to stone. She unleashed magical slashes with her claws and started smashing her tail towards the 2 heroes. It was a great show of skills for Diana and instincts for Hercules as the 2 dodged or deflected the Gorgon's attacks while closing in on her. Seeing this, the hair snakes burst forward as half went on the offensive instead of just shooting at them, resulting in Hercules cleaving them or using them as stepping stone, while Diana channeled her energy into the spear and smoothly used its edge to cut through each one in her way in a spectacular display of spearmanship. Nothing remotely close to Scat-Hack, but impressive nonetheless. The 2 began a much more explosive fight as they continuously sliced, cleaved and pierced the snakes of the Gorgon as she seemed to produce as many as needed, while sometimes being pushed away due to having to block an attack head-on. The potions of the witch were working for now as well, neither getting poisoned nor petrified. Now speaking of the witch, she was focusing on support more than damage, casting protective and enchantment spells on the 2 while casting some forms of debuffs on the Gorgon. And although she couldn't do anything major due to the Gorgon's divinity, power and natural abilities in the field, she managed to fool her senses from time to time, causing her to attack in places no one was or distract her, halt her movements for a moment, make her snakes hit each other and other clever and well-timed pieces of support as she kept herself out of the focus of the monster before them. The trio even managed to start making their foe bleed, finding out that her blood spawned poisonous snakes or his simply corrosive wasn't great, but they could still handle that as they fought. Jason, who they had all basically forgotten, was running away from them as he killed a few poisonous snakes from time to time when swinging his shiny blade like a pussy. But they fell into a rhythm as the group began to slowly whittle down the Gorgon, and although the heroes were getting tired and the two close-range combatants had taken some hits, they were slowly but surely looking like they were going to win. During their fight, I had the time to fully analyze the Gorgon too. Turns out that Athena is more of a bitch than I realized, as she didn't just corrupt Medusa's original divinity, she also ensured her madness, that she would consume her sisters and that she would be killed even if it wasn't by them. The bitch might think it was clever, but she almost created a second trihexa because she wanted to ensure that even if she grew stronger than anticipated, other pantheons would see her as a threat too and erase her for the Greeks. She basically tied her divinity with an aspect of madness and gluttony, making it so the Gorgon would always hunger and grow stronger through consuming others, but parts of their souls would remain within her, causing it to become an instinct-driven mass of pieces of souls constantly eroding the original core of who Medusa was. The really interesting part was that she didn't only have one source of divinity, she had three. Even after reforming. And not only that, the two were protecting the original as they did their best to ward off all then wailing souls, spending their own power in the process. What a powerful bond those three must have shared. And those bastards ruined it all for them. I thought as I realized exactly whose divinities these were. As I looked at the corrupted goddess with pity, I also noticed that one of her hair snakes had actually went down her back and stealthily made its way to the most vulnerable member of the party. Ha! YRGH! Help! Jason yelled desperately as the snake bit him, threw him in the air and then swallowed him whole. The trio were momentarily distracted and slightly shocked over one of their members getting eaten just like that. Although they didn't exactly like him and he had been pretty much useless, he was still a chosen hero like them. Too bad they didn't have much time to think about it as the Gorgon began attacking them with renewed vigor, while the witch didn't seem to care at all. That's what insects deserve when they buzz around a battlefield they don't belong in. I thought coldly at the fool who dared try to place his lips on a part of my wife in front of me. Unfortunately for the remaining heroes, however, the Gorgon didn't just get some energy back from eating the idiot, but also a power-up as the giant snake woman pressured the trio more and more. So that's why she chose this group over an entire town and attacked devils. It also explains why no remains or signs of petrification were present. Higher caliber beings offer a bigger gain, which is rather obvious now that I care to think about it. That explains why she would prefer 4 people over a village full of them, because even though Jason was an ant, he was still a real demigod and a spiritual successor, thus much more nourishing than normal humans. I thought neutrally as the Gorgon began pushing back. Should we help them? Seraphal asked with some worry. Not yet. There's already another on the way for that. I replied as Perseus appeared beside us on his Pegasus. What happened? I suddenly felt her power increase. The masked rider asked with some nervousness. She ate that Jason and seemed to gain a nice little increase in power from it. I'm guessing that's why she decided to fight instead of keep moving towards the village. I answered the young man, how is it over there by the way? She ate Jason. The shocked hero yelled out, which earned a beam courtesy of the Gorgon that I simply bent around us. Indeed. I simply told him as I watched him with some slight interest. Now what will you do, little hero? I thought as the fight became more obviously in favor of the Gorgon and Perseus noticed. He was hesitating. He was conflicted between following his heart and the words and feelings of the original Perseus. He then turned to me. Can they be saved? He asked me in a serious tone of voice. Who? The heroes? I asked him as I played dumb a bit. No. Jason and Medusa. Can they be saved? He asked as he clarified. Jason, no. His body has melted completely and his spirit joined that mess within her. Medusa on the other hand, I could save her. I answered with a bit of a lie since I could technically make Jason a new body and let whatever remains of his spirit heal in that, but that's not going to happen. But why should I save her instead of simply killing? Although I pity her for what the gods have done to her, she is now a potential threat beyond what you know. If you save her, then I will take you up on your offer and come under you alongside my family. That will include our businesses, connections and Pegasi Ranch. He seriously answered as I felt his nervousness. Now that's an interesting offer. I replied with a devilish smile as I felt rather pleased over getting someone with such potential. Honestly, I would have settled for just him, but to gain one of the oldest families in Greece and one that is already functioning well on its own is a pleasant bonus I will not reject. So I took out a contract and edited it a bit to fit both our terms. Simple terms: Perseus and his family would come under me, which includes all their assets, and in exchange I would save Medusa and ensure the future of their family's survival and prosperity. Perseus read it and then followed the instruction by leaving a bloody thumb print at the bottom to seal the deal. Pleasure doing business with you, Perseus. Now to begin with my end of the bargain before two other potential recruits lose their fight. I said as my wife had slightly amused smile at my antics while Mana just rolled her eyes a bit. I descended in front of the heavily breathing witch with a small smile. Ha. 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 Finally. Ha. Doing something? She asked a bit sarcastically due to having been rather stressed since Jason was eaten. It wasn't my fight until someone made it my business. I answered as I pointed at the Pegasus riding Perseus. He do something? She questioned as she was mildly surprised at his presence. Yeah, signed a contract with a devil to save the damned soul. I answered with a smile at the irony. It better not be that bastard Jason. She said as she tightened her grip on her staff. Forget that insect. I've been asked to save Medusa. I told her casually as I began to walk towards the Gorgon. What? The witch asked as this didn't really click for her until I was farther away. This would be rather simple and serve as a great means of testing Remnant. Iresh. I thought as I sent a telepathic message to the goddess connected to me. Lith? How are you? Is anything wrong? She sent back with some worry and happiness mixed in. Everything is fine, but you're going to receive an influx of souls in Remnant soon, and I wanted to warn you. There might also be two divine spirits involved, and if they reach you I want them to be carefully taken, protected and maintained. I told her as it would be a waste if Medusa's sisters simply vanished. Understood. I'm ready. She confidently replied. Good. I'll come check up on things once I come back. I responded as I kept the line open in case something happens. Saving Medusa herself wouldn't exactly be a hard thing for me, in all honesty. I was simply planning on freeing all the souls and spirits within her to Remnant using my Longinus, then place a seal on Athena's handiwork and her memories until she fully lost herself. I was not exactly sure what the divinities of her sisters would do while this is happening, but they should help keep Medusa more stable. This wouldn't exactly be a struggle because I am immensely more powerful than both Medusa/Gorgon and Athena. During my slow approach, Diana and Hercules were blasted back and landed nearby, allowing me to see the extent of the damages. Hercules had bruises, burns, bite marks and scratches all over his body due to not wearing much in the first place, but not many wounds were severe or bleeding much. The real problem for him was that he had been poisoned even through the witch's potions, and some purplish veins were starting to become visible on his left arm and right leg. Diana on the other hand had fewer wounds and no poison, but was physically and magically drained thanks to using a mix of both during her fight. She took fewer hits as well, but proved to be less durable than Hercules, now sporting a few cracked bones. What are you doing? She urgently asked as she noticed me nonchalantly approaching the foe they were failing to beat. Taking care of things. I received a good deal for it. I answered with a smirk as she continued to watch me walk forward. The Gorgon on the other hand blasted beams from all her snakes and her own mouth, targeting myself, Diana and Hercules. But to the shock of Diana, the witch and Perseus, the beams simply stopped coming closer about halfway to their targets. Is this the power of the gods? An astonished Diana asked aloud to no one peculiar. They wish. I replied a bit cockily as I released some of my power and trapped the Gorgon in a space which was just above her skin level. It was rather useful for trapping people as they simply had nowhere to go anymore. Hey! That's my prey! Hercules yelled as he finally got out of his landing zone. Shut up, you idiot! You can barely stay up and you'll die if you keep fighting. Just let him take care of things. The witch yelled back as she approached the large man and began handing him potions to combat the poison he had contracted. Be a good boy. I dismissively said as I made him sit down and trapped his body below the neck so he could still drink the potions and the witch could reach his head. Grah! You bastard! What did you do to me? Hey! Don't ignore M-, he yelled until the witch plugged his mouth with a potion. Chuckling at the sight, I continued approaching my goal as my hands and feet turned metallic due to activating my balance breaker. I could see the rage, madness and hunger in the eyes of the Gorgon, as well as her struggling against my space. Too bad it was useless as I floated up to her head and placed my hand on her forehead. Freedom and bondage. The instant I activated these abilities, I also opened the channel to Remnant as thousands of souls began being funneled into it in the form of a light purple gas which came out of the rapidly shrinking Gorgon. The formerly giant snake woman was also losing the snake parts as her hair stopped being alive, her hands became human again and her legs returned. That last bit was a bit of an oversight as she had no pants or underwear on, so I unintentionally got a fully view of a pristine goddess garden until I hurriedly covered her in a cloak I kept in my storage space. By the end of the funneling of souls and spirits, only her sisters were left stubbornly protecting Medusa's own divinity, which was fine for now as they should be safe. Her physical appearance has returned to her true beautiful self, peacefully slept in my arms, her face no longer distorted by madness, demonstrating why Poseidon would covet her so much, and her skin turning into a much healthier color. What have you done to the Gorgon? Diana asked in awe. Freed her from her curse. As I was requested. I answered with a satisfied smile over my acquisition of a new goddess. Is she no longer a threat? The Amazon asked as she eyed the sleeping woman unconsciously clinging to me. No. Not anymore. Not as long as I am here. I softly answered as my own girls and the remaining heroes approached. Are you bringing her with us? Seraphal asked even though she knew how I was. Yeah. Athena would do anything to kill her and I don't trust Poseidon to not have a repeat performance. Even Aphrodite is a threat since Jason was her child and she could convince Ares to help her easily, while Zeus might want to go at her too if Hera isn't paying attention. I'll prepare some compensation and if there's a problem then I'll handle it. I explained to her. That's okay. I'll help you with this one. She's suffered enough here and deserves a good home. She replied with determination as she too felt bad for the girl. What do we do now then? Asked the witch. Your quest is over now that the Gorgon is gone. If anything I will compensate you three as well for your troubles if the Olympians decide to be as petty as usual. I answered as I honestly had far too many resources to mind rewarding them for their efforts. What followed was rather simple. I sent Medusa to Da Vinci with strict orders to make sure she is stable and for her to send me a notice when she stirs. I gave her an explanation of her situation so she could start right away. I also sent Eresh a request to check her soul, divinity, and the divine spirits of Medusa's sisters once she was done handling the new souls in Remnant. Then to some displeasure, I had us appear right outside of the entrance of Olympus and quickly guided back to the Grand Temple. Boy was it a clusterfuck. Athena wasn't happy when she learnt Medusa was still alive but didn't dare say anything with me here. Aphrodite was still rather terrified of me and only flinched slightly when hearing Jason was the only casualty. Most of the other gods were fine with getting rid of the actual problem without having to do anything themselves, while Ares and Artemis grumbled about not having been allowed to fight or hunt. And Poseidon was rather vocal about Perseus and his family coming under me in exchange for settling their ancestor and founder's regrets and because I offered a better future. That last one also involved Zeus since the original Perseus was his son and the family was an important one in Greece, but I did state that they would serve as a liaison between House Azeroth and the Greek pantheon, thus they would basically be part of both sides and everyone would benefit. Ultimately the heroes were rewarded for their efforts, although a smaller reward was given due to not technically having succeeded, and the Jason family would receive some compensations for the loss of their Jason. Hercules was seen by Apollon to make sure no poison remained in his system, while I had some more talks with Diana and the witch I found out was titled the Witch of Betrayal due to holding the spirit of Medea, but most Greeks spit on that title and use it almost as a badge of shame, so she preferred just being called witch at this point. Diana was somewhat irked by not being able to truly complete the quest, but she did personally prefer saving a wronged woman over glory, which raised my opinion of her a good deal while we confirmed my offers for trade and joint military exercises. Meanwhile Medea seemed more displeased over the promised reward being reduced and requested a meeting in a few days to discuss some matters important to her which she said explains her desire to join a peerage. The hooded woman then teleported out of Olympus rather urgently. I had already sent Perseus back to his family to discuss the deal we struck and told him that we would hold a proper meeting so everyone would understand what would happen from here on out as the family would become an associate/representative of House Azeroth. As for Sarah, Mana and myself, we stayed for a few more days to discuss some other issues between the Underworld and Olympus. The result was a probation on Zeus and Ares, while Artemis was banned from entering the Underworld until further notice or she paid proper reparations to the wounded parties. We finally left Olympus a week after arriving, but I found it a fruitful trip overall. I honestly asked myself if I should follow Seraphol on more of her diplomatic trips since I had a good track record so far. Last time I made friends with the main Shinto gods, gained a mate and good friends who happened to be the future leaders of Japan's Yukai, and recruited a great peerage member and little sister. And now that I visit Olympus I secured an entire hero family, made friends with the queen and the godly blacksmith, while I became acquaintances with Apollon and Dionysus, obtained a new goddess, got a possible peerage member for Sarah, another for me, and built some connections to the Amazons and possibly Atlantis. But that was for later. For now I had to consolidate everything I had acquired and start getting things rolling. Chapter 39, Ch39 Witch of Betrayal. The week after my return from Olympus was a bit busier than my usual one. My first priority was the Perseus family. I needed to have a full investigation on them before making the proper development plans necessary for their growth. The results showed me that although they were fine, it wasn't great. They were currently living on one of the islands in the Aegean Sea. It didn't exist for mundanes and even for those connected to the supernatural it was extremely difficult to find. The family was largely self-sufficient, growing their own food and feed for the Pegasi, fishing being a major part of their day-to-day. They had a nice little force of Pegasi riders, archers and guards to protect themselves, with a few magicians mixed in. Outside the island they had a few horse ranches which were basically forced to supply the occupying Ottoman Empire, trade between the other hero families, and some monster slaying/bounty hunting as part of their regular duties as a hero family. I found out that the title Perseus was actually reserved for the most outstanding member of the family or the spiritual successors of the original, the current one being both surprisingly, becoming the family head at the age of 16 and its strongest member a year later. That explained why he had the authority to sign over everything like he did. The development plan for them was to expand their Pegasi ranch and open up a new avenue thanks to Perseus being a son of Poseidon. The first expansion would be with Hippocampus once a proper trade agreement was brokered between them/Azeroth and Atlantis. My ultimate goal would be to have all the possible horse-related creatures of the Greek mythos being raised in the ranches of the Perseus family. I was going to make House Furcas real jealous. As for obtaining the many different mythological horses, I had the ability to persuade people and to go anywhere without anyone ever knowing. I would make it work. Speaking of persuading people, I had a productive visit when I went to the Perseus family and talked to most of the elders or leaders about my plans for the future. It was mainly to get their pride out of the way and stop them from being bitches over being under a devil now. And they say devils are prideful. Having to deal with stubborn old people decades younger than myself was annoying until I just convinced them. After the Perseus family, I began negotiations with Atlantis and the Amazon island of Themyscira. Atlantis was fairly straightforward since Poseidon was getting a bit desperate to actually stay in touch with his son after he came under me. He was apparently quite the doting parent once he was allowed to actually interact with Perseus himself and very welcoming overall. And although I wasn't exactly thinking he was great because of the Medusa thing, it did happen over 2,000 years ago and even gods can change. Perseus got his divine side awakened and become a citizen of Atlantis, as well as one of its princes, thanks to being a son of Poseidon. The sea god's wife, Amphitrite, wasn't exactly happy with him for showing up with a bastard, but she at least welcomed Perseus warmly while Poseidon prayed that she didn't receive a voodoo dildo anytime soon. From his reports, the place was a concealed underwater kingdom ruled by Poseidon and his family. It wasn't technologically advanced like some of the stories in my old world, but their magic and crafts were rather unique due to developing so long underwater. The architectural style was marvelous and they had many different means of transportation available. They reared many aquatic species and monsters as forms of food or battle beasts, cultivated various sea vegetation, and had some interesting sporting events and competitions. Some of the negatives were the sea monster attacks, raids by mere people or sentient aquatic races who didn't come under Poseidon's banner or were under another deity, and that they couldn't really go on land without special suits or support devices. In the end we decided to begin trades in raw materials and foodstuff which will keep in both the Underworld and Atlantis. We would look to expand by doing exchanges of skilled craftsmen, researchers, magic users later on, with possible military exchanges to have our troops train in new ways. Perseus would be very busy as our liaison between Atlantis and Olympus while we revamp his family and train him properly, but I knew for a fact that the results would be well worth it. After everything I had to personally take care of was done on the Perseus/Atlantis front, I began working on the Amazons. Everything I received regarding them said that Themyscira was essentially as if ancient Greece had been perfectly preserved on the island. From the architecture to lifestyles, military to religious practices, the Amazons pretty much kept it all. They mainly worship Hera, Athena and Artemis as powerful women and warriors, while also having temples in honor of Demeter, Hestia, Amphitrite, Hecate and other goddesses usually overlooked by male worshippers. They hate Aphrodite though, mainly because she's a slut and also because she plays with the minds of people while also having messes with many Amazons in the past. The island itself was a beautiful one. Clean and pristine city, bountiful nature, no signs of conflict or war. I could understand why they looked down on man's world after living in such a place for so long. But one can't forget that each Amazon is a warrior or huntress. They are also all at least partially divine, living at least a few centuries, possessing superhuman bodies and some divine gifts from time to time thanks to their heritages. They train individually and in larger groups to keep themselves ready at any moment, with all of the leadership possessing at least high-class strength. The current queen, Hippolyta, is an ultimate-class warrior, with a strong grip on her power. She is a bit traditional, but knows how to be flexible when necessary. Unfortunately, Zeus' assault on her left some scars as she now has a hatred of him and most of male gods, becoming somewhat averse to males as a whole. Even more than most Amazons. As a society, the Amazons have few truly tradable resources. They raise their own breed of horse, powerful and swift war horses, but with the Perseus family that wasn't really important for me. What they had that would interest me and others would be the griffins and Nemean lions raised on the island, as well as Artemis does, Hera's sacred cows and olive trees blessed by Athena. There were also magical plants only found on their island which could be a valuable venture in the future and their own uniquely refined metal. A few things found in a female-only society I thought could become extremely popular were the scented oils they had for their hair, the bath salts mixes, and the functional but stylish clothing they had for sale. Predictably enough, the Amazons were most excited about the war game proposal due to not having a decent chance to have a large-scale battle in centuries. They had been forbidden from attacking the Ottoman Empire too, so they were almost celebrating the offer to have such a fight. I had assigned a Heltana and Hela as liaisons for the Amazons. My hope is that Heltana's presence would tempt the Amazons to visit Hunter's Rest, the Hell's Huntress town, then later make them willing to properly visit my lands. This would greatly deepen the relationship between Azeroth lands and Themyscira. On the Amazon side of things, Diana was assigned as their ambassador since she at least had some interactions with myself and she was important and strong. She chose to reside within my castle instead of accepting my offer to build an embassy for her and other Amazons, but this hasn't been any issue and the princess has been getting along well with my girls, even frequently fighting against Musashi Ans Scathach. Well, fighting would be a bit of an overstretch as she is completely outclassed in terms of skills even if she can compensate for some of it against Musashi. And Diana looked like she could squeal when she learnt who Scathach was and was awed by her, almost placing my queen as her idol after receiving a thorough beating. Apparently the Amazons kept records of great female warriors from around the world as figures to aspire to or learn from. They had the stories of Scathach, Joan of Arc, Hua Mulan, Boudica, Bradamante, Valkyries and many more. So Diana was quite enthusiastic about meeting my queen and Jean. Her reaction to Da Vinci originally being a man was an amusing one as she enthusiastically celebrated her joining of the sisterhood. Many questions regarding how it feels to have lived as both genders followed, also leading to Da Vinci writing down her own feelings about this as she thought it could be a useful case study for others. Meanwhile I was getting worried over Medusa's condition. It had been over 2 weeks and the tragic goddess still had not awakened. Talking with Da Vinci about the situation, we theorized that due to the enormous strain of what we called the Gorgon curse on her divine spirit and the psychological impact of what she had done under its influence, Medusa had likely retreated deep inside her own mind as a defense mechanism. The poor girl is possibly either trapped in a nightmare of her own making or in a dream world as a form of escape. There was also a chance that the divine spirits of her sisters were responsible or at least assisting her slumber for some reason. It was looking unlikely that Medusa would wake up without some kind of external stimulus, hence we began working a few different approaches. Da Vinci focused on physical-based stimuli, believing that although the mind was a powerful thing, it was based on the gray matter in our skull. So theoretically, finding the right place to tickle should forcefully wake up someone. That made us debate on the consequences of just yanking someone out of their psychological defense mechanism forcefully like that. It wasn't Da Vinci's fault that she began on such a drastic solution. I had centuries of psychological knowledge that I have updated thanks to my understanding of the mind and soul through magic as well, while she focused on things she knew best like biology and anatomy. So back at the drawing board, I eventually decided to use the inception method of entering her mind to try and wake her up. The idea was to sync the manifestation of my mind and spirit to hers in an effort to permit entry, with the hopes of convincing the girl to wake up. This would be a difficult thing to achieve, especially if Medusa is traumatized from either her time as Gorgon or from Poseidon himself. Rape victims aren't usually gung-ho about facing the assaulting gender. And then we had to factor in the presence of Medusa's sisters as wild cards in this plan. The upsides, however, allowed for this to be the most viable option beside forcing her to awaken. I am much more powerful than Medusa, especially now that she is recovering, and this allows me to have a good amount of leeway as to leaving her mind and resisting her possible counterattacks to my presence. The fact that I was incredibly well versed in matters of the soul and mind also helped tremendously, while I doubt the girl has similar skills or knowledge. But before we could get further into this project, I received an urgent notification from one of my contractors. Well, my only personal contractor. It would seem Medea was in trouble. I will have to step out. I said to Da Vinci. Okay, hope our new sister is a fun one, the polymath replied casually as she kept working on the safety measures for our spell. What new sister? I asked the woman with an wry smile. Are you not going to save a young girl in distress who asked to join your peerage and became a potential member? Da Vinci asked for clarification. Yes. I admitted, as it sounded like I was securing someone when put like that. My smug bishop replied with a teasing grin. Yeah. I should be back soon, I said as I vanished from her workshop. Appearing in the area, I felt the distress signal go off. I found myself closer to Italy than Greece, which surprised me. Feeling around the place, it turned out to be a heavily concealed island about 100 kilometers from the west coast of Italy. The island had a dormant volcano, a village with a lot of magic going through it, even compared to the Perseus family's place, many magical herbs and plants, and interestingly a temple with a strong link to a deity. I could also feel many robed men and women either doing magic together or standing over what seemed to be cauldrons. But what caught my attention was the commotion happening underneath a barrier under said village, where I could feel the contract I had made. Now what are these witches and magicians doing? I thought before disappearing again. Island of Aeaea, Circe's Circle Hidden Judgment Room. Third-person POV. Deep under the village stood a secret meeting room of the elders of this island. Each elder was a strong and experienced magician, but only 2 managed to reach the ultimate class. This room held 7 seats, with 7 elders occupying them. And in front of them was a woman in glowing chains and standing within a barrier. The woman was the cloakless Medea. She was beautiful to say the least. With long bluish-purple hair, matching eyes, the face of a bewitching beauty, and pointed ears. She wore the same robes she had during her short quest, but this time they had been torn and damaged from the fight she had when the ones before her captured her. I'm going to enjoy poisoning all of you gutless toads. The titled witch of betrayal spat out with venom in her voice as she glared at the gathering of old men and women before her. Now Althea, no need to be so crass. You should feel honored to be helping the family rise to glory again. A long-bearded man replied in a little scolding tone. Do not call me that. I am Medea, daughter of Hecate. And I shall have my vengeance on betrayers, just like my ancestor. Medea shot back with a growl as she glared at her captors with hate. Unlikely considering Lady Aphrodite's promises. An old lady replied with some amusement. True. But to think history would repeat itself in our generation. Another added with a smirk. But it was unfortunate that the Jason boy died during the quest. The only casualty as well. A mustachioed elder said with a shake of his head. But it has assured us an even better deal out of this. Now the Jason family will essentially become our puppet out in the world. The bearded one said in a satisfied tone. Like hell will I let myself become that fucking whore's puppet. I will kill myself and everyone in this room before I let that happen. Medea shouted back at all the greedy bastards ready to make her suffer the same fate as their own ancestor just to gain more power. But as much as she didn't want this to happen, she couldn't think of a way out of this. They sealed her magic, she didn't have her staff, no potions or poisons on hand, no one was going to go against these old farts to defend her. Her friend had even drugged her before they went to capture her knowing she wouldn't cooperate, and now it seemed like her mother either didn't know about her plight or was convinced to ignore it. Her only option was hoping that either of her devil contractors could help her, but even she knew that this was a long shot. Seraphol Leviathan was basically the head diplomat for the devils, and busting into an important family's home to interrupt internal matters would be very bad for her. Meanwhile, Lith Azeroth was difficult to predict as he may act, but it depended on her value to him and if he was willing to stake a claim to herself in order to force everyone else to back off. What you desire just doesn't matter, dear girl. Not once we place Lady Aphrodite's ring on you. A female elder said as she took out a small wooden box. You sick bastards. Medea responded as she struggled to at least loosen her chains. You're all just backstabbing wretches scared that I would take your power. I already surpassed all of you senile fools, and now you ally yourself with our ancestral enemies to damn me to the same fate as the original Medea just to gain power. All for the family, my dear. The mustached elder replied as he twirled his white pride. Bullshit. This is all for you. And I swear on river Styx that I will have my revenge for this betrayal. I will make our entire pantheon remember why the title is the Witch of Betrayal. Medea coldly declared, as even from this underground cave one could hear the sky acknowledge her pledge with rumbling thunder. That remains to be seen, you foolish girl. The bearded elder replied with narrowed eyes due to the severity of such a vow. Ring her. As the elder with the ring nodded and approached the bound Medea, an unexpected voice rang out in the chamber. I would prefer if you didn't brainwash my contractor. A smooth man's voice said as everyone's eyes snapped upward towards its source. Lith? A surprised Medea softly said at the sight of the handsome dark-skinned devil floating above them all with a confident smile. Who are you? How did you get here? How dare you interrupt us? The outraged elders yelled out all at once at the sight of the intruder. Oh. The goddess of whores didn't tell you who Medea was contracted to? What a surprise! Lith sarcastically said to them as he looked at the bound and beaten girl. You okay? You came? Medea replied in some disbelief. Understandable, since her friend betrayed her, the elders she had looked up to betrayed her, her own mother abandoned her, and asking for a devil she barely knew was essentially her last hope. You are still a potential member of my peerage. That means you might become family, and no one touches my family. The devil answered gently as a soft smile appeared on his face. Medea looked down with small tears in her eyes as she suddenly felt relief and safety she hadn't realized she wanted ever since they had announced the discussions her family had been having with the Jason family. The young woman had been trying to find a way to get out of this dilemma for months, as she knew that they were trying to organize an alliance with one of the major families. Obviously they would choose the easiest path of marrying the similarly aged Jason and Medea. Unfortunately for all the people involved in this decision, Medea had no desire to marry a weak man she had never met from a family she was raised to dislike. Hence, when she was elected to the quest and offered a reward of her choice, Medea had hoped to be freed from the threat of being married off like she wasn't the strongest witch in the family and just a tool. Unfortunately they hadn't technically been able to succeed in the quest, but fortunately Jason had died, much to her pleasure, and she now had a contract with two very powerful devils who at least offered her a chance to join their peerages. So when she realized her friend had drugged her and the elders appeared to subdue her, Medea was shocked as she fought back fiercely to not become a tool for them. Only when they were about to subdue her did she send out a distress signal through her contract to the married devils out of desperation. Now hearing that someone who made gods fear him would protect her was incredibly relieving. Peerage. You have no place here, devil. Return from whence you came, or the gods will punish you for interfering in our matters. A female elder yelled as most looked confirmant and arrogant. Your gods mean nothing to me. The slut backing you, even less so. But she dared plot one of her little schemes even after my little lesson. Now she will receive a much harsher punishment. Lith replied without even putting any of these magicians in his eyes. But to think Circe would let the most powerful witch on her island be brought down to this, and Hecate would not help her own daughter. Who am I kidding? This is exactly what I would expect from gods, especially the Greeks. How dare you blaspheme against the gods? The mustached elder yelled as he sent a blade of wind towards the devil. Too bad for all of them, they had severely underestimated him. But that wasn't exactly surprising when dealing with people directly under pantheons. They were always overconfident in themselves and their gods. Lith didn't even look at them as everything and everyone beside him, and Medea froze, even the wind magic. What did you do? Medea asked in awe as she looked at the scene before her. Chuckle *, there's a reason a person of your power at such a young age is just a candidate for me and Sarah. Lith answered with some amusement, but let's get ourselves somewhere more comfortable than this gloomy place. Snap. With a simple snap of his fingers, Medea's chains vanishing and the two disappeared from the chamber without any sort of trouble. Capital city of Azura, Da Vinci's workshop, first-person POV. Reappearing where I had left, I found Da Vinci still focusing on our spell. We might be able to use imagination-based magic thanks to being devils, but doing things half-assed when it came to the mind wouldn't help anyone. Where is this? Medea asked curiously as she looked around the workshop and its various pieces of intrigue. This is the workshop of my Bishop Da Vinci-chan. I answered as I gestures towards the self-proclaimed beautiful genius, even though I couldn't really argue with it. Oh, so this is our new sister. Da Vinci said as she just noticed our arrival and began looking at Medea. Does she have a non-human lineage to have pointed ears like this? No trained muscles or obvious signs of martial training, but strong magical energy, likely to be a pure mage. Magic control is off though, indicating a drugged state. Follows the apparent trend of beautiful female. A possible bishop or pawn piece. Hey! Being a beauty isn't a requirement for my peerage. It just so happens that most powerful people are either handsome or beautiful, and I keep meeting women who have great potential. Plus you were an old man when I recruited you, so doesn't that prove otherwise? I countered as Da Vinci openly analyzed Medea. Indeed. But now the beautiful and stunning genius Da Vinci-chan dazzles all with her perfect beauty. My bishop proudly responded as she puffed her chest out and placed her hand on her hips. Yes. Now can you help her out? Her family drugged her and was about to brainwash her into marrying some fools for selfish reasons, and I want to make sure nothing's wrong with her. I said as I had gotten used to her behavior over the last century. A piece of cake. Da Vinci declared as she brought over some of her equipment to get some better scans on Medea. I know what poison was used on me and can brew a cure if you have the ingredients I need. Medea said as Da Vinci hummed as she scanned. Just write a list and I'll see if we have everything. If not, describe it and I'll take some from that island. I replied casually as it wasn't a worry. With the many people in various industries pushing themselves forward, there were many magical and mundane ingredients grown in and brought to my lands. Just the brewers and cooks brought in a lot, much less the alchemists, researchers and healers. Well, isn't this interesting? A demi-titan and an awakened sacred gear holder. Da Vinci said as she scanned the slightly uncomfortable Medea while I ordered some servants to get everything she had listed. A sacred gear? How come you didn't use it during the battle against the Gorgon? I asked with some curiosity. It's a weak sacred gear that doesn't have any sort of use in combat. Medea answered with some sourness. Understandable. Not all scared gears are powerful and not all receivers can expect a perfect match to their talents. Da Vinci responded with an understanding nod as she backed away. Nothing seems to be wrong beside what is in her system, and she said she could handle it. That's good. I'll have someone set up everything needed. I will come back later to continue working on Medusa's issue. I said as I signaled Medea to follow. Sure, make sure to introduce her to everyone before you reincarnate her. Da Vinci replied as she waved us out. Exiting the workshop, I looked at my new guest and decided the first course of action was to cure her, then new clothes, food and rest. Everything else could come after. Come along. I'll get you settled in and then we can decide your next course of action. I told her as I began walking towards the room my servants were preparing for potion brewing. Where are we going? She asked as she kept looking around the castle hallways in interest. To get you cured first. Can you brew your own potion in your state, or do you need someone to do it for you? I responded directly. I can do it. Medea confidently answered. All right. Then afterwards we will get you fed and buy you some new clothes and assign you a room to rest. Tomorrow we will talk about your situation. I informed her as she simply nodded in understanding. Turns out that Medea was someone who truly fit the name, as she easily cured herself of what she told me was a poison designed to basically disrupt any kind of magical energy in a person. Theoretically it should work on those who were part human like myself, but that was 50-50 and non-humans were a complete unknown. After she was cured I had Leora cook her some food, which made Medea go through the traditional foodgasm one has once they've eaten her food for the first few dozen times. Much to her embarrassment too, as she blushed a lot once she realized what happened after she was done eating. Next I had FIA organize a nice bath for Medea and ready some temporary robes until we could get her a proper wardrobe. The witch very much seemed to appreciate the level of luxury involved in my castle, as she came out an hour later looking incredibly relaxed and with much better looking skin and hair, as her natural beauty shone through very well. Chuckle seems like you enjoyed the amenities. I said with a grin. How did I never think about using magic for such things? And the potions mixed into these shampoos, conditioners and body washes were simply divine. Who was the creator of such things? Medea asked as she felt the softness they produced. Partially me, some Da Vinci, and the rest was people from my lands, as they compete to make the best stuff. I answered with a bit of pride. A devil lord and the husband of a Satan made hair products? She questioned incredulously. Yes. And designed the bath. But I am focusing on some other things now that I've introduced the basic standard of care for my people. I answered without any shame. Like what? The curious witch asked. A few things here and there. But now that I have stabilized things in the underworld, my eyes are on expansion. I answered as I gazed out and felt my cities in motion. Are you planning on fighting a war? She asked me with some apprehension. No. Why would I fight for territory when there is so much of it already in existence where no one would even think about? I vaguely told her as my plans were going to take some time to enact, and I wasn't about to show my hand to someone who wasn't even part of my peerage. I could see she either didn't fully believe me or understand what I meant, but that was of little importance for now. Things had to be done step by step after all. Anyway, after Medea was done eating and bathing, I took her out shopping, which resulted in a reaction I had come to expect from first-timers in my lands and capital, as she looked at everything in awe and wonder. Seeing those reactions filled me with pride every time. In the end she ordered robes similar to the one she already wore, but requested numerous comfort, protective and supportive enchantments, as I told her to do as she pleased. We also spent a lot of time shopping for things that weren't clothing, as she became incredibly enthusiastic when she found out the quality of brewing equipment here, all the tools she had never imagined, the ingredients she had never heard of, the books from around the supernatural and mundane world, and all the products based on potions and even poisons. Thank Satan I have a storage dimension. Then she found out about the various guilds and academies linked to magical arts and was almost begging me to bring her to them, thinking she needed my permission or something. But we were running low on time for today, and I had to convince a crushed Medea to call it a day. Although sad that she couldn't go learn new things, she was at least mulled over thanks to my telling her about my own library likely being the most extensive in the underworld. Especially since every book coming into or created in my lands has a copy added in my library. This includes research notes, journals, diagrams, and even things people corrected in existing books. Although people don't really know, thanks to it being a clever application of space/time over my entire territory, it also helps me monitor all the eccentrics I've gathered and make sure no one is doing anything tabooed or too dangerous. At dinner Medea met my peerage and glared a bit at me once she understood why Da Vinci said something about beautiful women. I mean, everyone at the table beside me was gorgeous in their own way, from my cute and bubbly wife to the regal beauty of Scathach, and each either matched or surpassed her beauty. She even learnt about Yasaka, as Da Vinci was enjoying trying to get me into trouble somehow until I gave her a knuckle bonk on the head for being a bit too mischievous on the first day. But at least it didn't look like Medea was uncomfortable once she loosened up a bit. The alcohol might have had something to do with that though, especially once Da Vinci and Sarah start cutting loose. ***, all those wrinkly bastards. They think they can just try to ush me like that. I will show them. Medea drunkenly slurred as she drank another cup of wine. That's right. Make those old geezers suffer. Sarah said as she might be projecting her own issues with those council members right now. We can use my new bomb. An excited Da Vinci offered, my biggest one yet. It works by splitting those atoms Lith taught me about. Asterisk spit take asterisk cough. Cough. No way in hell. You are not dropping an atom bomb on anyone. I strictly ordered as I stared in disbelief at the woman who just revealed she beat the US in their A-bomb research by several centuries. Boo! Da Vinci complained. I don't know what that is. But I want to make it personal. I want them to know I did it. Medea declared with drunken determination. That's right. You don't understand Vinci-chan, but all those geezers deserve cruel deaths. Sarah followed up as I did a double take at the very dark turn Sarah had taken. I should help Sarah get some payback or take her on a proper vacation. I thought as it seemed like my wife was getting more frustrated than I thought. I kept silent for the rest of the night as more and more of the women around me pitched on the subject of revenge. It probably helped the cause that a lot of them had some people they had dreamed about skewering at one time or another. Jean being particularly creative in this matter. I blame the Christians for that last one. Thankfully most called it a night without anyone going off to murder people and the rest were too plastered to do it. With the help of the staff and an amused scat hack, I got everyone to their rooms with ease before retiring to my own bed with an already asleep Sarah fall. The next day none of the women beside Medea came down for breakfast with a hangover thanks to taking the cure each already had in stock on their person. They did tease the girl until I had FIA bring some for her as well, causing her to glare a bit at the giggling women until she received her own cure and the hangover subsided. After the fun however, I brought Medea to my office accompanied by Sarah and Scathach as both were important factors to who will be permitted to join my own peerage or stay here. Yasaka would also have been involved, but she is busy consolidating her position before taking on the Eastern Yukai. So, what are you going to really do? I asked the witch as she sat in front of my desk. I will get my revenge on those selfish and greedy geezers. She directly stated with a cold look in her eyes. Obviously. But how and what are you going to do about the gods involved? I replied in a calm manner. That. I'm guessing you won't involve yourself more than now then. She said as she understood why I was asking. Correct. Protecting you as my contractor and potential peerage member is one thing, even getting some payback on that slut Aphrodite is fine, but you murdering those people on Circe's island and likely not being very happy with the Jason family, Circe and your mother, that's going to be outside of what I can personally involve myself without going a bit too far. I replied as I stated my current bounds with my strength. What do you suggest I do then? Hide from these treacherous scum? Just let them get away with trying to brainwash me into marrying some trash like my ancestor? She asked as she started become agitated. Of course not. Sarah Fall replied as she approached the girl and began comforting her gently as only Sarah could. Tell her your offer, dear. As a potential peerage member, you qualify to undergo a certain degree of training and receive access to the resources I can provide. Thus my offer is for you to stay as a guest and hone yourself to attain your revenge and to use this opportunity as a test to prove yourself fitting to be a member of my peerage. I clearly stated as I handed her a list of everything she would be entitled to with her current status. Taking the list and carefully going through it, Medea quickly became interested as her eyes showed her desired and her body relaxed and tensed continuously. What does this training entail? She asked as she put down the list. Since you are clearly a pure magic user, you would be training with my own Queen Scathach and Sarah's Queen Evangeline mainly as both are incredibly skilled magic users who can train you to improve your skill set, help you learn to fight close-range combatants, and teach you many new spells. They can whip you into shape. Beyond that, I am an expert in the mind, body and soul. Da Vinci has a wide range of knowledge you can pick at. I have schools for all elemental magics, and the guilds currently cover anything else you would wish for help with my support. I answered with a confident smile. That is if you don't prefer self-study in the library. Did you say Scathach? The Witch of Duenscaith. One of the greatest rune users to ever live. That's her. Medea shouted as she realized exactly who the purple-haired beauty beside me was and began looking at her with admiration. I did hold those titles. Scathach responded with a tiny smile, but now I am only Scathach, Queen of Lith Azeroth's peerage. Why am I feeling some déjà vu? I asked my wife as I remembered a certain Amazonian princess looking at my queen with the same eyes. Scathach is very famous, especially for women who are warriors or magicians. She answered with a little teasing smile as my queen seemed to be more known or taken more seriously than myself. Should I do something big to make people know who I am? I wondered aloud as Medea was having a fangirl moment. Please don't. I feel like that would make me have at least a few really annoying days. My wife said as looked at me to make sure I don't do something stupid. Right. Plan B it is then. I replied as I put aside my plan to stomp an entire pantheon. Honestly, I am the strongest devil alive and people think I'm weaker than Seraphol and Falbion. And that is? Sarah asked as I knew she wanted to make sure I wasn't planning on doing something stupid. Typical wife behavior. Do something so spectacular that when everyone finds out they will realize my importance. I answered with a devilish smile as my wife shook her head at the mildly absurd statement. Just try not to start a war. She replied. Will do. I said to her before turning back to Medea questioning my queen and Scathach calmly answering her. So, I take it you will be taking the offer for training? Of course. No self-respecting magic user would refuse a chance to learn under Scathach herself. Medea enthusiastically responded. Then I hope you enjoy your stay with us, Medea. I said to her as I held my hand out and she shook it. Chapter 40, Ch40 Sleeping Beauty. Medea being enthusiastic about her new arrangements would be an understatement. The young woman was quite greedy for magical knowledge, to the point my staff had to knock her out in order to drag her out of the library so she could sleep from time to time, or I teleported her into a bath because she hadn't left her room for a few days, or someone went to force her to come to dinner. Scathach didn't care what she was doing or how busy her new student was either. When it was training time, Medea was to be in the training hall or she was going to be dragged there and punished before the actual training began. Said training did involve a lot of magic and rune learning, but my queen wouldn't be herself if she didn't also beat her students to exhaustion afterwards. Sometimes Scathach even brought some of mine or Sarah's peerage to mix things up or got Diana and Perseus with Medea to get them more experience in teamwork and combat. I should say that this has helped Medea's healing arts grow a lot and that my own healers are very good at what they do. Also, all the potion/poison fumes from the new recipes she was constantly trying weren't exactly great for her health or whatever room she happened to be in either. At one point I caught her talking to one of the decorative/automated defense suits of armor about the finer points of enchantments on its armor. I think she thought there was actually someone in it and that she didn't appreciate the high-level work they had received. But I was seeing her smile a lot as she talked or debated with people who shared her passions, spent some time learning under my girls, or even when I found her passed out on a book she was reading. Those smiles told me more about her than anything else. I truly don't think wanting revenge against those who betrayed you is a wrong thing. Everyone copes differently and many simply can't just let things go. But it was good to see that she wasn't losing herself in it completely like many Avengers tend to, like her own ancestor did. On a separate note, since she had a sacred gear, we wanted to see if it was really one of the lower-end ones like a twice critical or something, or if it was one she had simply misunderstood and didn't know how to utilize properly. Turns out she had a scared gear called Paravati Canonon or Rule Breaker. It was a higher mid-level sacred gear used to get out of contracts and boost the power of ritual magics. It is an iridescent and jagged dagger with a seemingly thin, brittle, and blunt blade. It's effectively non-existent in its capacity as a weapon, comparable to that of a regular dagger at most, and it would not be suitable for even killing a single person. And while I could understand why Medea found it to be rather useless in battle, I couldn't help feel that it had more potential. All sacred gears evolved based on the desires and wills of their wielders, and one which shares some of the same abilities as my own Longinus balance breaker cannot be as simple as it appeared. So my advice was to push deeper and to attempt to evolve the ritual boosting and contract cancelling to the next level as a goal. For now it couldn't be used during combat, but it would help Medea to learn more about Rule Breaker by practicing its current abilities and finding the limits of what is considered a contract and what it considers a ritual. Words can be rather vague after all. But now that my new guest was being tended to, it was time to return to my next most pressing issue, waking Medusa. While I was busy, Da Vinci was going ahead with the project and made some great progress. She decided that it would be safer to use some equipment to assist my dive into Medusa's head, creating a set of helmets linked to an enchanted rune-based crystal terminal to serve as a buffer between our two minds. The idea was to have a quick method of escape if things were going wrong and that neither of us would have our minds in direct contact thanks to the established buffer, this being because we didn't know the effect of two minds meeting in such a direct manner and wanted to avoid unintentionally altering each other. After rejoining the project properly, we worked on the performance and safety measures until we began running tests. Obviously we weren't going to do it ourselves, so I convinced two criminals to participate and tell us everything they experience afterwards. Luckily for them, their brains didn't melt or explode, and the helmets allowed for them to meet each other within, speaking of great metal pillars and some other representations of their desires, dreams, past and other things. So we ran a few more tests and used a couple more willing test subjects before hammering out a few bugs which made some damages sustained within the mind appear on the physical body or left the subjects with some traces of the other's traits. Overall taking about a month from beginning to end in order to create a product we deemed safe enough to use on myself and Medusa. Just for the record, I advised you inform Sarah-chan about this. Da Vinci said as I began strapping myself into our creation. I would have if she hadn't left for an urgent meeting with some Chinese gods who complained about a devil lord's son insulting a few of his concubines and trying to seduce one of his wives. I replied without stopping. Again. Da Vinci simply asked with some amusement. Those Chinese gods have even less restraint than devils do, I swear. Most of those gods have harems in the hundreds and at least half a dozen wives. I am half certain devils take it as a challenge. I replied as I honestly didn't care much for the clusterfuck that is divine court culture. It really doesn't help that the Chinese gods are insecure due to the Buddhas and Hindu gods, so they inflate any kind of problem to feel important. I don't think Sarah-chan will allow you to have that many. My bishop commented. I won't allow myself to have that either. It sounds like a nightmare and a mess. Just having to deal with the scat hack situation has been weird to me. I replied in a deadpan manner. What's so weird? Accept her love and make her happy. Da Vinci asked carefreely. ****, but she deserves to have someone who can be only hers. I already feel guilty for leaving Yasaka alone so much and adding a third would just not be fair to any of them. I responded as I picked up the helmet which would allow me to enter the mind of its twin's wearer. I think it's for them to decide, the polymath said in a sing-song manner. Maybe, but since when has anyone ever known what's really the best for them? I replied a bit cynically. We don't. Da Vinci answered before turned towards me with a gentle smile, but we always hope. Having someone's hope is a heavy burden. I said as I placed the helmet on my head. That's why we only give it to those we trust after all. Was the reply as we both finished preparing. Ready? As ready as I'll ever be. I answered as I still felt a bit nervous. If anything our creation might lead to a great tool in mind healing, interrogation and to understand the mind. Da Vinci excitedly said as her eyes were shining exactly as they always did in front of new knowledge. Let's begin then. I declared as Da Vinci nodded and activated our device. I immediately felt a tug on what would be classified as my astral body, pulling me along the rails we had set for my destination. The experience was a fascinating one as I could see thousands of lights with various colors and brightness zooming by. From preliminary observations, it would seem that the idea of a collective consciousness wasn't totally wrong, but had some basis as this seemed to be something like an astral realm. Each light is generally where I had felt a person and they vary depending on one's strength or a combination of mental and spiritual power. I will need to study this intensely with Da Vinci as this could open up thousands of applications. I thought at incredible speeds thanks to not being impeded by my physical brain. Nearing the end of my trail, I was met with the interesting sight of Medusa's astral form. It was much brighter than the average I would see, but hers looked fragile as it seemed to be a burning flame flickering with two smaller pinkish-purple orbs circling protectively around. The collision was unexpectedly smooth as my astral form joined into the trio without any sort of initial rejection, entering the mind of Medusa with no issue. Within I was met with the manifestation of Medusa's mind, which in this case seemed to be an island of sorts. This island had a central mountain with trees circling the bottom and creating a small forest, then some grassy or rocky terrain before reaching the sandy beaches. There was also an area covered in Greek-style ruins, with broken pillars and cracked floors, all near a temple-like residence. My guess was that Medusa would likely be either in a deep sleep or hiding where she would consider safe or close to her heart. Knowing her story, this must be the shapeless isle and that temple-like building should be where the sisters stayed. I analyzed as I did some initial checks regarding my connection to my own body and my current state. Everything was working as it should and nothing was indicating that I was unstable or my astral state was in any sort of danger, so I proceeded. To think even now a hero comes to our home for my sister. A girl's melodious voice said as I approached the building. Indeed. It would seem fate is not so easy to fool. A second voice eerily similar to the first followed up. Two small figures appeared in my path, but aside from a similar hair and eye color, these two were very different from Medusa's curvy and beautiful face and body. The two were essentially little girls to me, maybe 12 or 13, and even though they were very cute, with flawless youthful faces, lush purple hair tied in matching twin tails, delicate skin, dainty hands and feet, and the rest of their barely maturing bodies were covered in simple but elegant white dresses. The only visible difference between the two would be their expressions. The one on the right had a more aloof expression as she looked at me, while the left one had a more mischievous and haughty look. I get that beauty standards and things considered appropriate change with time and between cultures, but it's ridiculous that these two little girls, who look cheeky as hell, were considered idols of mankind and some of the most beautiful goddesses of the time. I thought as I looked at the two with some exasperation over humanity. I can also kind of understand why Poseidon went after Medusa over these two, but I think I'll still send something like a one-time use voodoo dildo to his wife. I believe he just thought of some rather rude things. The right one said as the two lightly glared. Yes, he has. Even if I am thankful for the saving of my stupid sister, rudeness is not to be tolerated. Agreed the left one. Right, sorry about that. I hurriedly responded as I just didn't question the cheat that is womanly intuition in anime worlds. You two must be Urieli and Stheno, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lith, half-devil lord of House Azeroth. So you knew about myself. The right one stated. To think a devil would hold a tool of that fool and help us. The left one said in mild wonder. It seems you two are aware many things, but yes, I knew about you two and already have some plans in motion to make sure all three sisters return into this world of ours. I said to them as the two raised an eyebrow over my statement. What bold claims. The right one said as the two approached me with critical eyes. You think you can create suitable bodies for me? The left followed up. Yes. Now that I have your appearances I am certain of it. I answered with confidence. To think you would boast of recreating my perfect self. Right replied as the two stopped circling me. It remains to be seen, but my divinity would handle any imperfections anyway. The left said with a bit less care. Indeed. Right agreed with a nod. Right. I simply said as I held back my words regarding their physiques being much easier to make than Medusa's. Anyway, I am going to awaken Medusa now. It isn't good for her to stay as she is, and she deserves to live freely. As I began walking past the twin sisters, they quickly chased after me. Wait, you fool! Right yelled as she rushed ahead of me. You can't just save the girl like that. Left continued. You must overcome a trial to obtain her. Right said as if it was obvious, but I was looking at them like they were idiots until I saw the glints of amusement sparking in their eyes. I get it. You two little girls are sadists. I stated in understanding. Little girls. The two shouted in outrage. I am the ideal embodiment of womanly beauty, you uncultured swine. The right one haughtily said. Hundreds have come from near and far to admire my beauty and to attempt to make me theirs. Left followed up with pride, but I could tell there was disgust towards those same people. So. To me Medusa is much more beautiful and her matured body is much more to my tastes than yours. I replied straightforwardly, but surprisingly the entire place shook and heated up once I did. What the? The three of us all said at the same time as we looked around in case something bad happened, but nothing did as things settled down. Is she aware of what's happening? I briefly thought as the possibility of someone being basically omniscient in their own mind passed my own. Maybe it's also because I am not trying to conceal my presence and more subconscious attention was put on me, or it could be because Medusa pays more attention to things involving her sisters because of some traumas regarding them. It's really hard to tell without a full understanding of someone's psychology. But taking advantage of a distracted pair of sisters, I continued on my way. Hey! The two shouted as they chased after me again. I wasn't exactly trying to get away or even doing anything to stop them because it was amusing to mess with sadists. You can't just go in there without passing the trials. The one on my right said as she tried to slow me down by grabbing my arm. Exactly. You have to follow the plot. Her twin agreed as she did the same as her sister on my left. Too bad this wasn't even a physical world and my astral body was a lot stronger, so they felt like little kids trying to slow down a heavyweight fighter. Since when do devils play by the rules for humans? I asked in amusement at their struggles. They honestly looked cute like this as they were getting frustrated over my words and actions. The left one was without an answer at that one. It doesn't matter what race you are. You are a hero trying to save a girl, so you have to go through trials. The right one hurriedly justified. First off, I already saved the girl from the monster. Even if she technically was the monster. I replied as I picked up the two girls by their dresses and used a bit of magic to disperse the force of my grip while hoisting them onto my shoulders. And secondly, I am not a hero trying to save a girl. Kaya. Then what are you supposed to be? The surprised right one asked as the two either grabbed onto my head or lifted arm to stabilize themselves. An employer recruiting a potential talent. I answered with a devilish smile as the three of us entered the temple-like home. With what was basically two speechless lowly goddesses on my shoulders, I was feeling a bit weird as I found myself in a large chamber essentially divided into three sections. The two largest were lavishly decorated with either colorful and fragrant flowers or cute animal toys, comfortable-looking beds and pillows and various scented oils. Meanwhile the third part was noticeably smaller than the other two, with a simple rest area, little to no decorations and a noticeably worse quality than the other two. And on that low-quality bedding, was the sleeping form of Medusa wearing a short black dress-like outfit. I can guess that the two of you are probably spoilt and sadistic, but how can you treat someone you care for enough to sacrifice yourselves in order to protect them at such a level that even in her mind she still treats you two like this? I asked in exasperation. I could already guess how the power dynamics between the three went from this initial observation. I am an idol for men. I do not do menial jobs. The right one answered with a smug smile. Got it. Selfish and lazy. I simply answered as the two didn't seem to appreciate and started pulling on my hair and biting me in protest. Of course they didn't get far due to literally being too weak to harm a hair on my head, but they seemed pleased anyway, so I let them be. Approaching the more mature purple-haired beauty, I began looking at her with a critical eye in order to see if anything was wrong. This is likely the most direct look into a person's mind and soul currently possible, as any damage, flaw, or issue is simply very difficult to conceal here, so it's the best time to check. Let's see here. Like her sister, she has a general aversion to men, but it's surprisingly less negative than them. The two were almost to the point of hostile when seeing for the first time, only calming down when I guess they recognized me as the person who helped them, and then more so when I didn't treat them as sexual objects like they would have been in ancient Greece. Inferiority complex with herself and her sisters due to being an incomplete goddess, not conforming to the same beauty standards, and because of how they treated. Even though I sealed much of her memories of her time as the Gorgon, she is still traumatized about it and dreads falling to it again. She will likely have nightmares until she comes to terms with the fact that this was beyond her control and that she is now free. Her divine spirit is rather unstable and slowly recovering from the stress put on it by the Gorgon curse. It is also being influenced by the general beliefs regarding Medusa, likely another layer of assurance planned by Athena to screw the girl over, but I can help with this one. But overall, thanks to her not actually being really conscious when the Gorgon was in control and me sealing the rest of those memories, she is far less damaged psychologically than I thought. I will need to get her away from her sisters and around supportive people once she wakes up to get over her own complex. The male aversion will be a gradual process as well. And finally, I can help her divine spirit recover after she wakes up. I thought as I pulled my eyes away and finished forming a plan to handle Medusa. But how do I wake her up? I said aloud as I came at my real problem. There was nothing telling me why Medusa was still sleeping beside maybe her stressed divine spirit requiring rest, but Stheno and Euryale are both active with less divine spirit, so that lowers the chances of that. It is obvious, you large oaf. The right one scoffed. One must kiss the girl to wake her up from her slumber. The left followed up with a sly grin as the surroundings shook and warmed up much more than earlier. So this is how a mind reacts to embarrassment. I thought until what they suggested computed. Wait a minute. How do you two know about that story? It was way after your time and from another country. I asked the two with slight bafflement. Humph. I am a goddess idol for men, of course I know stories of man. Was my answer coming from the right? Sure, I'll buy that explanation. Heard weirder things before. I replied as this really wasn't an important point, but I was considering my options. Medusa is more than likely aware of what is happening to a certain degree, as such an overload of feelings might actually result in her waking up. And going by her reactions to my opinion of her looks and the suggestion to kiss her, she will have a strong reaction if I actually do it. I thought as it started raining outside and it became heavier the longer I took. What are you waiting for? The right one asked as she pinched my ear. Did you not say that you found her more beautiful than I? The left urged as both now had teasing smirks on their faces as I could feel them becoming excited over this. Now this place was a weird mixture of hot and rainy. I just felt it wasn't exactly fair to her to be kissed by someone she doesn't love or really knows, and I didn't exactly want to get into trouble with my girls, but I am willing to do it if it helps. I replied as I decided to just go for it. It might not help my case much, but it's not like this is the real world. Not even technically kissing her. So removing the two lowly goddesses from my shoulders, I then approached the sleeping beauty and began approaching her lips. Her two sisters were on either side of me while the room began heating up remarkably the closer I got. When I finally kissed Medusa's full lips, everything seemed to stop as the heat and rain disappeared and her body stiffened. Pulling away, I saw that Medusa's eyes were wide open in shock as she looked at me in disbelief until she brought her hand up to touch her lips and started to blush massively. Wah 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 wah. The beauty cried out as she almost stumbled out of her bed to distance herself. Hee hee. The two sisters appeared beside their sister with teasing smiles. So, how was your first kiss? The right one asked. Must be nice to finally find someone willing to kiss a gorilla such as yourself. The left followed up. Elder sisters. An extremely embarrassed Medusa shouted as she hid her face until she seemed to realize something. Elder sisters. Yes yes. No need to shout like the beast you are. The right one lazily replied. True. Are you so stupid you even forgot about me? The left one followed up as the two seemed hell-bent on insulting their sister even now. That's enough from you two. I said as I picked them up by the scruff of their dresses. Just because you can't be honest about your feelings towards her, doesn't mean you have to be mean to her. What is happening? How are you both alive? Who are you and why did you kiss me? Medusa asked in clear confusion. I guess an explanation is appropriate. I replied as I began to tell her about her situation. While I explained how she was freed from the Gorgon curse, where we were, about the status of herself and her sisters, and about why I kissed her, Medusa's expression shifted from happiness, relief, sadness, disappointment, regret, embarrassment and many other emotions. Then. I truly killed you elder sisters? Medusa asked with deep regret and sadness. Don't make that face of yours even uglier for no reason you idiot. The right one replied with a wave of her hand. Right. This barbarian boldly promised he would create new bodies for myself. The left one added. It was my decision anyway. The right finished as I could tell the two were feeling a bit embarrassed. How son can these two be? I briefly thought. Truly. You can bring back my sisters? An almost desperate Medusa asked. Yes. It really shouldn't be a problem. We just need to prepare suitable bodies based on another goddess, use some of your own genetics to get everything more compatible, and then shift their divine spirits into them. Their spirits will handle the rest and it fully transforms their new bodies to match perfectly. I generally explained as the process would be pretty complicated, but there wasn't much of a point in explaining it now. Please. I know I am not in any position to ask anything. Also, a brutish woman such as myself might not be worth much to you, but I will give you my everything if you could bring my sisters back. Medusa begged as emotionally spoke. Then become mine Medusa. You shall join my house and in exchange I will return your sisters to you and help you all become the powerful goddesses you were meant to be before the foolish Greeks almost ruined everything. I told her as even the two smaller ones became a bit intrigued over my bold claim. I swear. On everything that I am. I shall serve you with eternal loyalty should you return my sisters and fix my mistake. Medusa answered as her spiritual body glowed and the chains of her vow linked themselves to me before disappearing. You better take care of us properly, you barbarian. The right one stated. I hope we will have plenty of amusement as well. The left commented. Yes yes. I casually replied before turning to Medusa, I never asked this but, which one is Stheno and which one is Euryale? Oh. Sister Stheno is on you right, she is usually lazier or calm, and Sister Euryale is on your left master, with more and more carefree attitude and is the spoilt one. Medusa answered quickly before her eyes widened and she looked over at the two girls fearfully. Oh. It would seem baby sister has grown bold without her punishments. Stheno said as her eyes narrowed. Indeed. Which punishment should it be? Maybe bloodsucking. I am feeling nostalgic and thirsty. Euryale followed up. I am sorry elder sisters. Forgive me. It was a slip of the tongue. Medusa quickly said as she became very nervous. Punishment. The two Lolas jumped off my shoulders and chased after the fleeing Medusa. It was quite the funny gag scene as the more mature-looking beauty was running away from her two sadistic lowly elder sisters with anime tears in her eyes as she screamed for mercy and help. After a few minutes I intervened since they wouldn't be able to get blood here anyway and said goodbye to the two goddesses since I won't be seeing them until they have new bodies. I then gave the mental command for the exit procedure and felt myself being dragged back to my own body. A moment later I was awake and taking off my helmet as Da Vinci approached with a few of her scanners. "How do you feel? Any noticeable changes? Did you succeed? How was her mind?" My bishop rapidly asked with excitement. But before I could answer, our focus was taken by the stirring Medusa. Seeing that, Da Vinci hurried over to her looking even more excited as she began scanning the goddess. Medusa was understandably confused and startled by the strange woman in weird clothing hovering around her, and it wasn't until she saw me that she calmed down. So taking this chance I began to inform her about where she is and how things work in my castle and lands. Although some things didn't fully click yet, she had just woken up and we had plenty of time to get her up to speed. On everything anyway. It wasn't like there was anywhere like my lands out there anyway, and I was used to people having culture shock when seeing things for the first time. After Da Vinci was done with the current scans, I told her I would write a full report later and left her to her own devices while I took care of Medusa, who followed me like a duckling while curiously looking at everything around her in awe. The way she earnestly followed me with a look of near innocence was rather cute to me. For the rest of the day I made sure Medusa would have everything she would need and received a proper tour of my home. She was introduced to the staff and those I considered family, with my wife being as welcoming as always, Musashi challenging her to a spar. Jean was apparently feeling a form of kinship with the shy goddess, Mana cordially welcomed her, Scathach thought of her as having great potential and offered to train her, and Da Vinci was crunching data at the table. Iresh was actually the most surprised when she was informed about Medusa joining us and being a goddess as well. The two were getting along quite well. And Medea was a bit skeptic about the former Gorgon, but soon decided to give her a chance since she wasn't in a position to really do anything about it, and she honestly felt more curious about her petrification and poison than anything. For the next week Medusa was able to experience the luxuries and freedom my capital city offered as my girls took out the shy and very unconfident girl to help her get out of her shell and get to know her better. Medusa might not be a peerage member, but thanks to her vow she would become a member of the house and they wanted to at least be friends with her. I could tell the girl likely thought this was all a dream by the way she looked at everything and was still very self-conscious about herself, but these things would take time. Eventually she shyly came to meet me one day in order to ask about her sisters and if she could do anything in return for housing her. The girl felt guilty, taking advantage of our kindness. I told her that her sisters would take maybe 2 years to bring into the world due to having to create divine bodies. The process would be that short simply because we have a large enough part of their divine spirits. If that wasn't the case I wasn't even sure if it would be possible. Medusa at least understood that basically reviving 2 goddesses wasn't exactly as simple as I had said, so she felt 2 years was quite short. As for her second question, I had to determine what she was skilled and experienced in. The girl was strong and knew how to fight, but she didn't enjoy having to do so, hence I didn't offer her a place with Heltana or anything related to the military. But when she said she was used to cleaning, doing laundry and cooking due to her sisters, I offered her a place among the maid staff, which she accepted. Thus from then on one could find Medusa under the wing of FIA as she taught her how to be a proper maid of House Azeroth. The standards for that were still mildly ridiculous to me, but they did a hell of a job so I couldn't really complain unless an actual staff member did first. I have to say that she did look stunning in that maid outfit though. I even gave her some glasses to help her control her eyes due to being self-conscious about them. Of course Scathach wasn't willing to let such a diamond in the rough remain unpolished either and forced her to train regularly. And although Medusa did seem rather uncomfortable with it, she ended becoming quite driven after some time and began to participate in my peerage's training sessions as well. The insecure goddess even began to give out small smiles much more often as she enjoyed camaraderie and work she found fulfilling as she was praised for her good job and taught how to improve by FIA in a firm but supportive manner instead of being berated for everything. It was during this time that I suddenly felt a familiar presence trying to enter my castle itself. To think Siri would actually return so soon. I thought she would be world hopping. I said aloud as I stood up from my desk and opened a portal for myself and Scathach to the yard where I permitted the girl's entry. Her usual light green wormhole-like portal appeared as Siri galloped through at great speed on the same unicorn she had left with, only it would seem that she now spotted a large crescent wound over her left eye which was still bleeding, and she was carrying a heavily wounded figure protectively. I knew some wild hunt fools would likely be chasing after her in this situation, so I decided to just forcefully close the passageway, destroying the avatars they had sent in pursuit alongside some of the real ones as they were torn apart by the gap between worlds. My dear, it would seem you need some more training if those weaklings were able to get such a hit on you. I commented as I inwardly felt relieved her eye wasn't actually damaged for that wound. Ha, ha. It's not my fault. They used a poisoned Avalak as bait and then sneak attacked me while I was protecting him. Complained Siri. Why are you even protecting one of them? All they want is your blood like most people from U-World and the nearby ones to it. I asked in return as I really didn't like those uppity elves. Well, he was the only one who was sorta nice to me and I didn't want him to get tortured and die because of that. Siri answered a bit awkwardly. At least tell me you didn't get wounded because you have a crush on him now. I responded after remembering that she did have a crush on the ex-elf king before he died from aphrodisiac overload due to not being able to get it up with a human. What? No. Siri immediately denied. Okay then. At least we didn't train a complete fool. I said as Scathach nodded in agreement. Just help me out, Lith. Please. He still did try to help me with Geralt and Yen this time, even if he was a manipulative prick the first time around. He also offered to help me learn more about my powers, which is kind of pointless with you around but it's still more than most people have ever offered and been able to fulfill. Siri responded as she gestured for us to help her take the elf. I just teleported him to the infirmary because I don't like him or his people. Really? Siri simply asked. Yes. I answered without any shame. Now show me that eye of yours. It's fine. Just a scratch. The girl replied as she dismounted the unicorn. I know, but I still want to make sure my little student is okay. I said to her as I got a better feel for her. She hasn't been eating great since she left. A good amount of fatigue and stress has built up and she has a few healing scratches and cuts here and there beside the big one on her face, but fine overall. We can easily heal this up without any kind of fuss and your room is still there, so I'll ask Fia and Leora to get some things ready for you and we can talk more tomorrow, okay? I said to her as I was acting a bit parental. Thanks. Siri softly replied with a small blush. But can I keep the scar? Sure. Not like we can't remove later if you want. I answered with a shrug. Not even asking why. The teenager asked. You're a tomboy princess who likes to sword fight and wants to become a monster hunter, thinking scars are cool isn't really that weird. I answered with casually. Fair. She responded as I took out some salves and healing potions. Welcome back by the way. I said to the girl as I began applying everything. Good to be back. Siri replied with a relieved smile. Chapter 41, CH41. A busy 2 years. Siri's return was met with celebration even if the girl had only been gone for a couple of months. Serafal and Musashi were particularly enthusiastic as my wife smothered her for coming back with a new scar on her face and my knight wanting to hear her adventurous tale and fight with her. After being introduced to the new guests and house members which had joined since her departure, these being Medea, Medusa, Diana and Perseus, Siri began telling her tale. Obviously the visions regarding her adoptive parents turned out to be accurate, as they were in trouble with the wild hunt due to them not being to get to or find Siri, so they were to be used as bait. The wild hunt apparently feared me due to their sages and mages confirming my great power, but they thought I couldn't leave my realm like they could for some baffling reason, so they thought baiting would be the best way forward. Their plan was at least better than, let's kidnap her important people and hope she somehow knows from across time and space, as they at least used some of the hairs and blood they had from her stay on their world to send images of Siri's adoptive parents. Even then, the only reason these cowards even managed to capture Geralt was that he exchanged himself for Yennefer, who had been captured first due to the wild hunt all attacking their isolated home, and even then they only managed to capture Yennefer while Geralt killed a lot of them. Then they were tracked down and stalemated by Geralt and 3 other Witchers alone, and only then did Geralt offer to trade himself for his love. It was honestly pathetic to me that they thought so highly of themselves when what is essentially their best military unit is constantly being beaten and bested by one mutated monster hunter. Anyway, with their bait they set about to ambush Siri, but were rather surprised when she showed up and began wrecking the fools thanks to her massively improved swordsmanship and magic. So now they not only lost to a human, but they were also being beaten up by a teenage girl. I could tell that even now Siri felt immense satisfaction when she was able to take down the people who had been constantly harassing her and had now threatened her loved ones. Unfortunately they had taken the brainwashed Geralt with them in their retreat before Siri was able to identify him. The man was dressed in wild hunt armor and was difficult to recognize in the middle of a fight. Siri then began tracking them like I taught her, eventually reaching their home world. Although she had been to their home world before, she still only had limited knowledge. This is when Avalakh came into the picture. Finding out Eredin had poisoned his king and being against his actions, especially in regards to Siri, the elf sage tracked her down once he had felt her unique signature appear in their world and began helping her locate Geralt. He also had stated that although she had improved, his tutelage would be invaluable to her afterwards as well. As far as I could tell, the elf wanted to get back on Siri's good side while screwing over his main political rival. All while trying to keep a close eye on his treasured elder blood. Anyway, Avalakh eventually did manage to find Geralt amongst the wild hunt, but his betrayal was uncovered and they attempted to capture him. While fleeing her was struck by a poisoned arrow, but he managed to reach Siri and halt the poison spread using magic and potions. Due to his now poisoned status, the elf was relegated to exit detail, meaning he was now in charge of staying with the getaway unicorn while Siri rescued her adoptive father. Thanks to the considerable training we gave the girl in using her powers and Scathach not wanting her students to be lumbering brutes without any sort of stealth skills, Siri managed to infiltrate the wild hunt camp with relative ease, and with a tool Avalakh had prepared for her, she managed to break their hold on Geralt. Unfortunately, this resulted in the fully armored man to faint and alerted other wild hunt members, forcing Siri to make a quick escape using her powers to teleport herself and Geralt away. Things weren't exactly going well for her as the leader of the wild hunt, Eredin, announced that he had captured Avalakh and was going to put him on trial. Siri made a quick decision of first getting Geralt back to their own world so that she wouldn't have to deal with more bait/hostages. Finding that it was winter, she quickly left him near Caer Morhen, knowing that Witchers of the Wolf School always returned there during the winter and that Geralt would be well taken care of. She then went back for Avalakh due to her honor and because she felt that she owed him something for helping her save Geralt. She returned to the elf world and found the obvious trap that was Avalakh's trial. Not having much time or any allies, Siri decided on the direct approach after sneaking into the location of Eredin's show. Siri was making quick work of the wild hunt members until Imlerith decided to simply attempt to behead Avalakh using his great sword. Seeing this, Siri made a desperate block after teleporting between the two, receiving her new scar as she hadn't had time to properly defend herself, but she still managed to disarm the general and flee with her elf ally. Siri eventually managed to reach her unicorn friend and escaped back here. While the girl felt proud, with Diana, Musashi and Jean applauding her, but that stopped when Scathach and I took some pleasure into dismantling her handling of various situations, while Seraphol berated her for taking so many risks. But after that we all had some fun. Turns out that Medea is a ditzy drunk, Diana gets even more boisterous, Perseus is a lightweight, and Siri, who was experiencing her first actual all-out drinking fest with devils, began a bragging competition between the three warrior-minded women about kills and the like. Da Vinci needed up doing an impromptu breast size survey, which was nice to see happen. Mana and Sarah got rather snugly today as the two passed out on me. Medea and Jean were off to the side talking about some weird and elaborate means of taking revenge. The warrior ladies were teleported to the sparring ring after they were adamant about fighting each other for some reason. Ereshkigal showed up at one point and immediately became plastered as she started blushing and giggling uncontrollably around me until she joined Mana and Seraphol in using me as a pillow. Elsa even came in and decided to put on a show using her magic while drunk, and Scathach was the only one accompanying me properly as we calmly drank and enjoyed the liveliness of our interesting household. Under the influence of alcohol, I had a relapse of angel versus devil on my shoulders until I was convinced that letting a less than sober Scathach use my shoulder as a headrest was fine. She had already stated at least some level of desire in me, and I had said that we should develop a proper relationship before going to anything like lovers, so I just went with it as the god-slaying beauty soundly slept with a small smile. The next morning was of course filled with groans from almost everyone until they found their stashes of hangover cures. For those who have them anyway. Diana had apparently never found out about them, and Perseus didn't usually stay here enough for him to have to worry about it, while Siri was left to suffer through it as a form of hazing. Elsa was both baffled and embarrassed that we had discovered the creation of Olaf, the somehow living snowman. It turns out he is going to basically be considered an offspring in spirit terms due to him being a spirit of snow created by her. Da Vinci was ecstatic about being able to study a newly formed spirit, and Olaf seemed to just match her excitement level as the innocent and naive little snowman just followed along with her whims. That's how Da Vinci somehow got a minion and Elsa became a mother. I jokingly suggested Da Vinci becoming Olaf's father, considering she had been a man before, but Elsa emphatically rejected. The snow and ice spirit queen actually already had a lover, a spirit of warmth and flames named Anna, which threw me through an even bigger loop as many memories of internet deviance from my past life reappeared for a moment before I suppressed them. I always find these nights of drinking rather fun, and the mornings usually tickle my mildly sadistic side when we have guests and the likes. After that welcoming party, time began to flow again as no new interesting event happened until 2 years later. Somehow many things decided to happen this particular year. The first major event was the official announcement of the raiding games. An all-out competition between devils and their peerages to find out who reigns supreme under the four Satans. The current format was to be held in two places, the old capital of Lusifad's Colosseum and the newly constructed Baal Colosseum. A few requirements were set before one was even allowed to participate, and safety precautions were taken. Some of the requirements were about a minimum age and peerage completion level to take part, while the fail-safes to ensure everyone came out alive were created. There were obviously many more rules and regulations concerning the raiding games, with the Satans trying to strike a balance between making things fair for all and Zekram's Great King faction wanting a bunch of loopholes and advantageous rules for themselves. It was quite the event when the first one was held. Of course the four Satans were excluded from participating due to none of them even having half a peerage. Seraphol was actually the one with the most members, and she only had 2 so far. Plus everyone knew they were the strongest, and no one had the confidence to take them on even with a full peerage. The raiding games weren't yet considered as a mean to gain merit or immediately central to Devil Society, but many saw a great deal of potential in it, and the magical broadcast of the epic battles have been the most popular form of entertainment devils have had in centuries. So although not central, it was becoming a treasured part of Devil Society already. I personally didn't see anything really impressive considering Musashi or Da Vinci could wipe the floor with any peerage which had participated alone, and they were my 2 weaker direct combat members. This made me think about introducing some new forms of entertainment between my upcoming major projects. The thought of having some of my citizens being rewarded a set of evil pieces to participate in the raiding games did pass my mind. I had a steady enough supply of the necessary crystals and helped create the things, so making them wouldn't be a problem, but I ultimately decided to wait. I had a few projects that needed my attention, and their success would fundamentally change things enough for me to offer a better alternative which will not make too much of an impact on the timeline. I really didn't want to have more devils running around recruiting humans and other races and resulting in things like important people not being born or setting off more conflicts. But ideally, soon I wouldn't have to worry anymore. I was doing some changes in the world, and I am pretty sure the Golden Death who reincarnated me also changed a few things, but I have been pretty much keeping it to the supernatural side. Speaking of said changes to the supernatural world, the Einsburn family met our initial estimates and managed to create a fully functioning and truly living homunculus. Justice Lizrich von Einsburn has become the first of her kind as an artificial life form which formed a proper soul. She was immediately adopted into the Einsburn family and made for many of my plans possible. I also wasn't judging the man for creating a busty albino beauty. From the initial tests, Justice was around 5 to 7 times stronger than the average human depending on what we were testing. She holds great affinity for the calculation-based magic Merlin had created based on devil magic as well, and had much better processing abilities enabling an enhanced learning speed. We also made sure the newly created homunculus didn't suffer from any sort of reduced lifespan like many fictional stories usually give to artificial lives, but from what we've estimated, Justice should currently have a life expectancy of at least 300 years thanks to her power level and her body's natural superiority to humans. The current downfalls of Justice were her inability to organically reproduce. The fact that she will be unaging means that she missed and will miss many formative experiences and retain many traits which will mark her as different from humans, while also meaning we currently have to create adults or be stuck with eternal childlike homunculi. She still needs to learn pretty much everything that isn't incredibly basic, and her physical appearance will certainly stand out. Fortunately, most of those can be fixed after some further testing, and thanks to wonderful advancements Da Vinci and I have made using the astral realm we basically either discovered, rediscover, or found for ourselves because no one had been public with it. My belief is that we can use the astral realm as a sort of simulation for the developing spirits of the homunculi in order for them to experience a proper upbringing and education in an accelerated timeframe. We could even include parent homunculi later down the line so they can experience parenthood, and the newer ones can go through childhood if we can't fix the reproduction thing. This train of thought also led to the planning for the greatest center of knowledge and learning in existence. The fact that time was essentially experienced faster in the astral world meant that one could learn for 8 hours and only go through one depending on the settings. Proper testing will have to be done for the long-term effects of such a system, but I was excited for it. We could even create virtual battlefields for more realistic experience gathering, as death could be experienced without the risk of death. The only downside would be that beyond experience and theoretical learning, not much else could be improved in such a space, but the saved time can help with that. It won't completely replace actual war games and drills since they help keep every part of my military sharp, but I will be a useful tool. And yes, I would likely make some games and relaxation zones with this for my people. It won't be things fantasized in my past world such as a fantasy setting due to not having the same cultural standards and devils already living in fantasy worlds, but I believe the science fiction genre could give many inspirations to my people for things like art and innovations on top of being fun. Back to events I've influenced in the world. Yasaka finished subjugating all the yokai in Japan after defeating and convincing Narration, creating what is now called the Grand Gathering. What helped convince the old yokai was her strength, charisma, her will, and the lack of naivete. Yasaka still lacked some experience as a leader, but she was also willing to listen to others and was not a tyrant as she genuinely cared for yokai, desiring a better future for them. Now, obviously we had an incredibly wild marathon of hot and passionate sex once she had officially become the de facto leader of all yokai. I really went all out as I stretched our night together into an entire month. A month filled with near animalistic sex as my mate desired for some hot domination from her male due to having been put on a pedestal and nearly worshipped for too long and wanting to be treated like a woman. After that, the Yukai noticed her glowing complexion and happy smile as I had fucked every ounce of stress and frustration out of her. Only a few knew about me being her mate, and they immediately knew what had happened with Tamamo subtly teasing her sister about it. Now, I don't actually think the complete unification of Yukai under Yasaka will change much in the long run beside reduce larger inter-faction conflicts. Yasaka's strength and prestige have been well established and she has earned the support of many powerful Yukai on her path to the top, something which will significantly reduce the amount of resistance to her rule once she proves to be more than adequate as a peacetime leader. And as far as I know, the largest events linked to the Yukai factions were the Nikomata/Nekishu massacre in the Underworld, some attempts on Yasaka through Kunu, and the Hero faction idiocy. The Nikomata were linked to the East Yukai under Narration, and even then it was only that he knew Kaneko and Kuroka's mother and some Nikomata were part of that faction. As of now there aren't any Nikomata tribes in the Underworld, but my guess is that since nothing really changed for them beyond who had the highest authority, things should still be on track if the two Nekishu's mother meets her lover. Even then, I am already planning on interfering for this one anyway if it happens. As for the two other issues, those pests won't even be a threat to her and if we do have children there's no chance in hell they will even touch them and any attempt would result in me having their souls tormented for eternity, and I will erase the stupid hero faction from existence then beat up Indra if they try anything. Well, that's if Yasaka doesn't kill them all first anyway, but these events wouldn't really impact history or even canon much. The real problems for my mate now were stabilizing her rule, creating a truly safe place and the tensions with the 5 principal clans. The first 2 being easily achievable with my help and the third is being handled by the Shinto gods personally since they were still in trouble for that stunt they pulled 100 years ago and humans don't remember lessons well after a generation or 2. But now that Yasaka is essentially the strongest overseer of Japan's supernatural side, I took the chance to enact a few plans to build some more influence in the human world and to conduct a long-term experiment. The plan to influence humans was actually one of the most bloodless but also devilish ways I could think of, through their stomachs. I decided to gather some agreeable exiled members of the principal clans to manage everything in the human world and introduce them to Azeroth standards of food, which blew their minds, then revealed that I wished to create a culinary school in order to push food culture even further and to gather the talents of this country. Turns out an exiled member of the Nakiri family, Nakiri Sizo, was the most enthusiastic as his kimono literally burst off his body and he bowed as he requested to be in charge of such an institute. After some testing, a talk about the duties involved, and bringing Leora in as she was the best and oversaw much of the cooking scene in my lands, Tatsuki tea ceremony in Cooking Academy was established. For now we would be building everything at the mundane level and have a hidden supernatural side similar to Yurikyoto from canon. Leora and her underling chefs would be getting all the instructors up to an acceptable level and come in as guest teachers from time to time. Although it wasn't an immediate success due to current values not really respecting the professions involved with cooking, the tastes they will gradually be exposed to will slowly engrave itself in this country until Tatsuki rises to the top of the food industry. Hell, the 5 clans haven't even tried doing anything to us due to thinking what was happening was stupid and it was below them. The plan was to essentially control Japan's food industry before such a thing even comes into existence, thus when the time comes for food culture to explode around the world my people can swoop in and eat everything up as Japan itself experiences extremely fast growth as a capitalist country. The second thing I did was find a suitable group for my long-term experiment. Searching through the entire country with my powers, I found a rather isolated clan with the name Kure. The Kure clan was one that almost religiously followed their desire for martial strength and to give birth to the ultimate warrior. They had existed for quite a long time, over 500 years, always doing their best to reproduce with the strongest warriors they could find, something which was basically perfectly in line with what I had planned to do. The clan was also aware of the supernatural to some degree, but never truly went into it as they preferred to refine themselves and stay within the mundane world with their current level of strength. My original plan was basically to see if I could evolve a set of humans by freeing their genetic potential and raise loyal recruits with a higher than average chance of receiving sacred gears, great potential and an immense amount of skill and knowledge in martial arts. So seeing a clan already doing so, I decided to acquire them. I couldn't even feel bad about it after I was done since I was helping them achieve their goals much faster and I simply had to beat them all for them to accept being under me. The women of that clan even began throwing themselves at me fully naked to get my seed before I could leave. I didn't even have to convince them much either. They liked me even more when I told them I would send them teachers to help them learn Tuki properly and for the few sacred gear users they already had. Some of the stronger Kure clan members had been awakening their Tuki on their own, but didn't exactly know how to truly master it, using either self-created paths or something one of their ancestors developed to use it. Some were interested in magic, but most preferred close-range combat. I still offer to have some teachers from my academies come here to guide them in the human system of magic. Surprisingly, the older generation of the clan weren't against it and thought knowing about such a widespread combat tool would do wonders for them, while possessing their own magicians would help defend themselves from the certain dangers in the world. I liked how straightforward they were about everything at least. Want us to follow you? Then beat us. You are strong. Have a baby with one of us. Teach us how to fight even stronger people. Banquet time. They might be remorseless killers and ruthless fighters on top of being mildly rapey, but I got along quite well with them. I looked forward to the results of their accelerated evolution. Plus having a foothold in the darker side of human society was a must anyway. I knew that with my influence they would survive and thrive to the modern age, and people who worship strength while having loose morals will certainly end up in the darker side in order to make a living. Beyond the new connections, things with the Perseus family, Atlantis and Themyscira were going swimmingly. The expansion of the Perseus ranches was settling fine while the trading with both secret city-states was building a good level of trust. The Amazons were fired up after suffering quite the losses against every one of my legions, with many of their higher-ups coming to visit my military academies to learn newer tactics and knowledge. On a more personal note, Jean officially broke through to Satan class after a series of duels against Mana, Scathach, Evangeline, Elsa and even Musashi and Diana. She awakened her energy into her unique holy demonic flames, which resulted in her Longinus power being greatly augmented when using the two in tandem. The girl is basically the bane of anyone in our pantheon after going through her new growth. Even my body wouldn't resist her flames for too long without any sort of effect. Of course she would still be a glass cannon against those in the top 10 and most true top-tier fighters, but I was proud of her progress. Da Vinci would still need some time due to the two of us working on many huge projects and Musashi would still need a few years to really get to that threshold following her path of the sword. Scathach on the other side of things was starting to learn higher level space and time magic simply by fighting me and incorporating into her fighting style, so although she hadn't grown in pure power she was becoming a lot deadlier. Medusa had been doing great with her duties and was making her way up the hierarchy of servants remarkably quickly as she found her new job to be great. She was also feeling both happy and nervous about the fact that the new bodies for her sisters were almost done as well and that they would soon be returning to the world. The goddess had also gone through significant progress in curing her inferiority complex and some of her psychological issues, allowing her to be happier with herself as well, while she has been gaining a lot of strength under Scathach's training. More good news was that Sarah finally felt like she was about to undergo a change, signaling her near ascension to Super Devil. I had everything ready for her to do so without anyone knowing about it. If Heaven or the Fallen heard about another Super Devil, it might just start a war even if the leadership doesn't want one. Hell, if the devils hear about it then they'll likely want to start a war just because they felt they were better. So yes, on the down low. My wife's queen was also busy between Little Mocha, training and her own project to help out her king. Evangeline decided to secretly gather some vassals which had been loyal to her house and to turn a few choice individuals into new vampires in order to gather useful subordinates. So far the best ones she found were an older butler who had shown spectacular loyalty to House Cain before retiring by the name of Sebastian, a busty blonde with wild hair named Sarah's Victoria that she saved due to great combat potential and a strong moral compass, or rather, enthusiastic muscular man named Dio Brando, two lowly type vampires who ran away from the Teeps faction named Kroll and Shaltir. And the last one was a black damper vampire hunter who called himself Blade. Each had some great potential to help my wife after I ensured a certain degree of loyalty. I just felt like having some cameos. Evangeline did have lower-ranking subordinates to slowly spread out as an information network and infiltrate various countries, but almost none were even really worth mentioning and were expendable. She was surprisingly smart and efficient with them however and served to bolster my own network of sleeper agents, allowing for greater coverage and fewer blind spots. And finally Sarah recruited Perseus as her first knight. The young hero saw the good my wife desired and had grown quite respectful towards both of us for not only helping his family begin to flourish, but also for our goals. He agreed when Sarah also wanted him to be her official ambassador to the Greek pantheon. Perseus had already been our main liaison to it, but now he would become much more important as a diplomatic envoy. And now for the less peaceful news, Medea might have melted several key members of her old family and tortured their souls before they were imprisoned in Remnant. The Greek gods couldn't find a single clue after the witch executed her revenge, even after asking Hades about it. It gave an extreme amount of fear for all those who hadn't noticed their elders disappearing right under their noses, while some gods like Aphrodite and Athena could guess that I was somehow involved but had no proof since I rescued Medea from her forced marriage before. It became a cold case and a sort of horror story as those left alive evacuated the island for fear that a horrible beast now inhabited it or an unknown curse was laid upon those lands. Medea's mother, the Titaness Hecate, tried to contact her regarding this in the hopes that she could somehow convince her and Circe's greatest worshippers to stay near their most powerful temples, but Medea essentially told her to fuck off and never consider her a daughter for having betrayed her. Afterwards, I officially offered her a position as my pawn, which Medea accepted. I saw even greater potential in her and believed she would be a loyal member of my family and a wonderful asset. She repaid trust and loyalty with the exact same, had a good relationship with my girls and strived to improve on her path, all splendid qualities I look for in a peerage member. This brought on a new Azeroth-wide celebration as the news of my new peerage member leaked, with the magical academies being particularly emotional as many cheered and others wept due to Medea having basically becoming their princess from spending so much time between them and her outstanding beauty and character. Medea was quite overwhelmed as she was happy and embarrassed over being welcomed like this, but she did admit that it meant a lot. The Greeks obviously found the sudden deaths and the news of one of their heroes joining a devil's peerage to be a bit too coincidental, but without proof of anything they couldn't exactly do much about it. Hera did ask for an explanation during one of her monthly visits for drinks and R&R, which I did provide in full. Learning that this had been an internal issue which had been triggered by Aphrodite and Medea had only received direct help to escape, she decided that this case would remain closed. She also couldn't punish Aphrodite, Hecate or Circe because they hadn't technically broken any rules and had only been backstabbing and manipulative bitches, but Medea already knew that and would find her own payback once she was strong enough anyway. And once that little mess was over, Diana decided to create another one. Flashback to 3 months ago. I had arrived for my usual training with my peerage which is held 3 times a week. This is the obligatory training for all peerage members for teamwork and personal growth, and it was even more important since Medea had just joined and needed to get used to everyone's fighting styles and abilities. Medea obviously knew a good degree of what my girls could do, but that was mostly theoretical. So first she would witness Scathach lead everyone in an all-out battle against me to get a proper look for how strong everyone really is and learn their flow as a team, then once everyone is recovered she would join in. She is the one with the weakest battle power at the moment and the least amount of experience, so this will do her some good. Obviously I don't use my true form, during these fights since none have the required power level to even touch me in that form, but they still face a nearly impossible challenge due to my energy being on a fundamentally different level and my own learning ability being higher than theirs. It is still difficult for me to handle them all at once without hurting them too much, but the pressure we all face serves as a great stimulus for everyone's growth. And after we had our training, Diana appeared in full battle regalia. I have come to stake my claim and duel with Azeroth to take him as my man. She shouted with any sort of shame as she slammed the butt of her spear on the ground. Unfortunately for her, that triggered many of the ladies as Sarah somehow heard it and appeared with a very territorial look as the surroundings started getting very cold. Skathaka's aura turned deadly as she readied her spear. Jean became incensed as her flames burst out of her body and Mana's black lighting began flashing in the air as four of the most powerful women in the Underworld stood together in front of a now very uncertain Diana. It appears one of my students has lost her mind. I shall take care of this. Skathak said coldly. No one takes my lith. Seraphal declared as the most powerful woman here. You think you can just come here and take him? The growling Jean asked. It would seem a lesson in manners is needed. To think she is foolish enough to believe she can take Nisama. Mana murmured as she readied her pistols. W8 Lady Skathak, I desire to fight him for his seed and decide if he is worthy. The nervous Diana said as she feared my queen above all those present thanks to her sadistic training even if she also respects her deeply. Get in line. Skathak replied. That's all well and good but I refuse. I coldly interrupted as my power washed over the unprepared Amazon. I might have a favorable expression of the princess and she might be friends with my peerage, but any who try to come between those close to me will receive no mercy. Her gods couldn't withstand my true strength, much less herself, so she collapsed under the mental strain and fainted. All my girls were still upset that they couldn't beat her up now and I did have to pamper them by promising to spend some alone time with them all in order to appease them, which isn't really something bad for me either since I enjoy being with any of them. I then contacted Diana's mother, who actually facepalmed then and there when she heard what her daughter had attempted even if it was rather laughable since the only person she had a decent chance at defeating amongst my girls was the newly added Medea. Hippolyta came personally to berate her daughter over her actions and apologized. Apparently Diana was following the advice from old-fashioned Amazons on the island regarding things like courtship and was under the impression that to be able to take her chosen male she had to defeat him in combat or do well enough to be accepted by him. Unfortunately, Diana had not told anyone that her target was their new, already married to a very important and powerful woman, trading partner, and no one had asked so they had just assumed someone had taken her fancy and told her about some of the old ways that didn't end up with the man being killed. The girls couldn't decide if they wanted to beat someone up or laugh at this point, while Diana received a semi-public lecture about how wrong everything she just tried to do was. The princess gasped in shock over having apparently ruined her chances with someone she had declared she desired children with. At this point Seraphal took her to the side and began working her weird magic which seemed to happen whenever someone said they wanted to be with me. She had done it to Yasaka, Skathak and now Diana. I wasn't even sure if that was all of them. When the two came back Diana had a confident look once again as she got some wind back in her sails. I apologize for my earlier blunder. I do not desire for you to betray your wives, but I shall endeavor to win your favor as I continue to demonstrate my prowess on the battlefield. The Amazon princess said as her mother facepalmed again. This girl. Is this why our predecessors just raped men? They couldn't seduce one. Hippolyta surprisingly wondered. Do I have hope for cute little granddaughters to train? Jia-chan, that's not right either. Seraphal chided as she whispered some things in her ears and used magic to stop everyone from hearing it. Oh. And seemingly enlightened Diana exclaimed with a nod. Lord Lith. Yes Diana. I responded as she stood before me again. Before she spoke her magic armor disappeared and she ripped open the top of her tunic and the bindings of her breasts in one smooth motion, revealing a set surprisingly full tits, nicely toned abdominal muscles and smooth skin with a few small scars. What do you think of my breasts? I have been told they are quite good by my sisters and have heard men enjoy them. She boldly asked as her mother simply failed to compute that new set of her unique approach. Jia-chan. That's not how you show your good points. Sarah shouted as she hurriedly took out a blanket from her storage ring and covered the half-naked Amazon. I thought my breasts were part of my good points. Diana replied as she cupped herself. They are, but you can't just take them out in public like that. Seraphal scolded exasperatedly. Truly. Is this why Amazons of old removed them in their efforts to be swifter warriors? Diana questioned with any hint of thinking anything she says is weird. Do Amazons not have any sort of education regarding sexual relations? I asked in near amusement over how ridiculous this is getting. I might have been rather upset towards men at the time and skipped things like modern courting and reproduction when it came to Diana's education. Queen Hippolyta admitted, but I understood why and was surprised over her not saying something more anti-man, but she had mellowed out a bit from the interactions between our lands. She has expressed a clear level of interest in me. Should we discuss this? I asked her because this is a rather delicate political matter. She is a princess and I am a married devil lord. And while harems are very common in the underworld and, even if it isn't known, I already have 2 wives/mates with one more wanting to join, Diana is an Amazon and they have very different values. This also involves their patron goddesses to a certain degree as well and the fact that Diana is currently Hippolyta's only successor for the crown, so quite a few political points to take into consideration before we even talk about my own feelings on the matter since no one can force me to marry if I don't want to. What can be said? I know my daughter and it is very unlikely that she will change her mind once made. At least when it comes to such matters. And although her approach was not ideal, it at least brings her feelings on the matter in the open. The Amazon Queen replied wryly over her daughter getting educated by Seraphal. What of her status as your heir and the fact that I am already married? I asked her because she knew well enough what type of husband I was. Diana is not the only one eligible to inherit the throne, only the best choice. And as much as I would prefer for my daughter to stay home, I also wish for her to find someone she can actually love and at the very least you have a reputation for being loyal. She answered with a sad and mildly bitter look at what was likely to be a memory of her own love life. An Amazon speaking of love? Chuckle, your ancestors must be gasping from Elysium. I said to her in good humor. True. But times change and no matter how she was given to me, I wish for my daughter's happiness about all else. Hippolyta replied with a soft smile while looking at her. All I can promise is that she can join my peerage and we can see how things develop from there. My wife, I said to her as we both looked at my actual wife giving advice to an Amazonian princess on how to chase her husband, clearly does not mind, just like my current situation with my own queen, but I will not enter an ill-thought-out or rushed relationship. These things take time. You wish for her to become a devil? Hippolyta asked with a bit of distaste on that one. If she agrees. It's the easiest way to get things going and I can always return her to being an Amazon should she decide. I did help create the evil pieces after all. I reassured calmly. You would let her go? She questioned with slightly narrowed eyes. Yes. I directly answered. Every one of my peerage members has decided to accept and stay with me of their own will. They are family and I only wish for their happiness. If they believe that happiness no longer lies by my side then they are free to leave. To think a devil values family. Commented the queen with so small hum before looking at her daughter again. If she agrees then I will not stop you. I trust her enough to make her own decisions. If I thought honestly, Diana was an endearing person. She had a strong sense of justice, an honest character, a strong will and knew what she desired in life. I did not love her, but I could open my heart enough to give her a chance like Scat after some time getting to know each other on a more personal level. I shall simply state my offer to her. Everything else will be in her own hands. I stated as the Queen nodded in understanding. End of flashback. That day almost caused my girls to beat up a political envoy, which would have been quite the mess, but in the end I welcomed my second knight as Diana agreed to my offer. With that also came the perks of being a full-fledged peerage member as I freed her divine blood and talents, gaining atmokinesis and a great affinity for lighting and wind-related magic, on top of the general enhancements to her body from truly awakening her divine half, becoming a devil and receiving the night piece. So she was now getting properly retrained by Scat while also having lessons with Musashi and Mana for her other skills. Diana was also declared my new fiancée as the two of us decided if things would work. She was still having a lot of issues with learning proper courtship, evident by the fact that she did want to join in on the fun between Sarah and I, has tried multiple times to sneak into our bed at night, keeps purposefully showing me her naked body and openly asks her new sisters for help in seducing me. Another problem was that Scat thought such a direct approach would benefit her as well and decided to get some interesting new outfits, emphasizes her womanly assets and became much more physical. I can't exactly say that seeing two beautiful and powerful warriors display their desires so boldly isn't exciting or pleasing to the eye, but I want a more emotional and intellectual connection before truly welcoming someone in my heart. So I may enjoy it, but that just means Sarah and Yasaka get wilder nights for now. The last thing that happened during these years was Siri getting some more training and Avalakh being put in his place like the manipulative little bitch he is. Little fucker tried to act arrogant by saying he could teach Siri better and that they should leave. I threw him through a few dozen dimensions and made him suffer through a 4-hour-long second for that one. He shut up real quick after that. The only reason he was even allowed to remain in this world was because my precious little student didn't want to send him to his death. So I arranged for him to get an opportunity to learn some actual magic instead of that weird system in their worlds to keep him away. I did not consider him a guest and he would not stay in my castle with my family and close ones. Siri could visit the prick whenever she was free, but I made it clear that I had a very strong dislike for both him and his entitled race of self-important little shits. Might sound harsh, but if I could do it without triggering an actual war, I am someone who would kill around a third of the remaining pillar houses to ensure we actually prosper. The only reason they are all alive is because it would turn most supernatural races against me for the mass slaughter and it would trigger a few wars at least. So I compromised and brainwashed most of the key figures to at least ensure some steady progress. But those elves have no such protections, and the fact that they harass my students so much really doesn't help. But it seems fate has means in store to make sure Siri returns to her world as Avalakh revealed that another conjunction of spheres is approaching Siri's world, the one which would bring the white frost with it and likely end the world if she didn't interfere. Luckily Siri was a lot more confident, skilled and powerful than her canon counterpart, so I had full confidence in her ability to handle that particular situation while also knowing Avalakh wasn't pulling this out of his ass just to get a chance at manipulating the now young woman. With a hearty "go get them," we all saw her off once again as the young woman took off to save her world and other loved ones from a prophesied end of times. Enkidu's tour of the Underworld. The last few years have shown me clearly that Lith Azarotha's rule is currently the most prosperous in this world. I have not only toured the cities and towns of the devils, but I have seen the lands of those called fallen and how humanity has developed since Gil's rule, and I was not impressed. The only upside was that Gil's plan to end the age of gods on Earth was a success and major destruction was averted, but humanity is now more divided than ever as they slowly bleed the planet dry of its resources. While the devil cities were generally indulgent in some form, most human cities of this age were oppressive as those in power desperately try to keep control. Wars are fought in the name of gods which are actually the same. Fear and ignorance of the world are widespread. Magic has hidden itself from the world and so many of the animals and plants which used to comfort me have been erased. No one listens to nature except for those people still intimately linked to it like those on the other side of the ocean, but they are treated like savages for doing so. None preserve or help nature replenish itself. I have found that although some places care about their appearances like some in Italy, none have the beauty which can be found in Azeroth lands. And the humans simply kill whatever they do not wish to understand. Even I was attacked by a mob due to my differences and demeanor. I was even chased after and attacked by people called inquisitors, witch hunters and exorcists. I did subdue them all, but they kept coming even after I spared them. I was greatly disappointed, but I did understand that Azeroth's current state and ideals were offering the best results. He was a ruler with a vision, charisma and the will to see it through. This is why I have decided to finally accept his offer. He is not guild nor is he trying to be, but I have decided to see how being his friend and partner would feel. Chapter 42, Ch42 Queen, Pawn and Chains, Art 18. Chapter 43, Ch43 Series Path PT1. Had to divide the chapter. It hit 18,000 words. Introducing Enkidu to everyone was easy enough thanks to my peerage being very welcoming. Of course beyond Musashi, Diana and Scathach wanting to have a fight with it, and Da Vinci and Medea wanting to study it, they were all fine with the new addition. It was decided that Enkidu was going to be treated as a peerage member even though he was closer to an independent type sacred gear. And as a result of Enkidu becoming my official, sacred gear for all intents and purposes, I started a new training regimen with it, or should I say him because I asked and he said he mainly identifies as male. I was certain that by the end of my training with him and by the time he finished essentially evolving, we would be more than a match for anyone below those two dragons. He was also introduced to Sarah and her peerage, who were quite surprised at who Enkidu was and his abilities. Evangeline joined Medea and Da Vinci in the wanting to study him club, meanwhile Elsa and Perseus were cordial and polite which meshed well with Enkidu's personality. Little Mocha, who was now almost 6, thought he was pretty, something Enkidu thanked her for. Turns out he was quite comfortable with children as he carried her around a bit while she played with his hair and some small chains he made appear. He would later become a part-time babysitter when Sarah or myself were unavailable. Too bad for him I am still the favorite uncle, even if the attachment was partially because of my blood, and Mocha came to her favorite seat soon enough, my lap. The little silver-haired damper was likely one of the most loved individuals in the house thanks to her cuteness. She was also beginning to display purposeful usage of her inborn powers, some shadow manipulation to get a toy, making a bat her pet, making some mist appear when playing hide and seek. Little things which were rather cute in our household of godslayers, Satan classes and overpowered people. Due to her age, Mocha had begun going to school/daycare in order for her to learn how to socialize properly and make some friends her own age. It allowed Evangeline to fulfill her duties as Sarah's queen, especially now that she was freed of her vulnerability to the sun and could actually do things during the day alongside her very loved daughter. The little girl was also beginning to be trained in how to use and control her powers in the form of games because she had already begun using them. From what Evangeline told us regarding young vampires/dampiers, she should soon awaken her family trait, which in this case is the Cain ability to enhance themselves physically using ambient mana and negative energy. This is something we made sure we to have a handle on due to the trait possibly making her physical strength suddenly skyrocket and Mocha possibly breaking some things, hurting herself or even others by accident. I was told that it didn't help that the pure human blood she had essentially been raised on, made her far stronger body and magic-wise for her age. I had to make sure Scathach wouldn't try to train her too early for her own good. She looked at little Mocha a bit too enthusiastically from time to time, but even I had to admit that the girl had a lot of potential. Her mother was likely one of the most powerful vampires ever, and from Evangeline's stories about Mocha's father, he was a powerful magician and warrior, so mixed with my own blood, the very likely freeing of my little satin daughter's talents and the highest grade training available, Mocha will be one hell of a powerhouse should she choose to become a combatant. But for now she is the little treasure of the house. So with this latest thing done, time moved forward as I continued to train myself and my peerage, all while managing my lands and several massive projects I was planning to see through during the next century or so. All until over a month later I suddenly felt the enraged sorrow-filled cry of my precious little student ripple through time and space, only recognizing it due to how familiar I was with her. Scat-hack, I will be out. Something happened to Siri. I quickly said to my queen and lover. Punish those who harmed our disciple beloved. She replied with a stern look as I nodded and vanished from my office. Skellage, Siri POV some time before her cry. Warning that this next bit will be a modified Siri journey from The Witcher 3. I will try to basically power through it and making some adjustments to show Siri did grow under Lith. There will be minimal descriptions and no dialogue since I do want to move on with the time periods after this. Coming back to my own world was sort of weird this time. After spending nearly 5 years with everyone in Azura, having fun, getting stronger, feeling safe and cared for, it felt like home as well. And I could understand why Lith said my world was kind of depressing compared to what he has. We lost so much due to all our fighting and the fear in magic when we could have done so many great things with it. But instead we have things like the eternal fire and witch hunters, people spitting and mobbing those who keep the monsters at bay, the destruction of anything people don't even try to understand, with my own so-called father stamping out anything in his path now as well. Compared to what we had done with magic, new ideas and the mixing of races, Lith had all but achieved a damn miracle with the wonders I got to see and experience. I mean, flying ships capable of blasting mountains, means for even peasants to teleport, helping lands heal and managing the sky, crafting a city of crystal and having grand spectacles of magic, all compared to the shite-covered roads and war-torn lands we have. I wondered a lot if I should just bring everyone back to Azura with me. We wouldn't have to worry about just living. Geralt and Yen could live together, the Wolf School could do their jobs without being spat on, Triss and Yen would love the magic academies, Dandelion would fit right into Levat and love all the beautiful women, and it would all be so much better. Leaving the world to sort itself out, especially after I stopped this damnable white frost and the wild hunt. But putting those thoughts aside, Avalakh and I made our way back there to do exactly that. The elf sage had been rather adamant about returning even through the temptations of the magical knowledge Litha's academies had to offer, something which made me a bit suspicious, but I am pretty sure that's Litha's opinion on Ain El rubbing off on me. We actually appeared on one of the Skellige Isles, not knowing exactly which one as soon as we got there, but I could recognize Skellige's air. I had spent quite some time here back in the day. I wondered how Jalmer, Saris and the gang were going once a wave of nostalgia hit me. But then things started to get annoying. The wild hunt apparently only partially learnt its lesson about messing with me because they started swarming the place with everything they had after having felt my arrival. Dozens of portals opened as armor-clad Ain El rushed forward, with Imlaritha's bulking figure in the lead. I even saw Eredin and Carenther in the back, likely waiting to see how things would go. Unfortunately for them, I was much stronger and better trained than 2 years ago, using what Lith, Scat-hack and Musashi taught me to begin reaping their lives. What sucked was that they were using their avatars, like the cowards they were, but their recklessness from this fact did not help them as I not only accelerated my own time, I also blinked through the battlefield using my spatial awareness while channeling space through Swallow to effortlessly cut through every one of them like they were fruit. They were all moving so slowly for me, and before anyone could realize, I had killed over 30 Wild Hunt members and was making my way towards Eredin so I could at least punch his stupid avatar's face. Seeing my rapid approach, Imlarith came between myself and his boss. The lumbering oaf was clearly underestimating me when he attacked with a one-handed overhead swing of his mace. Too bad for him that Scat-hack and Musashi made sure I was a lot stronger than I looked and my blade was a lot sharper. So just to show off I stopped his mace with one hand, sliced through his shield with Swallow, and then kicked him away towards his boss. It was really satisfying to see those two whoresuns rolling on the ground, but my enjoyment was interrupted abruptly when I felt an approaching blast of malicious magic, forcing me to dodge. But a moment later I realized I wasn't the real target when I heard Avalakh cried out in pain from behind me. I couldn't believe I made such a rookie mistake by forgetting about him fighting as well. His magic signature was too similar to the other Ain El and Karanther, so he blended in too much and it didn't register to my senses that he was specifically behind me when I dodged. Noticing that the magic was corruptive, I unleashed a large blast of space magic to destabilize theirs, blinked to Avalakh and teleported us out of there while he used his own magic to take something from Karanther. The teleportation had to be a bit random because I hadn't really had a chance to map out my own world with my new understanding of space, but my target was the northern kingdoms to at least get close enough to Kaer Morhen. Winter was coming soon judging by how cold Skellige felt, and that meant the wolf school was going to gather there soon. And with Avalakh now struck by some kind of curse, it doubled my reasons to find Geralt and Yen. Too bad for me, we somehow ended up in the ass end of nowhere. Even worst were the three witches who knew I had the elder blood showed up and started fantasizing about how tasty I would be alongside an Ain El. As much as I wanted to kill them and rid the world of an obvious evil, I first needed to get Avalakh to safety, so I got us out of there. Those witches tried to stop me using some kind of connection they have to the forest, but they overestimated their abilities to influence my own and I got us out without much trouble. For some reason however, things just weren't going my way when I came face to face with an abandoned child named Gretka, surrounded by wolves and a werewolf leading the pack. It wasn't hard to kill them all, but I couldn't just leave the child alone. Luckily a villager I had coincidentally saved from the werewolf talked about the local baron and his place in Crow's Perch. Taking a small break, Avalakh was able to use some supplies he had on his person, some herbs we were able to gather, parts of the wolves and werewolf, to mix himself a potion which slowed down the effects of his new curse. It gave us time to head towards this Crow's Perch, where we could hopefully get some information on what has been going on since our departure, maybe also a lead on Witcher sightings to find Geralt and hopefully find somewhere for Gretka. On our way I managed to save a peasant woman who knew the proper way to Crow's Perch and guided us in thanks. The place was lackluster compared to what I was used to. Even the villages in Underlith are infinitely better than the home of a so-called baron. It wasn't exactly a surprise, and at least the place was modestly defensible for obviously being a relatively new construct. The fact that most homes had straw roofing and that the place I assumed was the baron's home was mainly wood spoke to this fact, as well as the wooden defenses over stone. Surprisingly however, the nicknamed Bloody Baron was incredibly welcoming to us, even with an elf on our party, and directly offered Gretka a place to live in exchange for helping in the kitchen once he heard our stories. To repay his kindness and tolerance of Avalakh, who isn't the easiest to get along with on the best of days if you aren't an Ain El, I went along their hunt and caught a boar and a doe which made me one of the boys. The Baron couldn't stop celebrating the catches and the men were much more welcoming. We even had a horse race, which is less exhilarating than the Wyvern Cup Gene created in Litha's lands, but it was fun and nostalgic to ride like that. But for some reason my rather horrible luck meant we stumbled into the territory of a bloody basilisk which was none too pleased, deciding to take its ire on us. The Baron was rather brave, or maybe a bit foolish, to not take my warning and let me handle things as he drew his blade and fought the beast. I was just about to finish it too before its instincts made it flee, but not without taking the Baron for a flight as it headed towards its nest. I was trying not to use my powers so the wild hunt couldn't track me down yet, thus I chased after the two. And of course the bloody mix between a chicken and a proper wyvern made its nest at the top of an abandoned tower. So I climbed up swiftly, finally reaching the Baron, desperately avoiding the wounded and exhausted basilisk's snapping beak. I didn't want my gracious host to die in front of me, so I leapt onto the distracted draconid and lopped off its head with one smooth swing of my blade. Feeling rather satisfied, I was dismayed at the sight of the Baron stumbling off the tower due to the shock of the beast dying, the shacking it caused from its body collapsing, some loose flooring, his tripping over clutter on the floor, and the man's own exhaustion. Cursing my luck for the umpteenth time in the last few days, I blinked to the man and then blinked the two of us to solid ground. The Baron quickly emptied his stomach from his first experience with space magic, something most people experience especially when they are base humans with no magic. But after that he thanked me profusely even though I used magic. I quickly told him I had to leave or the wild hunt would appear here. It usually was harder to accurately triangulate my location from smaller usage of my powers, but they would certainly scout the area at the very least. The man was a bit skeptical, but he was understanding enough to know if something was annoying someone like me, who was easily handling a basilisk and could use magic, then it was likely a serious enough threat. Thus we raced back to Crow's Perch so I could quickly get Avalak and we could go. We were only here to get out feet on the ground and for Avalak to stabilize his condition enough, along with finding a place for Gretka, and now that we had and the wild hunt was likely on the way, it was time to go. The Baron and his men did their best to ready 2 horses for us, which was very appreciated. He also gave us passes for the new wartime border established between Radovid's northern army and Nilfgaard's, with some news regarding people I had asked him if he had heard of, stating that word of the poet Dandelion being in Novigrad as of late, which was an excellent start. If anyone knew more regarding Geralt or pretty much anyone, it was Dandelion. With thanks, we quickly rode out before we could attract trouble to the people here. At the current border I made sure to use a concealing tool Lith and Sarah gave me last time I went out to save Geralt, mainly so I wasn't risking getting arrested there. This was only for the border since I was looking for Geralt and I knew that if he caught some rumor about me being back he would look for me. It also meant that some other unsavory people would likely hear about me, but pretty much anything beside the likes of djinns and higher vampires would be easy enough to handle now. Obviously I wasn't going to get overconfident. Scathach would give me a hell of a beating if she learnt I got another scar for something stupid and she won't be tricked even if I healed it completely. The woman can tell by just looking at you and I was not going to tempt fate. I learned my lesson when I tried to be a brat a few times and couldn't sit down without wincing for a few days on top of the extra sadistic training. In the end crossing the border was an easy affair. But I couldn't help feel guilty over the fact that my own father was responsible for all the people I saw suffering on the way through. Sure there were many other factors to take into consideration, but in the end it was the Empire which was trying to conquer the northern kingdoms, pushing things to this point. I could only offer a bit of money here and there to help these people, knowing that giving too much would also cause them problems and not being able to reveal the supplies I had without painting a target on my back for witch hunters and the likes. I wasn't afraid of them, but needlessly killing so many wouldn't be good and it would result in a bounty on my head. Moving on, we made a stop at Oxenfurt for alchemical supplies and to see if anyone magical was still in the city and could help Avalak.